serious kills, it felt like, because he was just running at them just continuously. 10-7 for an offensive SMG. No easy feat. Yeah, Kremp answers back on the opposite side. The difference is that Pentagram had a stinker as far as the defense is concerned. Could not find favorable timing. Comes into this one at 2-9. So Boston Academy, for their offensive affairs, going to be taking things over towards A. They're leaving at least one player behind of Shawnee to watch the mid-scoop.
Shawnee actually does quite a lot of damage there to M7. Zoning these guys away. Finally will be dealt with there by Purge, who steps out of bedroom for a second to make sure he does deal with him. But again, M7 don't really have a lot of options as to how they want to take this one. Trying to force their way through Rugs. Yeez actually does open up the door here for a moment here. Now looking for some more. Shawnee's going to come and fill that gap, though. Second tick now through. They're going to double up on towards the point to just make sure this third tick does go through before M7 can do anything about this. So you do have to be somewhat careful if you're M7 again, because you don't want to lose some of these transitional gunfights. You need to try and zone these guys off. And actually, Pentagram does start off the double. This is great for Boston.
Yeah, no, it really is. Again, finding transitional gunfights is everything. Because it allows Sensor to be able to get inside of the back parking lot area. Would have loved to at least keep Pentagram alive over by check-in, but the timing just does not work out. Yeez Phantoms cleans up the flank. And you also have players inside a bedroom, so what was starting to look like a very unfortunate disaster in transitional phase for Millennium 7 over towards that B zone. They rectify it, they find the kills, they get that bedroom control. Now Boston Academy got to work for something to show presence on the B zone.
Phantom's currently in a twist. Pentagram there. Pentagram decides that he's got better things to do. Try and take some space over towards the bedroom side. Around the back line, though, Boston still have a couple of players looking to cause some problems, and Kremp and Shorty do exactly that now, looking for some more. The information gained here, the trade should be good. Purge able to take 2 down with him, though. 5 in a row will be denied before that cruise missile does come through. And Boston, again, they had players in from behind. Shawnee, though, will be taken down by Gwyn's Sensor. Just going to have to kind of revert here to trying to get bedroom control. No idea what Sensor was doing in that particular engagement. Flies out in towards the air, and he's just like, well, I guess I'll take that gunfight.
Again, it's just finding just such good timing. Dead silence push, 16 and 12, up on 3 in a row. Every single time it feels like Boston Academy has some sort of opening. One of the 2 of these players just shut him down. 12 and 8 for Purge, 16 and 12 for Yeez, and poke and prod all you like. Millennium 7 have shaved so much time off of this clock. Now just down to 40 seconds. The life lead even switches. Yeez looking a little weird as far as being able to lock down that kill. Finally takes down Kremp up on a 4 spree.
Boston has just been so reliant on the hits in from behind. Very rarely have they actually worked. I think they've penetrated once. Now they need to be a little bit more onto it. In the middle cut they go. That hasn't actually been watched. I imagine it's finally been spotted out now, and Yeez is going to come and join the party here. But Pentagram finally picking up the double required. Yeez trying to line them up. They'll only be able to get 2. Shawnee, what do you have for us? Phantoms, unfortunately for him, is going to win that 1 versus 1. Now 10 seconds on the clock here. Gwyn takes down what might well be the final hope. I think Pentagram might be able to get something here. Might be able to fly across, but I don't even know if you want to at that point. It is just a little bit delayed, and it's another kill on hand here for M7, as their defense was pretty solid. Again, just not allowing any bedroom control whatsoever for Boston.
You can see Doug there all the way at the end, just having a few words, just trying to get these boys rallied together, because down in the way that they are in this control, really, from this guy that gets that final kill, 20 and 13 for Yeez. I mean, Christian is just going absolutely buck-wild crazy on this Mamo combination. What? 33 total engagements through 2 rounds worth of play. Boston just have no answers. Where are attacks at? Are we stunning anything at this point? Can we trade this guy a lot sooner? Because Yeez is a problem. And it's helping out Purge and Phantoms immensely. 13 and 9, 10 and 9, respectfully. Got to have it here for defense. Boston Academy trying to go all in for the B defense. That's exactly what Millennium 7 did on their previous offense, but they're not playing with their food, Brody. They're over towards the restaurant.
This is actually a pretty good play coming out from Boston if they can pull it off. One player on the flank. Well, she used to earn that cruise missile earlier on. Now that nade did just tackle it. I thought it did for a second. Could actually see because we don't have the indicator on our screen. Yeah, Yeez just betrays his friend there, his compadre. Not enough for Boston to get in. They are, of course, looking for exit frags. Kremp will pick up 1. M7 want to be cautious here because the player is enacting a flank. It is going to be Shawnee. He does manage to pick up 1. They will not be able to stop this A point, but Sensor comes through for the double. And Boston doing an epic job there at making sure M7 get nowhere around that chandelier side.
Get 60 seconds, but yeah, I mean, the flank gets dealt with just by finding an aggressive amount of exits. Phantom's last alive as far as his team is concerned, is going to get some help, at least from Yeez, in a few seconds. We'll inevitably find that trade onto Pentagram, but you still got to be worried about Shawnee, who's in that top parking garage area. Yeez deals with him on another 2 spree. 22 and 14 now for Yeez. Sensor's still trying to lock away the restaurant, but Boston have negative bedroom control whatsoever, and they're struggling to even get past the atrium as Phantoms finds 2.
Yeah, I don't actually think those initial wave of kills were all that great for Boston because they had little control over bedroom. Now we're seeing the effect of that as well. He's going to bring this cruise missile down to try and gain some information as to where the players on Boston Academy are located. It's going to be a pinstripe kill feed, but Pentagram's going to disrupt that with the double. They will clear the B zone. And no progression earned just yet. And this will cause a stabilization effect here in this game. As Boston Academy regain control of some key areas of the map, but one more player goes down in the form of Kremps, in the middle now open.
Shawnee just sole defending over by the restaurant. That zone was captured quite some time ago. If you forgot, we've been here for about a minute. As far as the B zone defense is concerned, you got Yeez's cruise missile out. They thought that it was going to be an opening. Yeez, don't need to kill more teammates in this round here, brother. Got to deal with Sensor by this God Heady. 3 players actually working their way in from top and bottom bedroom, but nobody from Millennium 7 could find a single kill. 5 life lead for Boston Academy with 40 seconds remaining.
Yeah, they're relying on some individual heroics at the moment, aren't they? And this might be that guy. Does get some time against Sensor, but Sensor's not going to land a single shot there against him. Now his positioning has been revealed. M7 have that to work with. Sensor's still actually doing some serious damage around that backline, to be fair. Comes back around the middle of the map to take down Purge before he can cause some havoc inside Statue. Boston's defense is holding strong for the moment here. One last-ditch effort from M7. If they want to close things out in a 3-0 fashion, it's got to be now. Phantom's on the stairwell. He's able to pick up 1, but Shawnee will deny any more than that. Kremp down low will be the player to shut this one down. He takes only 1 player, so Gwyn will jump towards the point. Pentagram to take him down, but Yeez for the double now. Can he get number 3? It's against Sensor for it, but no trophy system. The nade is good. The double is good from Sensor as well. And Boston hold on. They're not done yet.
They get the cruise missile out from Yeez. Again, that is an important resource to expend if you are Millennium 7, thinking that you could have got the offensive round conversion, but where Boston were trying to run too many routes, it felt like M7 were running negative routes. Because, I mean, you had a lot of good kills that were coming through the middle atrium, through P1, if you will, but then nobody was just trying to, really brute force their way through Statue, through lobby, get themselves check-in the hard way, rather than just setting 3 players continuously top and bottom bed out from luggage, just trying to get themselves on the B zone like that. I mean, they dealt with Shawnee a handful of times inside a restaurant, but ever since that A zone got captured, it just felt like that there were so many people that were scared, if you will, to try to hit that chandelier flank. So offensive now for Boston Academy. Continuing on with their antics, Kremp opens up with 2. 44 total engagements for Kremp through 3 rounds, and Boston are here on B.
This might well be the first successful, first hit over towards B, right? Immediately right off the rip here, Boston Academy have got the kills required. Now starting to make some progress. First tick is in. Pentagram needs to provide some coverage. Doesn't recognize the fact that Yeez has already gotten past the point, and Yeez now does the damage. But in doing so, to be fair, Pentagram's information isn't revealed away. His positioning is not revealed, and he could still cause some damage over here towards B. But down towards 47 HP, I don't think he's going to be able to do anything more, and finally will go down. So Boston Academy now reverting back towards A, but they're okay with this again. They've got that first tick through on B, and they've also got a pretty good life advantage at the moment.
Just 2 life leads, so you would assume that if Millennium 7 find at least a couple of picks, they might be able to recontest one of these zones. It's going to be the Semtex that deals with Kremp. That's a great call when you're thinking about what the SMGs are trying to accomplish over at Boston Academy, is that they're just being annoying, poking, prodding, trying to show that they are focused over by the B zone, while Sensor just is hanging out over in the restaurant. He's got his feet kicked up. He's got his chicken tenders there, Brody, and he is going to capture the A zone single-handedly. Uncontested, keep in mind, because Millennium 7 wanted to make sure that they still maintain map control, but even after that 60 seconds came through, it still feels like Millennium 7 are struggling to find map control.
Yeah, they should know at least that Boston are pretty close towards this point. Again, they know, they see how close or how slow that tick was going. They know there was only 1 player capturing it, but over towards bedroom side, kills now being made in favor of Boston. See Pentagram in the middle of the map, just trying to zone some of these M7 players away. Can't get that done. It's back and forth now for Boston as they try to get the map control required to make their way over towards B. The second tick, I believe, is going to be through, so things okay for Boston here, but there's a couple more kills now starting to come through. Gwyn trying to get aggressive through that desk area. Not going to be able to take down Pentagram just yet. So Boston now have 90 seconds. They've got a lot of time to work with here to get that final tick.
Johnny's trying to make a play. He's already close towards double arches. Gonna be trying to watch this pinch, but might just be waiting for him assistance as Kremp is starting to take a look through the catwalk side. As well as Ivy Brody and all Boston Academy. You gotta get ease out from top bedroom. There's a big kill to come through. One more player is down low. It's gonna be Purge around the luggage staircase. Johnny commits towards the flank, can't come up with much of anything, so now all of the success has to be from the front. Kremp there for 2, has much more to do.
Yeah, it is still from the front, isn't it? It's Pentagram now for 1. Looking for the double around the help desk. Phantoms revealed as his head, and now that should be it. I don't think Wynn's going to be able to touch. It's the double coming through there towards the end. They were knocking at the door for so damn long. Boston send us to a round number 5, and I think they have the defense as well.
Well, ticks are all evened up, 9 apiece. M7 won the opening offense via segments, and each one of them had a single zone capture loss for offense. So it comes down to kills, Brody, and again, I am no mathematics expert. I'm not going to sit here and do addition live on stream, so.
Good.
It's some scary mathematics right there.
Offense
Terrifying.
For Boston.
Yeah, offense for Boston. They got outslayed ever so slightly. Remember that if it's not overall for segments, it goes immediately down to kills, so. Millennium 7 have just a little bit more slays. Boston Academy, I mean, hey, just do that again. Just go out there and just do it again. So they're going to go ahead and just get through Atrium, try to brute force away over by B yet again. Players trying to commit over towards the flank. Win Phantoms, though, shut it down in a 2v4 situation, more or less. There's just one player that's left alive. It's Pentagram. He's stuck behind info, and Phantoms will put him down. So back to the drawing board here for Boston Academy on their offense. And
that's a big difference, isn't it, from what we saw in that progression. Only really able to get a look, no more than that. He's now the closest player to do something about this. If you're M7, you'll be stunned up for the moment, now tagged up with a nade as well. Down a half HP for some of these engagements. Runs headfirst in towards Pentagram, who's attempting a flank to take him down there. Actually pretty important for map control, but again, those players not able to stop the point. That is a lot of investment coming out from M7 there.
Yeah, it's pretty expensive, isn't it, that you threw those 2 lives away, but at least if you are Millennium 7, while your 2 SMGs were trying to get back inside the A zone, I was going to say at least Purge, as well as Phantoms, they got themselves bedroom and top valet control, but Gwyn off the respawn stops the push from coming through immediately. So take a deep breath if you are Millennium 7, because that almost got out of hand if Gwyn doesn't find a 2 there.
And Boston still have control, though. Make no mistake here, they still have control of this area of the map. Gwyn is the only player that really could do something about it from the inside of the bedroom. Here he goes, Gwyn. Dead Silence now activated. Needs to make the play. Also needs to have some patience in doing so. Can't just go a little bit prematurely, but one player is on the point. Here we go. Gwyn, he's played it perfectly. Looking for the first. Sensor, able to take him down. Sensor still on the point. Will get the first to get progression through. What can he get past that point? Able to take one with him. Pentagram's still alive as well, so Boston not in a bad position.
Took him so long. Again, if you're Gwyn, you would love to be able to keep yourself for that bedroom control, but those curtains are absolutely wall bangable. Sensor aware of that, is able to get himself that first segment. 16 points up against 13. Presence here for Boston. They're pushing past info, but nobody's expecting Yeez to come out from statue. Watch that mid lane cut. We'll find yet another kill. So Presence over here on the zone, but it's just Kremp and Pentagram trying to find some stray kills. Pentagram stuck on the corner, just barely gets inside of couches to stay alive.
M7 very lucky that worked. Through the middle of the map, saves quite a lot of pressure there. Inside the point. Second tick does not go through, but now a couple more kills coming. Purge. What can he do down low? No Dead Silence, so it should be hurt here. He's being hunted down as well. You can tell Sensors having a look at it, but player stuck on the point. Purge, you've got to go. Purge flies out. You've got to touch the point. Indeed, he does. The stop is through. Purge for the double. Looking for more. He will not find it. And Boston get it done. 3 rounds in a row. A reverse sweep here in the control. Now up in the series.
A reverse sweep in the control, down 2-0. Yeez had himself an electric first 2 rounds, uses the cruise missile in that round 3 for the L. This is kind of the same shades of what we were talking about on the MC Hardpoint. I mean, Pentagram at one point, he was like double, triple negative. He finishes 23 and 26 just in the final hour of every single map. This guy, Pentagram, absolutely delivers the goods. That damage is not true. Don't worry about it. I can promise you Nate definitely dropped more than 569 damage. But Kremp was that guy, pal. I mean, 34 and 35. People say, well, he just barely went negative. Well, look at the amount of engagements that Kremp was finding across the map. It was those very influential 2 pieces on the first offense. That was round number 4. And then the continuation of that through round number 5. It's just, it always felt like that where Shawnee and Sensor were looking at was just to overwatch Kremp and Pentagram, hit those flanks, and find those timings. He started off hot. but he finished 35 and 33. Got shut down halfway through this control. The ARs of Boston Academy were just locking down these lanes and allowing their SMGs to absolutely fly and fry.
And these offensive pushes for Boston in those last few rounds, the last couple especially, Andy, just sublime. There's no other way to say it, right? I mean, talk about kind of how they started things off there in that ultimate round where they immediately get a B push to work for really the very first time in the control. And then to follow that up in round number 5 with just such a great, I guess, deconstruction of what the defense looked like for M7, even with players inside bedroom, was so good. It was so great to see from Boston Academy. I will say there was a couple of investments there from M7 towards the end. We noticed it right when they had the modern control off the first set of kills, where they maybe pushed a little bit too hard on towards A and gave away some lives unnecessarily, some map control unnecessarily. But in the end, it doesn't matter, man. It's Boston who were able to clutch on up in that one.
Some of the replay package again earlier on in the first 2 rounds is going to be a lot of yees. Again, goes 10 and 7 through the first round. To be fair, Kremp did as well. This is where things started to really make a giant turn. The difference for me, especially when those A zones were getting captured, Millennium 7, when they were investing to get themselves a couple of exits, Brody, they were getting gunned. Boston Academy on the other side, every single time that they were trying to play for those exits, they found kills, plus some extra map control to boot, that it felt like the Millennium 7 were always playing off their back foot. Defensively, specifically in the last 2 defenses itself, where Boston Academy found themselves that extra edge, that extra gear, if you will, and that extra gear is Pentagram. Again, just turns up in a massive way in these last 2 offensive rounds to really force Millennium 7 to be in a very awkward spot continuously.
And what a clutch for Boston Academy. And something we have to note as well, you know, we talk about Pentagram, like he had such a bad start to that one. He had like 6 kills within the first couple of rounds, really. And then as we get in towards those back 3 again, it's the exact same story that we saw in the hard point, right? Even though that one didn't go Boston's way ultimately, he still turns up in the back half of the game. Again, the SMG pressure for this Boston roster is so hot. And again, gotta say it, Pentagram has been such a good addition to this team. It's been really nice to see. Could then find, I guess, an ample replacement for Beans, because that has always been our big question, right, Andy? You know, what was this roster going to look like? Who do they pick up to try and fill what Beans was doing for this team? And when Pentagram was added, we were kind of asking questions like, you guys are adding an SMG player to replace Beans? Really? And, well, I don't think we're questioning it anymore.
It was more or less like the question is like, all right, Doug, who's been mostly an SMG his entire life, I say mostly, has only been an SMG his entire life. It was about making the change worth it, right? Picking up a second SMG to help out Kremp. Doug, making the role change over towards an AR rather than an SMG, being a lot more selfless for his team, not soaking up that dead silence. Doug's running the trophy as well. It allows Pentagram to work the map along with Kremp, and it allows, well, Shawnee and Sensor to work in tandem with one another as well. I mean, they're long-lost cousins after all, right? So the blood relatives, maybe? Regardless, this series can very much so end here. Boston Academy take a big swing map mode combination there in the hotel control. Over to Mercado Hardpoint we go. M7 had themselves a great map 1 where they won 250-212 on Embassy.
Yeah, and again, part of that, I guess, was down to the slow start that we saw from a couple of players on Boston Academy, namely Pentagram, really. So if he can have a blazing start towards this one, Boston Academy might be able to close this series out here. For the moment, though, fight's already going down over towards the Cantina hardpoint. They're fighting for that rotation. Pentagram currently sitting up top. Cantina, Gwyn just on the outside, putting some shots in towards Shawnee, and Gwyn will actually win that engagement, so Pentagram has a lot to do here. Gwyn doesn't expect him in position, but Pentagram's job is far from done. Swings wide out towards Purge and Phantoms, but the coverage should be good. Sensor and Kremp, they will clean up the Cantina, clean up the shop. And Boston Academy should be the first team to touch, but Yeez is just so annoying to deal with. He will come through, and again, it's this disruptive play that's just so frustrating.
Yeah, it is. They finally cleaned him up, though, so inside of P2 we will go. First look of a money hill in this Mercado map number 4. Kremp is 6-1, by the way. What an impressive first life he's been able to put together. And the second soon to follow has some decent shots out of Gwyn, cannot get the kill, but this is full Cantina control coming through from Boston Academy, and Millennium 7 are all coming onto the backside of the alleyway.
Kremp trying to fight through a double Kremp. Oh my goodness. 4 in a row for him. He's not going to find any more challenges towards the backside of this hard point, left to just soak up time on Cantina. So that back 15 will go their way. It's been a stellar start for Boston. How can they accentuate that towards the nuke? Sensor looking to find his way through. That doesn't help as Shawnee takes down his teammate with a nade. This will leave Shawnee all on his lonesome. Deservedly so, since you took out your teammate, buddy. M7 will take this grace period.
I mean, this is just a big moment for them. Again, if you're thinking for Millennium 7, if you cannot break inside P2, you have to set yourself up inside it for a 10 hardpoint. If you do not get a full 40 here, Boston Academy will break this up, and they will start running away with the first set.
Surely. You see him there on the X-ray. Saw that nade, was like, oh, I'm just going to back away here for the moment. Now finally get involved in the conversation. Here are Boston Academy. All sides is where they're trying to go, but it's a little bit disjointed. It's not synchronized in any way. Pentagram, of course, was tagged up by a nade there, so had to back away momentarily. Not ready for the gunfight against Gwyn. And Millennium 7, we said they needed to get control of this Silos hardpoint. They do exactly that. With 20 seconds left, we see the rotation.
That's the Mercado dance, isn't it, right? I mean, again, if you get about the majority of time over by P2, the opposite team needs to answer back in kind over by P3. 10 seconds still left to soak up. We go over towards the Barbershop Hill Foley, where Boston Academy have themselves a setup over by the half wall. Player number 3 is going to be Sensor, watching these players leave over by Small. He doubles down, takes both Yeez and Gwyn out from the occasion. Which means that Kremp can just push all the way up over by the forklift truck. Phantoms will find that trade, but Millennium 7 spawning out. Boston Academy with the early setup.
It's not exactly solid. Yeez is able to find his way through with a double. He's able to get 3 as well. Yeez! Oh my god, Yeez! Picks up 3. Almost single-handedly gets control of the hill. Yes, there's a couple more kills coming through from Gwyn to make sure no Boston Academy players are able to get close towards the hill, but Yeez is just that guy. And now he's got more to do. Make it 4. Number 5 on the docket. Can Kremp fall foul to Yeez as well? Kremp is being so cautious as he goes around this corner. Knows that Yeez is here. Yeez just doesn't care. That's 5 in a row for Yeez. He almost single-handedly holds that kill for M7.
Almost single-handedly breaks it as well, Brody, off of that 2-piece, and then just lays Prode inside of the barbershop. On a 5 spree, 11-6. Yeez continuing on with their antics of what we saw from the hotel control map number 3, but this time it is in Millennium 7's favor. 30 seconds is the lead. Pentagram, though, is able to take down Yeez, so no kill streak has been earned. Pentagram trying to build himself a couple of streaks himself. Over towards his courtyard hardpoint we will go. The second SMG now from Millennium 7 trying to poke and prod and find the openings to break this hardpoint early.
This is such a big rotation for Millennium 7. You can't lose this. If you're Boston, if you want a chance of winning this game, and already the kill's not going in your favor. Gwyn's starting to dance around this hard point as well on 4 in a row. Phantoms inside for the double. M7, they've got an iron grip over it. It's getting even worse as well. Every single timing for Boston is just not going their way, frankly. Gwyn puts the shots in towards center. Might well get overwhelmed here towards the back line. You would be best served to back away on 10 HP. Not ready for any more, and in doing so, not able to help Yeez in the moment. Finally, Gwyn goes down. Back 20 seconds here for Boston Academy. It's valuable time, but again, it enables M7 to focus on this rotation. You need some heroics from Kremp here on this one, and to be fair, Kremp has produced exactly that. Dances over towards Phantoms as well to try and take him out of the spawn, but the fight's not over yet.
Fight's not over yet at all. Millennium 7 fully understanding what we were mostly talking about in that map number 1. They have the leader's advantage. They can get themselves set up for the rotation. They don't mind getting broken up for just about 15, 20 seconds or so, because if you can keep trading 40s and 20s, well, that's a recipe for success, especially when you have this lead for Millennium 7. P6 to P7 is a fickle beast, but the way that Millennium 7 have themselves set up, again, it is calling for some heroics for a few of these Boston players.
Nicely done from Kremp, though. Just holding on. Kremp for 3, goodness me. We'll keep Boston Academy in control of the hardpoint for the moment here. Pentagram's going to be in for some time. Kremp just trying to fight the coverage, though. Over towards Gwyn on long. Doesn't have the bullets for the gunfight, so finally will go down. Valuable 20 seconds worth fighting for. Pentagram knows it. Let me get this one more look, but again, he's probably going to be outnumbered in this situation. Even Pentagram's not capable of that. So M7 get the back 20. Still a hard point between these two teams, and Boston will be the first to touch here on parking lot.
They do have that parking lot set up. The biggest issue is that Sensor is watching a flank that is just not going to be coming through. Millennium 7, though, understanding that it's going to be mostly through the back alley. Kremp doubles down. That's good information. Now you can shift your focus through the gates. Purge will find a double himself, but he is here by his lonesome. Needs some reinforcements to come through.
Spawns. Not good at all, is it, for Boston? It's 2 players now isolated inside, but Sensor and Kremp and Shawnee all win gunfights. Kremp from afar as well. He spawned all the way out, able to help his teammates just in time. And now Boston holding on. They've got a grip of this hard point. Kremp is once again piecing up. How many times are we going to see Kremp in this game go on a 3-piece, a 4-piece, a streak and a half, time and time again? And now inside, Shawnee trying to get the scrap time. He will be denied. Millennium 7 once again looking to put that distance between themselves and Boston in this game. But right now, Boston, they are riding off what Kremp is bringing to the table.
Well, to answer your question mathematically, I mean, out of 21 kills, that's at least 7 to 10 times that Kremp has been going on these 2 and 3 sprees alike. So Yeah, that is the heroics that we're going to be constantly calling for, and it's honestly picking up a lot of slack considering that Pentagram is 9 and 13, still has about a minute of hardpoint time, but so long as Kremp can keep slaying around the hardpoint itself, it should allow Boston Academy to maybe get a couple of setups in towards the second set we will go. And it's another 60 seconds at Millennium 7 lead over this Boston Academy's head in a respawn. Need an answer back from Boston Academy, still spawning out. Millennium 7 still fighting the trades.
Yeah, not a lot of time going M7's way. We will say that much at this point. Finally, Phantoms is going to jump in for a valuable 25 seconds or so. But, I mean, their job at the moment is to just try and zone Boston Academy away from P2. You can see just how their position is almost scared in a way, at least cautious. Boston, try and grab this back 15 seconds. And now going to get the regen. They've managed to push through as well. The coverage wasn't there towards the hedges side. Now, Millennium 7 going to have to back away. Going to find their way through towards the next rotation. Kremp in for one. Pentagram on his own here momentarily while the rest of his team make their way back off the respawn point, but down to 4 HP as Pentagram should be allowed the chance here to hit the regen. Now needs to fly out the window. Has two right below him. Pentagram will line them both up. Pentagram looking for 3. Does enough damage so that Kremp can pick up that fight. And Boston Academy, they have to fight for it, but they're in.
Pentagram keeping his life on that staircase, popping that silence pays dividends. Lost Kremp, like you were saying, to be able to pick up those kills. Pentagram now on a 4 spree. That silence has run out. He's stunned up. He needs to just stay inside of this hill. Problem is that assistance is upstairs and it's all the way on the outside. So Yeez takes down a teammate. Plus taking down Sensor, thinking that maybe he can get through the window. It's just not that easily. Now when Pentagram is starting to shoot back like this, now on a 6 spree, cruise missile has been earned.
This keeps happening. Towards the back half of games, Pentagram in the respawns just turns up. I don't get it. Finally, Pentagram is on the board. Recognizes that Grin's around the back line. Will be shut down at the back of that spree, but the cruise missile is in the back pocket. Now just 40 points or so, the difference between these two teams. M7 the first to touch over towards silos. Now Pentagram going to bring this streak straight down. This is a big call considering they are nowhere near this hill. They want to put it straight in, and the trophy system is going to stop it. That cruise missile is useless.
The information gets called. I mean, you should have known that Purge was inside of L like this, but maybe some miscommunication. Maybe he didn't see the ping coming through, at least on the cruise missile tablet, but yeah, a lot of question marks, but I mean, maybe you keep them all trapped, but the break needs to come through. 10 seconds are all Millennium 7 need, and trades are still coming through Pentagram. We'll get the last laugh. Boston Academy stay alive.
Yeah, they stay alive, but now you face that decision, don't you, with 20 seconds left? You know the rotation is crucial. Millennium 7 are like, right, well, we know we can hold this with one good push, one good wave of kills. And Kremp, who has been on fire for Boston Academy, can't get the first hit. This is going to be disjointed from Boston Academy. It has to be in this situation. We have to see these guys don the superhero capes and make these heroics happen. Shawnee can't get it done. Pentagram around the closed truck will be at least doubling up with Sensor for 1 kill, but then again, time going M7's way. Can Pentagram do anything about this? Players dying around him. Pentagram in for 1, predicts wrongly where the second is. Now Shawnee has to go inside. Will keep Boston alive.
Kremp is here for some assistance. It's going to be a pinch coming through from Millennium 7. 1 through the back alleyway. You got to expect this coming through. Shawnee's watching it. Has a trophy system to keep himself alive as well. Millennium 7 close spawns through the parking lot.
Kremp is going to exit. Phantoms will die in this situation. Now players coming from the closed truck looking for more. He's able to get 1. Gwyn for the double. And M7 will finish things off here. Boston, they almost made the resurgence look likely, but they just could not get it done. A rotation over towards the elephant room did not go in their favor. Oh, goodness me, we're going to game 5.
Going to a game 5, Brody, on Fortress Search and Destroy. But man, did Boston really give Millennium 7 a run for their money, specifically in the second set of hardpoints, because again, I felt like it was a continuation of what we got from that map number 1 on Embassy, that Millennium 7 had themselves, what, about like a 40 to 60 point lead. We started talking how Pentagram just turns things around again in the latter half of a respawn. Same thing happened in the hotel control map number 3. It just feels like that the early stages of these respawns, there's a certain amount of disjointment, if you will, for this Boston Academy roster just to work in tandem with one another. I mean, Kremp was dropping massive numbers. He was going on massive sprees. He was at some point where you and I were sitting here having a laugh over the amount of doubles and triples that this guy was bringing and piecing together. This Millennium 7 squad, as far as a fundamental team is concerned, are looking pretty damn good on hardpoint. They know when to rotate. Their setups are also stellar as well. Their ARs are always watching where they need to be, and it allows their SMGs of Quinn and Yeez just to play these ratty corners on Mercado and find some free kills on rotation.
It's just the early game, and it's the same thing as we said towards the first hard point, where Millennium 7 are just giving way too much room to breathe. They win way too many of the gunfights at Boston Academy. And like, it was from P3 onwards where Millennium 7 just really started to pull away. They got a couple of kills, able to transition from scrap into initial just time and time again. And again, it does really feel like we talk about the saying, and I don't want to rag on players because I don't think that's exactly fair given the way that Pentagram, Sensor, and Shawnee all turned up towards the back half. But Kremp was doing everything for the first half of that game. He was just going absolutely bananas. And M7 were just like, well, I mean, if we only have to deal with Kremp, this isn't really that problematic. And it's kind of, in a way, definitely what helped Millennium 7 get to this point in the game. And I also do have to question the streak usage on the penultimate rotation there. Again, I know that you're a lot smarter than I, Andy, so maybe you can come up with a good reason for it. Maybe they were just looking for information, but they weren't really in a position to capitalize on the streak. So it was kind of a bit of a question mark for me there.
I mean, would you call the cruise missile in that specific situation, if you can get the trophy systems out, which they should have already been in bottom 10 in the first place for M7, that's great. But the one question mark that I have is, was Perched even called out on the map itself? Because he gets away with the freest kill I've ever seen. And not being in a position to maybe capitalize off of the cruise missile, that mostly just comes down to the unfortunate timing. I mean, you know as well as I do, Brody, when you call in that cruise missile, you call in that streak, you have the option to either slow roll it down from the sky or hit the trigger and it immediately just bulldozes towards the ground. You did have about 5-7 seconds to play with there at the final moment if you are Boston Academy. That when Pentagram calls in the streak, he could have at least made sure that everybody stay trapped, the information gets conveyed while everybody encroaches towards 10. It's, again, some maybe growing pains, disjointment as far as hardpoint is concerned when they're going up against an equally slay-heavy team. That is Millennium 7. Take a look at these stats. Quinn had a great map number 4, 29 and 21, 3K damage flat, 3,300 damage from Kremp, 30 and 24. It's just what we expect out of Kremp at this point. I mean, this guy has just been electric for this roster for almost a whole year now.
Yeah, it's the Quinn versus Kremp show, isn't it, in the slaying department, at least for these two teams, respectively. Quinn just had a hell of a game there, as you say, at 29-21. And as you say, for Kremp, I mean, really, it's him. Even back when we were talking about kind of the players to watch when Boston Academy had their original formation of the roster, we were always talking about Beans, and for the most part as well, we were always talking about Kremp. Kremp is just that guy we expect to perform on list, and he absolutely does. But it is not enough to drag them through for a victory here on Mercado Hardpoint, as we're now going to a game number 5. It's Fortress for the Search and Destroy.
And this is M7's map pick for Fortress Search and Destroy. And the thing that really worries about, or what worries me about this map number 5 pick, is that Boston allowing this to come through, wanting to get rid of the LSU Search and Destroy is not a problem, but the last time that we saw Boston Academy play Fortress Search and Destroy was yesterday versus Anarchy. Cruz, Looters, as well as Gunsy. That entire roster was able to beat this Boston Academy squad on Fortress Search and Destroy 6-4. So to allow that map mode combination to come through, it looked weak yesterday, means that you better be ready to play it today. It's map 5. All cards are on the table, and honestly speaking, your tournament life is on the line through this map 5.
Yep, we got to see some clutch plays, man. The one thing I will say, though, with Boston Academy here in these clutch moments and map number 5, they've been so good at it, man. Again, I don't know exactly what the statistics look like for maps 5s for Boston Academy specifically, but they always seem to be able to pull them out of the hat. Whatever the reason, I'm not too sure. They always seem very good at this, and it's always because all 4 players in the roster seem to be able to turn up. Sensor specifically in Search and Destroy, like, this is his game mode. He's actually really good at Search and Destroy, and he's always able to turn up in those clutch moments, even earlier on Mercado Search and Destroy, even though statistically he didn't maybe have the best game. He didn't need to ultimately because his teammates were there. He was still the player, took up that free piece, I think it was in like round number 3 or 4 or something in the 2 versus 3 clutch alongside Shawnee, right? So he turns up when it's required, and that's the scary thing here, I think, when it comes down to Boston Academy in these game number 5s, is all 4 players have the ability to turn up and play extremely well. For Millennium 7, again, though, we saw some of the aggression early on Mercado Search and Destroy. I think that kind of needs to be where the focus lies for these guys. Just be annoying, send players on the offense through munitions, like, I guess, like Yeez, like Gwyn, right? Those are the guys that really are just so frustrating to deal with.
Yeah, when it comes down to Fortress Search and Destroy, it is mostly all centered around Art. inside of that building. If you can get an SMG in there, great. Defensively, if you can get an AR up top single or an SMG to expect that push inside of rails or backed up steps, that's fantastic. But it's mostly all considered around that building itself. As Boston's 4th Game 5 of the bracket, 3rd Game 5 in a row, have been looking pretty darn stellar as far as Game 5s are concerned, especially on broadcasts. Media focus for Boston Academy defensively. They're hitting the streets fast.
A bit of a weird strat coming out from Boston Academy, choosing not to play this one too passively. That's the right call, especially as first blood, has already been drawn. He's just in a bit of a weird spot as well. If he goes down top railings, that bomb will also be down. I don't think it will be long before Boston Academy choose to strike. There's just all the way through here. Finally, this bomb will now go down. He's choosing to plant it all that door side.
No exit kills either. I mean, Boston get control of the streets. They allowed the bomb to get planted. So now you just need to pinch on the opposite side. It's going to be a lot of 1v1s. Kremp 4 HP. Shawnee's there for the cleanup.
Oh, I love the way this Boston Academy are playing the retake win now for the 1v4. You never want to count him out. And technically speaking, the bomb is actually planted for him. So the coverage has to be there. And for Shawnee and Kremp, and well, it is. Kremp going to pick up that kill. Boston Academy get it done. And again, I don't think Millennium 7 expect such an audacious play to come out in round number 1.
Yeah, but again, I mean, round 1, no trophies, no dead silence. What's your best play looking like here? For Boston Academy defensively, they hit all the way through the street side through P1. And as the offensive team, you're never going to get in a position to be able to chow from that open archway quick enough that you can put a player over by dubsteps and maybe try to keep those players at bay. But Millennium 7 were mostly all focused for that art push that most teams defensively kind of favor, especially for round 1. So I saw a wrench being thrown into the system there for Boston Academy to be able to take that first defense. What are they going to look like on offense? They love this mid lane. It's being looked at, but Shawnee still finds first blood.
How have they been given this much room? Sensor just runs straight across. I don't think Millennium 7 are aware of it. I mean, it's a big sacrifice to make that run. You've lost all your players around you. Yet still, Kremp might be able to get some exit frags here. He is. Now, these Millennium 7 players, I was going to say they're stuck between both Kremp and Sensor, but now it is just the latter of the two. Has to pull off a 1 versus 2 here in this round. Patience. Oh my god, Sensor, he has the patience to make it work. The first is there versus Yeast, and now Gwyn is stuck. He's been stunned up. Sensor doesn't immediately go for the challenge, though. And they've completely flipped the dynamic. Gwyn has control of the site, but of course he can't just jump it. The Sensor could jump out at any time. And I think that's what Gwyn is playing for at the moment. Has he just seen him? I think he did. Has to go for the chase, and Sensor has played it perfectly. The time is on his side. Gonna get the kill as well. Sensor with a beautiful 1v2.
That was sick, right? Sickening, I should say, is that, again, Boston favored towards that mid lane. Sensor, he loses his 2 teammates after Shawnee finds first blood and just beelines towards the B site, gets that bomb planted. And when that information comes through for the defensive team, they're like, well, bomb planted over at B. And then Kremp finds a kill inside the open archway. He's just like, what the heck is happening? Now we're pinched in between these last 2 Boston players. And Sensor gets the heck out of dodge. Trigger discipline is exemplified to such a high degree. Finds those last 2 kills. Great utility usage as well. Sensor up on 3-0. 2-0 lead here for Boston.
And again, it's the exact same strategy from round number 1. Heavy over towards stable side. Shawnee draws the first blood. Once again, Millennium 7 need to have a better reaction this go around, and they're just not going to get it done. Going out towards the middle of the map will go down as Shawnee. Purge at least has traded out around the backline, but numbers still not in their favor. And oh my god, Boston are owning this map in the first 3 rounds.
They're just running at them from the streets lane. You have one player that's over there, but he's not in a position back bottom dub steps to stay alive. No stuns, no nades. We gotta stop these guys from getting streets control. It is just such a weird look as far as the defensive round is concerned for Boston, but they've done it twice now, like you talk about, Brody. Just straight sprint down the mid lane. Millennium 7, we're never expecting it. We'll have to see how the adaptations start to follow through because Boston win the first 3 rounds. Arc control immediately here for Boston in their offense. Millennium 7 playing this pretty darn standardized, but Purge is defending the B's site at the very least.
What? Sensor's just planting the bomb. He just doesn't care. Boston are just making plays that Millennium 7 are just like, they're so stupid, you don't expect them. Sensor gets the bomb down. And now the onus is on Millennium 7 to do something about this. They have no map control whatsoever. They have to brute force their way through munitions. And Boston, they're watching every single lane required. Pentagram takes down one. Yeez is looking in towards munitions, but you're not getting anything off the back of it. Kremp with a pistol. All right, it's bold. It doesn't work, but again, time not really on Millennium 7's side here. Pentagram for one, Center for the final.
Dude.
Did they buy the D to Fortress or something?
It's funny because, like, this is something with Boston Academy that we immediately started talking about when we saw them playing a lot of Embassy Search and Destroy at the beginning of the year as well. It's sensor antics, isn't it? I mean, he's not getting shot at. He's getting stunned, sure, but he's already mid-channel for that bomb plant. All right, well, let's all just bull rush towards his site. Sensor, get the bomb planted. If you can get out, great. But if you don't, at least we have a post-plan setup. This works so wonderfully as Millennium 7 just cannot stop them on Fortress from getting that quick bomb plant. It's just so weird. Easy up to find himself a kill. Phantom sitting on a breadstick. Kremp's going to pop that silence to start defensively again. It's not Streets control for Kremp's in your top boat.
And they double up for the kill. What is going on? Boston are perfect. Finally, a response. Purge in a position that Kremp doesn't expect. He'll pick up that kill. Might be able to double up as well if he gets Sensor, and he does. Nicely done from Purge. But 2 versus 2 he goes. Pentagram is going to get the trade. A reminder again that Boston Academy are on the defense. Pentagram just flies into the site. Again, I mean, they're 4-0 up. You can tell they're feeling themselves here now 1 versus 1.
He's got that silence, right? So I think that Yee's actually heard Shawnee rather than Pentagram in that moment of time. Just looks over towards closed instead. Bomb's going to get recovered here for Phantoms. It's an AR showdown between Phantoms and Shawnee. Shawnee is just going to play this position like he's guarding P5 with his life. Phantoms has so much to clear. He's running out of time to do it. Both have trophies as well.
Coverage from Shawnee. Doesn't have eyes on the site just yet, but the longer the Phantoms takes, the more likely is that Shawnee's going to check it. Shawnee's just going to choose to wait. Bomb goes down. Phantom's just going to stick on the stage. He's been spotted, and Shawnee will take him down. 5-0. Andy, these guys beat LAG Academy 6-0 in Search and Destroy. Surely not again.
Boston Academy and Map 5s. I don't know what's going
How?
on, man. It's, they just can't keep getting away with this, bro. They just can't keep getting away with this. There's still obviously 1 round of a buffer, but man, those are some defeated looks if you ask me on M7's side. Yee's struggling to be able to find more than just a single kill. Everybody from Boston are feeling themselves. Doug's getting cheesy, a little bit of cheeky as well. Round number 6. Shawnee is 7-2. And again, it's that focus over towards the mid lane. Yeast is pushed up over by Cannon. Purge finds first blood. It's a 1-for-1 trade, though. Yeast is still here.
Oh, Shawnee goes for the reload. Wrong time. Does actually recover from it just in time, but Yeez has still got the better of him in the gunfight. So now 3 versus 2. For the first time, I think, in this Search and Destroy, M7 have numbers, and it goes from bad to worse with Boston Academy. 1 round on the board. Okay. Might have caster cursed it. Sorry, Boston. No 6-0s here.
Everybody take a breath. Got a round on the board for M7. And again, it comes through because Boston, again, just think, well, it worked twice, so why not a 3rd time? Why don't we just go for that mid lane push? And this time around, it's Yeez that is pushed up over by Cannons defensively. Purge was overwatching it over by the open archway head glitch. Pretty standardized defensive answer, if you ask me, for Millennium 7. Could be the step in the right direction. Every round is a big one. Offense now for Millennium 7. 2-for-2 split. 2 players trying to make sure that Art stays in their control, but a teammate's not going to help out your affairs.
That's certainly not going to help as well, considering that M7 have to be the team to get the bomb down. So, going to have to pull a rabbit out of the hat here. I don't know if there are any left to pick up, and Pentagram just flies through towards bottom arc. Gwyn down. Purge. Phantoms. What do you got for us? A 2 versus 4. It would be bloody miraculous at this point. Purge is going to get this bomb down. Boston taking their time with it. I was expecting those arrows just immediately fly. Phantoms, what can he get done? Doesn't even get the first. It's a 1 versus 4 for Purge. 1 down. 2 down. Purge has them in different directions. You've got to hit this at the same time. You can shoot through the stage as well. Purge down. Boston Academy send another team home on a Cinderella losers bracket run. Boston still move on.
6-1 in the map number 5, a 2-3-5 map 5 win and finish for Boston Academy. We asked the question, they show up on Saturday, but can they deliver on a Sunday? How about a lower finals appearance for Boston Academy that looked to be in prime form? My goodness, I did not have this ending, not with the way that we saw some fight back coming through from M7, specifically from Purge in that search and destroy, but man, Boston just made M7 look absolutely silly through those 7 rounds of play on Fortress Search and Destroy. Their constant berating of the mid lane is just something you don't see all too often, even at every single level of Call of Duty that's being played on Fortress Search and Destroy. You rarely see a team find that much focus and success through the mid lane of Fortress Search and Destroy. Wonderfully done by Boston. Their day is far from over.
Yeah, I mean, I said it right. I didn't mean it in any negative way, by the way. I know people will take shots at me for saying, like, it was stupid. Because it is just so unexpected. Like, what they were doing in so many of those rounds, you just don't see it because it is just...
It's so easily countered. You can counter it so easy.
It doesn't work.
Yeah.
Insane. Just insane. I absolutely have to give props to Boston Academy, to the coaching staff, Magic. I mean, I understand why they call him Magic Mike now because, oh, goodness me, that guy's a magician. Coming out to play. Boston Academy again. I think really the key to victory, I think, as Anarchy learned apparently, is just don't let these guys go to game 5, right? Just because they're just so good at them.
They are pretty darn good at game 5s, Brody. Oh man, is that just the plot armor? You go to game 5 versus Boston Academy, they just win. Is that it? Is that the if and then statement for this entire day?
Yeah.
Championship Sunday at Challengers? I'm not too sure, man. Because, I mean, Shawnee had himself a great map 5. He's been just having a great Search and Destroy showcasing all year long, truly, for this Boston Academy roster. Here is the entire roadmap of how things unfolded. Our lower semifinals is a 2-3-5 affair. Went the distance in hotel control. That's where you got to see, really, the turn of the age of the story, really, for Boston Academy, is that their objective gameplay is just absolutely insane. They reverse sweep the control. A 6-1 in the Fortress Search and Destroy. Millennium 7, Miserations. A great weekend out from this team that just got put together, Brody. They unfortunately bow out of top 4.
I hope this Millennium 7 roster qualifies for Elite Season 3 because I don't want to wait till the next LAN event to see these guys again, man. It's been a real treat for sure again. It's kind of been a redemption arc for many of these players. I think especially for a player like Gwyn as well, who got picked up by the Seattle Surge, and there were a lot of questions I think about kind of like who he was because again, like, this is a team really, and especially for Gwyn, who'd only made that appearance on Aphelion at the very beginning of the season. I don't think those questions should be there anymore. That is Gwyn. That is what he's putting down for this roster. The rest of the team as well, Yeez, Purge, Phantoms, all of them just had a sensational event, and they should be extremely happy with top 4. Millennium 7, a force to be reckoned with. They go home in a pretty good, I think their heads held pretty high in 4th place. But on the flip side of the conversation now, Andy, Boston Academy, they go up against Team Notorious here in our lower bracket final. And I think the scary thing is, looking back towards that map set there, Boston Academy, like, they're going to game 5s, and I think a lot of it is because, and we said it, and I don't mean this in any rude way, like, they take a while to get the wheels spinning in their respawns. That, I think, is very apparent. Like, the reason they are maybe struggling in the respawns a little bit is because they take a while to actually get themselves moving. If they can sort that out, if they can actually just start out firing on all cylinders, I honestly don't know if this Boston Academy roster can be stopped.
It's tough. I mean, if you put yourself in that wheelhouse, right, it'd be really, really tough to stop Boston if they can somehow get their hard points going. Those mid-map adjustments, maybe a little bit sooner, Pentagram starts slaying out along with Kremp, then yeah, I think that this roster becomes a non-factor of how quickly they can win in either 4 or 3, but they're going up against what is technically EU's best this entire weekend so far, Boston Academy. They've already knocked down the first European best team that we had here. Why not just do it once again? Team Notorious looking to get even further along in this bracket. This has been their highest placing all year long. Why stop now?
I don't know where this losers bracket run is going to end. Perhaps the Europeans can get it done. Of course, Notorious looking for a bounce back after what was a pretty slow winners bracket final. Alan already said it, mate. They've got to get their guns warm, and they definitely need to when they're facing a force like Boston Academy. We'll have that lower bracket final right after a quick break. Get yourselves ready, folks. Get yourselves tucked in. It's going to be a banger.
Fun, Seared.
Welcome back to Dallas, Texas, in the Call of Duty Challengers OpTic Texas Open Lower Finals. Boston Academy going up against Team Notorious. And it's almost a tale of two teams at the moment, because Boston Academy has come with the same fire that they had from yesterday, maybe even a little more so, whereas Team Notorious showed up this morning, or did they? Hard to say after the winners finals was less than spectacular, particularly in the respawns. So lots to think about. I'm my whole chef with me. I got visions. Brother, early thoughts. Let me have them.
I mean, it's hard to put it into words what this Boston team's been able to do so far, man. I've been so impressed. I don't know if there's enough ice left for any of the other teams right now in the tournament. These guys have been so good at S&D. They get to map 5s. They are just smoking people, blowing them out of the water. We could very well see this Boston team in grand finals, and that is not something I would have ever even imagined putting on my bingo card.
We'll take a look at the roster again once more, as we just saw them a moment ago. This Boston Breach Academy team now officially have locked in their best overall placement since the team has put together the Academy roster. And out of 3 of the 4, this has been some of the best individual performances we've seen out of any of these guys in a long, long time. Whereas for Pentagram, of course, he was great during Cold War, in and out of some solid teams last year during Vanguard, but now he has been, I would say, the role that's been needed for this team, because Sensor now moving into that main AR style of role has allowed Pentagram and Kremp to really run forward as the double SMGs. Yeah, for sure. Pentagram's been the glue for this roster, I think, and somehow, some way, they've been able to put together just way more teamwork when you're watching the play. I think outside of the hard points, these guys have just been completely on point. You can see Sensor getting a lot more involved. He's had a lot of clutches on the day as well. So it just feels like the synergy, and they're finally coming together here. So it's been great watching these guys so far. On the other side of things for Team Notorious, they were looking at one point in time in Season 2 of the Challengers Elite as the best team, maybe in Challengers. But once again, the playoffs kind of eluded them. 2 straight top 6 finishes in Europe, top 12s at Majors. Of course, now in a much better position, finding themselves in the lower finals for a guaranteed at least top 3. But I think we were all let down a little bit by what we saw in the winners finals, Austin. Absolutely, man. They just came out flat, plain and simple. They did not come to play. Rocker just basically steamrolled over them. And, you know, outside of the S&D, really never felt like these guys were able to find themselves. And that is just such a big surprise because, you know, coming out of EU, we had such high expectations for this team. We were looking at how good they were doing. We were praising, you know, some of their Hydro hardpoint for being the best in the game. It just has not come to life here so far on the day. But good news is they've been warming up, I've been hearing. They got to watch over the last match as well. So maybe they can come out firing in this matchup here up against Boston. Have to have it. I mean, flat out. We saw Weemen take over kind of in map number 1. We saw moments from medals, but the full 4-man squad was absent in the winners final. So here's our map set going into the lower finals. Double dose of Hotel to start with the Fortress Control guaranteed as our first 3. And these are unique maps comparatively to what Notorious played in their first winners final series, except for the Hotel hardpoint, where they did lose 250 to 129, and it really wasn't even that close in a lot of ways. So have to have immediate bounce back here if you're Team Notorious. EU's last hope to try to fight a grand final. Otherwise, we could see Doug make the grands. And I'm sure everyone out there saying no Doug, no dub is going to have fun with that. Let's get it on, baby. I am amped. EU versus NA. Last hope for EU as well to try to get back up into that grand final. See if they're going to be able to do it. Eric, how about the start from him? He's already off to a nice one with 3, but Pentagram matches it, and if Pentagram starts hot, I would get worried. Yeah, I would absolutely be worried. I mean, he has really been a big X factor across the entirety of the tournament. Allows Kremp a little bit more freedom to kind of roam around the map as he likes to do. Johnny Sensor, your 2 ARs. Now looking to just try to stop the Notorious from making their play across the middle of the map, but Metals off the opening 3. Eric Boom is 4-2 as a starter, and this is already much better for Notorious as they get a little flip over towards the next side of the hard point. That was the big thing we were missing in the last series as well. Rotations just weren't really being there. No one was taking the routes, and no one was winning the important rotational gunfights. But now a chance to set yourself up for P2, as Eric was here, but he does get caught off guard. Kremp over the top, able to deal with 1. Couple more players, though, already in the back. Yeah, this is one of those moments where if you're Team Notorious, you need to use these positions to your advantage, but the kills turn up in favor of Boston. 2 for 1 go the trades, and Boston's in the hard point. Maple from the backside stairs, looking to mostly play anchor, waiting for his teammates to hit a bit of a pinch, little jump shots that will tag up Kremp, plus also get the information. But actually, Kremp still finds the kill on the Weeman mid-map. And with that, Boston are still in a position trying to hold this off the regen. Now Siggs has to make the call, but off the backside is Pentagram and Shawnee to once again keep things in favor of Boston Breach. Notorious try to hit their chandelier. No clean set of kills coming through for Notorious just yet. Pentagram still finessing his life quite well.
Maple up through mid, trying to get some shots in, but everything is shut down, and that is an incredible break for Boston, and well as a whole that ends up coming through. Going to set them up with a nice cushion. Rotation now in effect. Metal's doing a good job finding exits, but Kremp won't be able to get more than one.
And even though the middle of the map is locked down, there will not be a lot of intel here for Team Notorious on what's coming from the front. And Shawnee actually tried to just work his way in, tried to sneak his way towards Kitchen, but as he's shut down, now Notorious will have their first solid setup of the game. Has to have something here. You get 40-plus seconds, you start to kind of rebuild some confidence. Not only that, you also pretty much marginalize the early lead. And how about this from Maple? Nice long-range shots, both up towards Catwalk and deep towards the cars. Kremp trying to contest from the front, but no, shut down. Much better here for Team Notorious. Every kill goes their way.
Finally a good moment here for Team Notorious. Good control from the back. I mean, basically Maple shuts down everything, blocks at the spawns, and everything for the front just has not been successful. Pentagram trying to get angles in as he battles out against two different players, but maybe this play around the back could be successful. No! Red and shut down once again for Maple. 4 in a row for him.
Yeah, looking really solid for Maple. He's kind of taken a bit of a slower pace, I'll say. You know, I felt like a lot of the opening matchup versus ESG Rocker, he was trying to get involved and, like, force his way into the fights.
Yeah.
Not so much this time. And we've seen that a lot. Sensor's kind of taken that into his play style. I think most famously made by players like Dave Patty, who are very clinical in the gunfights that they want to take. And yeah, Maple's little tempo swap up here has allowed a lot of opportunities for Team Notorious to get their first lead. But on rotation to Bar, it's Boston Academy who win the kills, plus the follow-up. And that will mean that Bar goes green.
Oh, Pentagram does it all himself, comes in, gets the two-piece, and then finds the third. Eric is shut down in the back. Maple hasn't been a part of this play because he's working for that final kill. Will he be able to get it? No, Kremp able to actually find some long-range shots, and he'll work for the third. In the blender now is Team Notorious as they're struggling to get out of bedroom.
It's just one of those things that if you're not going to double chow Kremp, don't chow him at all, especially on corners like that where he can just keep finessing the mid-levels of those headies. So 20 seconds left in the hard point. Notorious are going to have to hit this and break it from the front. But if things get out of hand, you may actually lose a bit of rotational help here, and that's exactly what's happened. Clean gunfight wins from inside the hard point for Boston. They'll get all of the scrap time, grow their lead back to nearly 40-plus points, and have a chance to try to stretch the map as we open up over towards the restaurant.
Johnny making moves already to the back. Kremp again. I mean, this guy always finds the impactful rotational kills. He's got a lot more work to do, and he's going to have to get a read inside of Kitchen. Checks the wrong corner. We should be traded here. Johnny just barely comes out with a gunfight. Meanwhile, Eric is also finding some good plays, hitting around connector. The hold's good so far. 15 seconds secured.
Have to have more than that, though, just to give us some sort of confidence that these setups are going to be a little bit more resilient. Second attempt for Boston. Get in for a little bit of a contest. Largely, the play now has to exist through Ruggs, and V-Man shuts it down. A little small pinch from him. And Team Notorious will use that as a chance to actually get away with a little bit of murder here. I mean, they're going to get 28 seconds of scrap time because Boston have to play for rotation, spawning on the wrong side of the map.
Bram not going to read on that. He's still, though, I like to see it from Boston, just trying to make some cross-map moves. Just Metal's in a good spot. Collects two. And that should once again lock in the rotation. I will say, Team Notorious in the back half of these sets have been a lot better at getting to the hill first and then starting to hold and lock in some time. We got ourselves just about a tie game as Sigs will find a couple more at the old hill. And now we take a look at the new one in control here for Team Notorious early.
Okay, opportunity here. Really start to grow your first major lead on the day if you're Team Notorious, and the kills are continuing to come through. Haven't seen a kill from Boston in quite some time as we exited away from the restaurant. And then through Bar, now here to Roofs. Shawnee finally breaks up what has been a Notorious dominated kill feed. Pentagram to follow. Eric boom up top. How about that? Good patience again from the kid. Now on 6 in a row. Cruise missile at the ready. Weeman on 4 trying to contest in the back, but it's Sensor State that deals with him. And at the same moment, the break from the front is good. 20 seconds of scrap time unless Metals can pick apart ahead, but he's guessed incorrectly on where exactly the contestant of Kremp is, and as he watches his hard scope dangle, it'll be Boston right back through as they're able to get a little bit of the scrap time.
Slaying starting to take over a little bit for Team Notorious. The ARs just have not really been able to get it going. Shawnee and Sensor both struggling a little bit. It's really just been led by the subs, breaking into hills, finding some scrappy kills in and around the point to secure time. Other than that, the AR is going to have to get going, and Pentagram says, well, maybe I'll have to do it myself. Back in hand, looking for some kills, but won't come his way as Sensor able to beat down one, but doesn't get the full kill in the second.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things that you're starting to see. I think just a little bit of a tempo shift here for Team Notorious. Let's just make sure we're not forcing anything, put ourselves in good positions, and then trust that we're going to be able to overwhelm with some good gunfights. And that has absolutely been kind of responded to when you've got Maple at 12-9, Weeman's 15-16, finding a lot of engagements. And like you mentioned on the other side, 10-15 from Sensor and 8-16 from Shawnee. The ARs just have not been as much of a part of the picture as we've seen up until this point for Boston in this long lower bracket run.
Problems going to need them to really step up because Team Notorious really starting to pick up the momentum. Huge kill here on rotation. Kremp, good for it again. Still finding an impact here for Boston. They're going to need a lot more of that here on this hold. It locked in probably about 40 seconds. Last P2. We'll see if that happens again. Starting to work down through Chandelier. Sensor, a lot to deal with out in front of him.
All he has to do, though, is just stay alive back here. His trophy's in a good spot. Going to stop any nades from coming through. And actually, yeah, he definitely catches a little angle of Siggs through the window, so he knows he's going to get a challenger here soon. But as Notorious contests the hard point, Siggs is just not giving him the gunfight. And as it's cleaned up, now Sensor can make his play. Trying to stop any further rotations. It's Weeman nearby over towards the top side of shops, and he gets caught throwing a trophy down. So, yeah, you get taken down, but you do transmit information that Team Notorious are coming quickly through Chandelier, which Kremp is ready for on 4, but can do nothing more than that. Pinstripe goes to kill feed. Contest goes to hardpoint. And for Boston, they do lose spawns in the process. 25 seconds still to fight for.
Yeah, I think you're not going to be too mad about that. It's going to at least allow you to rotate first. It is a lot of time to give over, but there's a chance to at least lock in a full 60 at kitchen. This time going to have to be a lot cleaner. Pentagram doesn't maybe want to stand out in restaurant and zone. Almost actually gets caught. Thank goodness he doesn't. He would have spawned old. Numbers would have went the way of Notorious, but they're going the way of Notorious either way. It's a bit of a 2v4 that's coming through the front, and they're looking to break in.
Well, they got to go quick, though, because Shawnee's quickly on the pinch. You still have good subs from the front. Shawnee gets one. Pentagram just finessing, getting some damage done. But how about it? Notorious still alive in the hard point. 1v1 for the initial time. Kremp versus Metals. And Metals is tagged. Kremp feels like he could get the elimination and will it, and then turns and finds Weeman. How about that for Kremp? 2 in a row. Still a contest coming through. It's Eric inside the hard point, and he gets a double of his own. Back and forth we go. Tug of war for the initial time, and finally, Boston will start to stabilize.
Wow, you had to stabilize there if you're Boston. That could be a huge moment throughout this map on Hotel. Good read in the back now from Pentagram as he's starting to find the flow. Double hit, though, inside of Connector from the side. Just trying to rush in there. Not going to happen. Shut down once again. Boston going to get back in control of the game.
If they can find a way to get a setup here, things could get a little wild. Kremp in the back, tagged up. Weeman thinks he can get the easy kill and will be able to confirm with the quick trade from Shawnee. Still allows Boston a chance to try to play for this early time again. Scrappy battles for the first 30 seconds of these hard points. Shawnee, a godheady if you've ever seen one. 5 in a row for Shawnee. Help coming around the back, but it's Weeman who neutralizes the play through mid, so now it's just on towards Sensor. Doesn't have a fast enough in his back pocket, but the stuns come through. The double chow is there, and finally Notorious lock him down, and with that also go the first 15 seconds.
They push out the back. They got control. Now they just have to worry about the front. Boston Academy need to find a break. Lots of time to collect here if you're Team Notorious. And Shawnee, he's certainly been able to heat up quite a bit after that 5 spree, but won't find Maple, who actually gets onto the 4 spree himself. Siggs there gets the triple up top for the multi-kill, and Team Notorious looking solid for what could be the back 20 as well.
Yeah, and this would be at a very important 20 to put this game largely out of reach, and it would force Boston Academy to kind of have to do what they did last series versus M7, find some late-game heroics. But the break does come through. 10 seconds to scrap, and Boston are going to win the rotation to new, pending, of course, they could get through Metals. Team Notorious are still spawning old. And yeah, they do eventually track down Metals. Sensor with the Vaznev gets an opening kill, or I guess I should say an exit kill, on the final moments of our previous hardpoint. So now in rotation, Boston are here with numbers, and they get past the 200-point threshold.
Not easy to break this setup. Gonna take some tough gunfights, or maybe a streak from Eric. That's gonna blow it open. Only one up now is Kremp. And he's gonna have so many players to deal with. It doesn't even get a look at the first. Timing a bit unfortunate there for him. Team Notorious now 10 seconds away from the win. Boston got a break.
Just the timing of these battles over towards Ruggs are just not going the way of Boston Academy. Weeman locking down one side. His teammates watching the opposite cross. You've got to find a way in. 246 to 204, and the shots are not landed. Team Notorious have finally shown up on the day. They take map number 1 in a tight affair.
Whoa, that is a huge map here for these guys, especially if you were watching over that winner's final. Team Notorious just a little bit slow to start here. It was looking maybe like a similar story, but then they lock down Kitchen. They start to get back into that groove. We see a couple of highlight plays come through, and everyone getting involved. A much better game as well from Maple. We really talked about it during that map. He slowed down a lot. The least deaths here in the lobby by a lot, and you could really see him, I think, just lock things down in the back and let Boston come into him while he's set up.
I love that, too, because here's the thing. Like, I'm not trying to sit here and say that Team Notorious were playing, wild in their first matchup versus Rocker. I think the biggest thing about it was ESG Rocker were not allowing Team Notorious to play at this speed. They forced them to play their quick tempo respawns, and Team Notorious were not ready to play at that level this morning. Boston's going to give you the chance to play at your tempo because they're looking for the same thing. Sensor's looking to kind of get a setup. Shawnee's kind of the same way. You don't expect that either of them, as ARs, are going to be kind of looking to force engagements into 2v2s, 2v3s, things like that. They want all 4 members around them. So Team Notorious, if they can find a way to get a little bit of breathing room, get a setup, and even if the first 30 seconds of a hard point is back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, at least they're not getting beat, and I mean beat, on rotation. So that is, I think, a really good indication as far as what Team Notorious are going to be able to find success with in this matchup compared to what we saw earlier today in the Winners Finals.
Yeah, absolutely. That's kind of one of the big keys, without a doubt. Man, oh man. Crazy map. A lot of 3 pieces throughout this one, too. There's just so many highlight plays. Eric also finding just so much more value on the time. We weren't really seeing that at all, but he put together a hell of a good amount of multi-kills here throughout the map. Crazy stuff coming on through, and it's also a good start for Pentagram. That's what I was going to kind of set up before we got into the map, but Pentagram has started slow in a lot of the respawns, and he actually started off with that crazy 3-piece we saw in the best play of the game, and I was thinking, oh no, if Boston have one of their star players starting well compared to just bringing it back late, maybe we get a different Boston here in the respawns, but not to be, not the case. However, they are moving over to their bread and butter here next.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, when we talked about Boston's playoff run in Season 1, it was all 2-3-5s. I mean, they didn't win any hard points at all. It felt like during that Season 1 playoff run they put together. And that seems kind of like what would need to happen in potentially this series, if not also if they find themselves in the grand finals. Of course, that's, maybe counting your chickens before they hatch a touch here. But, the thing that's kind of inspiring about what Boston's doing here is against M7, sure, they didn't win a hard point, but they were fighting. And a lot of those came in late second comebacks, nearly. Same kind of situation here. So, they're contesting. It just comes down to those first 3-4 hard points. Like, they're just on the back foot, just a touch. And I think it's just them trying to feel out how the game is going to go instead of necessarily them coming out and saying, this is our brand of COD, deal with it. So maybe there is something to kind of learn from that, especially as we consider what the series set looks like if we eventually get to Mercado. But let's not bite off more than we could chew. We stay with Hotel. We go to a search and destroy, and we know Boston has been unbelievable in search, although we have not seen them necessarily execute that on this particular map.
That's fair. We haven't seen them on this map, but overall, I think the way that they've been able to set up a lot of their initial play calls, it feels like they have really banged them out, behind the scenes coming into a tournament like this. They look really polished, really, really fresh when it comes down to even throwing in some unpredictable plays. I feel like led by Kremp, I think, at the charge of it. But the other factor that I think we've seen is it's just this ability to clutch up, man. Like 1v2s, 1v3s, like it does not matter. These guys just always seem to find a way to just get themselves back into a round. The biggest thing is playing with numbers here for Team Notorious. Do not let these guys catch fire. Do not let these guys pull off these 1v situations.
And I'm really curious here for Team Notorious after the only map they won was the Search and Destroy Nello Silo versus Rocker with no real sniper rifle gameplay except for maybe 2 rounds or so from Sigs. Do they try to use that here as a difference maker in this Search and Destroy? Pentagram, Cramp on the offense, looking to try to see things over towards B, and a little exchange of stuns will come through, but look how quick the defense has to move to try to deal with this. It'll be a 2-2 split and stack while Sensor takes the bomb up mid.
I like this. Just a little bit of a off angle from Weeman, watching over mid and can reinforce B if needed. Sensor gonna make his way back over to A, and they are still very split. This is where the bomb has been actually taken, but they're going to lose Kremp now on that cross. He was looking to try to get into bedroom, but Weeman's going to shut it down.
That looked very Aphelion-esque, didn't it? Trying to get someone up top in towards top catwalk, but I don't know if Kremp had an AR or not. Doesn't make a difference. It's now a 4v3, and the bomb has to now move over towards A, in which I believe Maple does have the scope over the top of this angle. Yeah, he sure does. There's the shot. Oh, I thought he was taking that over towards Pentagram on the cross. And maybe he still did. Eric follows up. Second kill comes through on this exchange. It's just Pentagram last one left alive. It would be a 1v4. No bomb. Not a lot of time. And Sigs, that's another tag?
Yeah.
Did he get 2 hit markers in this round plus a kill? Because I'd be willing to wager that was the case in that initial cross.
It looked like it. I mean, he's definitely connecting, hitting his shots. That's good news here for them. Man, What an insane round here right off the break. I mean, also, like, no one really falls, you know, for Boston's kind of cross-map strategy, right? Like, no one moves, no one gets picked. It's that initial peek that kind of comes through. I believe it was from Metals there, just moving through Freezer. He just gets a look at one player laying down and just backs up, holds, and Weeman then just adjusts his position to watch over mid. And again, to reinforce B in case that hit does flood into B. So very nicely done, playing the numbers really well. And again, we saw some good things at a Team Notorious a little bit earlier in their search.
And that may be different if Metals connects with more than just sensor on that stun that he throws. Like, if he actually gets a connection with a couple of players, then maybe Weeman has to actually give it that angle at mid to play inside the site. But, yeah, the way things unfolded was very back and forth. Look at these deep nades from Boston's defense. It actually hits Sigs out a lot, but as they try to cross in towards the bomb site, things don't quite go their way. How much of Eric Boom do you want to see? Okay, that's not the sniper rifle kill I thought we were going to get, but not upset to see it. Eric stuck mid-map. Pentagram has to get this kill. Oh, look at Eric. He's just out, dude. Oh, my goodness. He is slippery, but finally the shots connect. And Kremp also in the same breath gets a pistol kill on a Metal. So now the bomb is down, and Sigs is the last one left for a 1v2.
1v2. It was a very fast round. I want to say it was a 2v4 there initially as all the trades came through. So a round you thought would go the way of Team Notorious after shutting down that aggressive push here defensively. But Kremp caught off guard. Maple catches him slipping. And now turns it into a 1 versus 1. Still has to go and get that bomb. Won't have Deddy, but he's got 20 seconds left.
And you have to think if you're Pentagram, you should know that the bomb is somewhere in the middle of the map after all those engagements came through. But Sigs does get the collection for free, and he's your trophy player, so no dead silence. And Pentagram will have the time to say, okay, not going to be. Cut through archway, looking for the long cross, and he catches Sigs, but all the shots aren't there. Stun follows up. Sigs will be caught in place. No regen off of that either. Semtex to follow. Oh, but Sigs gets the angle he wants. So now dead silence for Pentagram. He knows he has to make the play back through luggage. And Sigs, as he expected, oh, he gets the pistol out. And wait, he gets another hit marker.
Oh, my God. He gets another hit marker. Are you kidding me?
Yikes.
Oh, that is just... Oh, man, that is just unfortunate. Like, there's so many kills that Maple should have. I mean, it feels like he should almost just have a cruise missile, right? Like, he was 3-0 before that.
Yeah, three hit markers on that.
Yeah, like, he literally could have had a cruise missile, man. And it's a fast reaction. Pentagram, I guess, jumps up, so it hits the lower part of the body. But, yeah, that's just frustrating there for Maple.
Wow. I mean, it's 2 for sure. Likely 3, though. Man. Feels bad, man. Sometimes that's the way it be. So a round for Boston that, like you mentioned, I think it got to a point where, yeah, it was either a 4v2 or a very quick 2v3. Boston survived through it. Now on the next offense, after that little finesse play over towards B, they're going to hard stack in towards mid. Sig still looking to snipe backside luggage. Eric Weeman double stacked with ARs through mid, and this has just been completely cut down. Kremp does force the defense to move that kill onto Sigs. The problem about this is the bomb is down, and you've got Metals already clearing all of B and then some.
I think Maple just got another hit marker on Kremp. He was like 9 HP, and I'm not even capping. That's all right. Tough scenes, man. Just can't finish these kills, but that one I thought was going to come through. Shiny just kind of gives himself the open angle here and does have to just run away and hide behind the desk and might get an angle at Eric. No, taken out from behind, and now Kremp, well, he's caught in a difficult spot here with the Vaznev.
Yeah, double stack right here. He does see Metals. That sound's about to be charged up. Bursts the doors. Trying to see maybe if you can bait out a sound cue, but the defense is happy to stay where they are. Stuns out. Kremp. What? That was the fastest wallbang kill I have ever seen in my life.
Rapid fire
now,
that thing?
Maybe. Now he's got Weeman in the cross corner. Oh, he gets a good look at him, but Weeman up top. Not going to miss a shot. Notorious bounce back.
Well, the good news for Maple is that it feels like he's connecting on a lot of shots, but his teammates are still closing out the rounds, right? If you're losing those said rounds, then I think it starts to really affect you mentally. I know it would certainly affect me mentally. I'd be like, he's one shot again, another shot.
Again.
You're just calling it out. Yeah, you're just saying it. Yeah, he's won again. Like, you're just not finishing them, but his teammates are at least getting the rounds here. So Team Notorious still very much in control, up in round count 2-1. And Boston, Johnny and Sensor, struggling through that map one, still struggling here so far in the S&D.
I think a lot of that is they're just having a hard time finding a place to work with Sigs connecting on a lot of these shots. How do you get your AR set up when you have a sniper rifle that's just not missing? Hit for Team Notorious largely through mid. Johnny and Sensor are double stacked kind of close towards couches and that mid-glass area. And Boston will not have a ton of intel towards A, but if they've read not a lot of nades have been tossed on the A side of the map, this stack on B may actually catch Team Notorious by surprise.
It's an interesting setup, though.
Yeah.
The Boston are playing it. Kind of like this weird stack inside a freezer, so if the stun comes through to check Pentagram, you'd have support, but now they start to make the call to rotate over. They got a player up top in that catwalk position. We saw the last time it be cut down on the opposite end from Weeman. See if maybe you can make a play across and try to get into bedroom.
Yeah, this round all comes down to Sensor. If he gets quick sniped on this cross by Sigs, round's pretty much over. And he just barely doesn't see the bomb being planted. That is tough. Now he sees the exit. So at least some information is there. And Notorious technically do not know that Sensor is here. So if they can pull the attention over towards this play through mid, maybe there's a chance Sensor can sneak on, but he also doesn't see anything. So now the time becomes a little bit of an issue here, and Sigs, well, that one he's not going to hit marker.
No.
20 seconds on the clock, 3v2. Looking good for Notorious, pending, of course, they can just find at least one more pick, and Kremp down low will give himself away. Oh my God!
Okay.
One more? No. Doesn't matter.
Wanted it, though. Had a look. Almost a chance to get a third, and look at the smiles there. That's something we were not seeing earlier, that's for sure. Eric letting out some big laughs there, starting to maybe find the vibes again. Is this Team Notorious squad as everyone amped up and putting together some very, very nice rounds at the moment here, man. Working the picks, getting some good rotations in. Eric with the stretch plant. Sensor could never really get involved, and I think Maple at the back even did a little double take when Sensor was working up the stairs trying to look for Eric. Is that my teammate, or is that Sensor? Takes the shot. Finds it, still yet to get involved here. And 3-1 the tally now for Team Notorious.
And I think the call for Boston needs to be get a feel, push off, well, Sigs isn't sniping this round, but push off the sniper, get a quick plant. Let these ARs watch a lane for once. But the thing about this round is that it's very defensively different. It's an aggressive play coming in through Kitchen. But the bomb is also getting planted in the same moment. Kremp, if he can just get one, that's fine, but Metals blows him away. And so now the post plant once again will be stressed. I mean, Shawnee and Sensor both have to watch the flank. Shawnee getting one. Does Sensor expect the second from behind? Sure does. Shots are decent. Metals pushed off. And the focus now has to go back to Pentagram, who's going to be the only defensive member left kind of watching over this bomb site. And as he gets taken down, now it has to be up to Sensor to find a kill.
18 seconds. Sensor has to try to pick him off the bomb. Sig's going to stick it. Does Metals get a read on this mid play? I don't think he's got an angle. And yeah, there it is. Sensor just doesn't move. Thinks maybe he has eyes on bomb. Not sure, but they just stick to the fuse.
Yeah, I will say there's two conversations points here. The first is I love the idea from Boston. You're essentially playing for post plant, get the bomb down quick, have a chance for one of your airs to watch the mid cross. That's what's supposed to happen in theory while the other watches the flank. But the problem is it was a double-handed flank to where two players for Team Notorious are pushing through. So now all of a sudden that AR that's supposed to watch mid is no longer there because you have to worry about arches and you have to worry about shops. So Pentagram's now on an island by himself. And he does well to get one, but in the end, it's just not a position where the ARs can really help out on how that post plant was supposed to go. So Notorious have the responses in the reads. And now you're getting a little bit of aggression here. Sensor going to run forward with Pentagram. Metal's in a little bit of trouble, and finally Sensor gets on the board, although the trade will still allow a 3v3.
This is such an interesting defensive setup. Nobody goes B off the break for Boston. Everybody comes over to bedroom, and they still actually lose out on a lot of the trades. It's numbers here for Team Notorious, 3 versus 2. Bomb should be retrieved no problem here momentarily, and it is. And they have options to go over to A, and they still don't have to force anything. They got 50 seconds.
Yeah, but if Kremp can hit a shot, boom, there you go. No worries. Now the bomb is down, and it's just down to what can Weeman do with Eric, and as Shawnee drops ladder, there's a Notorious member to meet him. Wow. Okay, so this really is going to feel bad, I think, because Boston are trying some really cool stuff. It's just they're running them in rounds where Notorious have the perfect answer for them just off the break. Like, it is almost the definition of saying these are being blind counters from Notorious's favor. So the reads they're getting off these opening 4v4s have been solid. But in the end, it's just the game plan has been just better for Team Notorious, just in the face of what Boston's trying to do.
Better tradable positions as well. It feels like almost every single time Team Notorious drops, like somebody's getting that trade. Like, it's always been numbers here. Just about. 5-1 up. Boston Academy, this has been their best game mode. I think 24-6 on the round count. As Sigs brings the scope over to the kitchen. Pentagram will end up dropping one of the key players here. You don't want to lose. Bomb is over by A. They do have a chance at least for a plant.
And if Shawnee could get up top into bedroom here with a little bit more vacancy, there's a chance that you can actually hold this post plant from mid and the defensive side, especially as Kremp continues to get kills towards Catwalk. That'll make Weeman reconsider exactly how he wants to play. But once more, Weeman down low is going to actually clear that no one's on the A site. So even though you've got two members kind of on top of one another, I think Weeman's going to have the intel here that no one's on the A site. So the defense now feels maybe a little bit more comfortable in this little 1-1-1 stretch.
They are going to commit back to A. It's still defensive numbers by B right now for Team Notorious. So Weeman's going to have to be the guy to stop this plant or at least get the exit and try to play his life. Shawnee, though, onto him. Shots come through the wall. They predict it. Wow, what a prediction there from Shawnee. And now losing Weeman really going to hurt the setup. Bomb will go down.
I mean, you got to think that Sigs is still alive, so he may have moved his sniper rifle over to watch those doorways, so why not pre-fire it? It works out well, but the post plant for Boston comes back towards their side, 2v2. Metals, the most recent elimination, was coming through mid-map. Sigs up top. Sensor will see the glint of the scope. I don't know if he's actually seen Metals.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness. That is such a fast kill. Oh, my. For a moment there, it felt like that kill may have also gone the way of Sigs, but Kreb stays away. 1v1 now with Metals. Kreb trying to keep this team in over the top. No, not going to happen. Team Notorious. Plenty of time for the defuse. They will go up in the series 2-0 with a 6-1 win here in the Surge.
Man, I think Kremp thinks that stun actually connects maybe on the bomb. Maybe it goes a little farther than he thinks and wants to run in there. Doesn't get eyes on Metals, who just lays down behind that desk, catches them off guard. But either way, man, you're just loving what you're seeing right now here from the boys. Again, the smiles coming on out. Feeling really good about a 6-1 victory, especially after this being the game mode here for Boston, especially this entire day, man. To beat them on this, that is just gigantic, and it's got to feel great.
Yeah, for sure. And interestingly enough, none of the players even got out of their chairs right then. It looks like everyone's locked in and wants to keep this thing on rolling. So, yeah, big game from Sigs. 10-5 with about 18 hit markers.
Yeah, should have been 15-5.
Yeah, for real. And on the other side is just, the problem that we see. And, we saw this at the beginning of the year when we talked about players like Beans. When you have a sniper rifle that can completely take over a map and hotel, your ARs on the other side are just always stressed. You have to just hold one-dimensional angles, really safe, hard-scoped angles, too, for the most part. And with Sig's ability to also take quick scopes really quickly, it feels like the ARs are just never part of it. So, it's tough to see 2-7 and 2-6, but you can only fault those two players and Shawnee and Sensor so much when Sigs is doing stuff like that.
For sure. You can't blame them a ton, man. You just don't want to peek up, don't want to give him free picks, and it just leaves a lot more of the map open. So a much different story here for Team Notorious, man. We were posing the question, are they going to fall flat? Will they be able to get it going? Well, they certainly get it going here versus, a very hot Boston coming off of a lot of map 5 wins through this lower run. But a fortress control, not exactly the map mode that you'll want here for Boston to start to make this reverse sweep come together. I mean, a lot's going to have to come through here for them in the control.
It's a coin flip map, right? Like, we do see, again, at this level, more offenses coming out, but largely speaking, the map is a bit of a coin flip. You're hoping for some things here or there to go your way. Maybe it turns into opportunities. We did watch, I think, Boston play this map versus LAG Academy. Yeah, they did. It was a fortress control there, and they had a couple of looks on the offensive side, but LAG Academy, we jumped into that map a little bit late. They had won their first offense. So when that happens, you're in a position where you have to win not just one of your own, but likely get a lot of progress done on your second offense to ensure that round 5 defense comes your way. So maybe some things learned about that, because when we did tune in, there were some good moments from Kremp and Pentagram getting into bottom art, making problems happen. It's just Boston could not quite get over the hurdle of finalizing those offensive successes into a full round.
Yeah, that's really the big problem, right? Just not really having, some of those good breakoffs. And actually, I think in the round 5, Kremp had like a crazy 6 spree, and we were almost thinking Boston might be able to make something happen, right? They had a good stack on A. They even got some presence over to B, but they could never put together a full zone. And I mean, that's the difficulty, because you're not just fighting like that first wave. It's like you need a great breakoff, and then you got to fight 2 or 3 more waves, and hopefully you have members on the zone still to stack. It's just a long laundry list that sometimes just feels like it gets longer and longer every time you come into a fortress control. But unfortunately, that is what's required, right? Someone just basically has to just go off. Like it's not an analysis that you want to say, but it's like the required analysis that you need. Like,
Yeah,
someone just got to go off.
I think you're absolutely right. So it's tough, I think, overall. But it is, again, like you mentioned, just one of those things that it is the way it is. It's the way the map plays.
Sure.
It doesn't have a lot of forgiveness in it. Unless you're on the defensive side, in which case you have typically a lot of forgiveness. But from the offensive side, which is, of course, usually the perspective we always take, it's the most difficult map of control we've ever seen in the history of control. Flat out. That's all I got.
There you go. Yeah, the only thing you can compare is Checkmate, right? But even like Checkmate, like teams that are starting to get a better idea as we got to the end of the year.
And we never really got any, like, major spawn traps on Checkmate. Like, lanes were locked, but you at least had a chance to get to the middle of the map every now and again. It's just the way that zone works. So we'll stay with it, though. I just saw the last Notorious member, I think, come back into their seats. So I think we should be starting here hopefully pretty soon. So we'll keep it with it. But the thing about this is now we have to kind of frame up this series in the perspective of how does Boston reverse sweep. And I will say, you know, you've got the Fortress Control, which, again, we mentioned some of the positives that we've seen. We have a Mercado hardpoint afterwards, which we did see them play and win versus LAG Academy with a hot start, mind you. They were up pretty big in the opening of that map, so that's good news as well. But then the Embassy Search is kind of an oddball. Another map in the Search and Destroy that we have not seen Boston play on the day yet, which is kind of puzzling because they did well in the hotel against LAG. They've been great on the Mercado, and even on the Fortress Search, they've been really, really polished. But I think that was the one that was vetoed by Team Notorious. It's just strange to see them, you know, falter right there in the hotel, which I assume was their map pick.
Yeah, I think that's just a takeover game from Maple, so we'll talk about Maple again. If we even see a map 5, it could honestly be all done right here, and we could get our grand finals very, very soon. Much sooner than a lot of us expected, but we'll see what happens. Boston trying to make some moves on the attack. Sensors patience will pay off.
Nice.
And how about this breakoff here for Boston?
Yeah, this is guaranteed 2 ticks of progress. At least it should be, especially with Kremp kind of played bodyguard in front of the staircase. He's got help. Sensor's kind of watching this with him, so the second tick should for sure get locked in here, even though there's only one player on. And as Siggs comes up, he'll get caught with the nade out. There's the second tick of progress. And now more problems start to occur as Kremp is on 7. Can we get his POV? Are you kidding me? Kremp is not losing gunfights. Number 9 in a row. Does he have enough ammunition for 10? Oh, my goodness. Give him the world, not just the cruise missile. As eventually he's shut down, but it's a 25 plays 16, and over 2 minutes of game clock has been earned.
Well, that is one way to start the Fortress Control. Kremp just takes over. What a monster he is. And now Pentagram maybe feeling some of that fire too. 4-0 for him. Huge win into the back. The stack is now here for Boston. Kills just need to come through. And that second tick looks to be good.
That is unbelievable. Third tick now on the way. Trophies denying every single nade. Contest from the back staircase though. Sean unable to help Sensor, who will drop. Metal's low on HP, but Kremp is here. And Kremp is feisty. Yeah, how about number 2? Pentagram working with him. They'll back up just a little bit. Let the help come through. There's no one to contest mid-maps. There's no reason to do anything crazy right now. And as Pentagram tries to check top single, he will get a read that the defense is on their way out of the zone and trying to make their way forward.
Oh, this is their round. It's over. It's over. 7 lives, minute 30 on the clock, and Kremp is picking them apart. Do we have a trade? Do we have a trade? Hello? Anybody? Finally, there it is. Siggs gets him in the back, but guess what? The round is over. Shawnee should be able to lock it in here with Pentagram. And that is one of the most convincing rounds you will ever see on offense for Fortress.
Unreal, dude. And look at Cesar. He's just smiling, saying, all right, kid, go off. Yep, this is a walking montage. Unbelievable. 16-2.
Over half the kills.
Yeah. That's good math.
What?
And they didn't even get, they didn't win off kills, so he got way more than half the kills in that round.
What is wow. All right, so remember what I talked about with Kremp having that break off in the round 5 previously versus LAG? Well, that's what happens right there. Woo. 10 spree for him, puts together a streak, and man, he is just cooking now. Still keeping the gunny hot. Looking for another challenge. Who dare challenge this man right now, man? He is almost on 20 kills.
Bro.
He'll take out a teammate, but he's fighting Wee Man as well.
He took Sensor out. He's taking Pentagram out. Just get out of this guy's way. Like, stop going in front of my POV. Are you kidding me? That is, I don't think we've ever seen something quite like that. This is
No.
a winners finals matchup. Are you kidding me? Sensor Pentagram trying to get forward. As Boston say, all gas, no brakes. All gas, no brakes. Wee man, Eric Boom, get out of my way. Unreal stuff, my man. Medals, no chance. Just get out of here. Give me this map. Prep's called game here at map 3 already.
He sure has, man. Holy. I'm just trying to process what Kremp is doing right now at 20-4. Team Notorious, I mean, they have not gotten a look at the zone in forever. And I don't think they're going to see one. No time left here in round 2. It has been all Boston. I mean, Shiny and Sensor are only sitting on 6 kills. Because there's no kills to get. There's nothing left on the map. Oh, boy. What a takeover.
This is ridiculous. There is good defense, and then there's this. Even Eric's like, controller down.
Yeah, next round.
All right, what's map 4? Dude. And I think if you're a Boston fan right now, you want to see him get 2 offenses for the 3 on the control.
Absolutely.
Get hot, ready to go for the Mercado hard point. 22-4. Stupid.
Kremp has just completely flipped the script.
I'll say.
22-4, man. I keep looking up and I'm like, you're rubbing your eyes. You're like, am I seeing that right? Like, I just don't, I don't even know what to say. This is just one of the best performances I have ever seen in control from an individual on the year, man. Will it continue, though? Sensor, you'd love to just get the streak for just a bit of insurance. We'll see if it happens. Sigs does have a good start, and Metals is battling out against Sensor, just making him work for the 6th kill.
Yeah, and Sensor's stuck. He doesn't have a lot of help here. So Weeman will eventually push forward, secure the kill, take away the threat of a streak. But, I mean, Kremp is a walking streak of his own. Johnny worth it. They're back on towards A. Here goes Kremp. Can we just get Kremp's POV from this perspective? No, never mind. He died. And now Shawnee will kind of just wait and watch some toes. It's a lot of the midsection of Weeman. Finishes him off. 3rd tick of progress on the way. Oh, goodness. Shawnee. Now he's on 4. Taking over the back stairs. And Notorious, I don't know if you want to peek this angle. It's not exactly some good juju over here.
This is terrifying, man. I mean, like, this is Call of Duty in a nutshell. This is what could happen in one map. Just one good speech, one good moment. I don't know what it is, but they have just completely heated up. The kill still in favor of Boston, and they got so much time to work to be. A lot of presence in the back. I mean,
Unreal.
You just can't do anything if your team
Map's over. Yeah, map's over. Just
sure is.
load it up. Streaks are in. Everyone's going to be stuck inside. And actually kind of fortunate that number 5 and Weeman actually spawns inside because he would have been dead to rights. Doesn't make a difference. You know where they're coming from. What? I mean, if you just tuned in to Modern Warfare 2 for the first time, you go like, man, this map is so offensively sided. Yeah, pop off, young man.
Yeah.
Mercy.
Wow.
Holy.
And I mean, they're kind of just laughing it off right now. That's all you can do, I guess, after something like that, right? Like, what do you say? Just, it's all right, boys. 2-1 up. We're still good here in the series, but that might not be for long. If Boston keep playing like this, more specifically, if Kremp keeps playing like this, 23 of the 25 were non-traded kills.
And 20 of them were on the offense, dude. Like, are you kidding me? He only got 6 defensive kills? What is that? Oh, man. Flip it, chip it. You can maybe just fit that whole round of Fortress Control in one Twitch clip. It lasted about 2 minutes, the whole map.
Holy.
That's ridiculous. All right, on to the next. What do we got? I mean,
yeah. You want to get there quick if you're Boston. You want to load that map up
real.
ASAP, Rocky. My goodness, you want to get into it. This is just insane. It's not too often that we see a team like completely flip it like this. You just gotta wonder, what's happened. Like they know, like, we're down and out. We've been making a loser's run. Like, it doesn't stop here. Have to feel like something was said, or maybe Kremp is just able to get it going just with that initial 10 spree, and everyone just follows suit. 3-0 there in the Fortress Control. Not what we set up. We were like, round 5. It's a coin flip. That is not a coin flip. That is all Boston.
Wow. It's like 2,600 plus damage in 3 rounds, too, by the way. 2 of those are on offense.
Yeah.
Okay. let's get off that conversation and what's coming up next. And you have to remember that for Team Notorious, their hard point had been their bread and butter in Season 2 of the Elite, including this map, by the way. We watched them play this map a lot. And so with that now, again, it doesn't get any easier for the side of Boston. But, again, you caught fire right there. Both your subs are popping off. I think Doug was on a 5 spree at like 7 and 2. He didn't need to do much throughout 2 rounds. So if you can find ways to get some lockdown and you can get Pentagram and Kremp flying again, you may be able to unsettle this Team Notorious squad similarly to how ESG Rocker had done in the Winners Finals. I'm still hopeful that there could be a chance for map 5 here.
I think so too. I mean, after a performance like that, it's almost hard to say there wouldn't be. It's looking really good for Boston, man. Just coming off of a map like that, it really just changes the tides. And you could see on the other side again, like just like the reaction, I think tells you a lot. Like Team Notorious, you could just see it in between those rounds, like whoa, like they're just getting hit with like a shockwave, and they're just not really sure what happened. But I think these guys are more than experienced enough to be able to bring it back, to be able to regroup. This is a totally different map. It could go your way. One of your players could have a hot start like that. It could basically take over. But shutting down Kremp, I feel like it's going to be the key. Wherever he is on the map, I am screaming that calm, and I am making sure we're trading him early.
And the other thing you got to keep in mind here for Boston to kind of string the narrative along throughout this series is so far today, Boston Academy have had slow starts in every single one of their hard points and just are not able to fully make the comeback because the game gets a little bit too late on. A lot of 200 pluses and 250 losses for Boston. Can they find a way to start with that same tempo, that same vigor? We'll find out. Opening first 2 kills looking decent for Team Notorious. All the hard points still being soaked up, and Eric has got a lot of help. I mean, he's got bodyguards, offensive linemen, whatever you want to call it. He is protected inside this hard point as he's already got 25 seconds with the hard point time.
He's soaking it up for free, and he's finally going to get one of his first challenges, and Pentagram, with the help of the Semtex, will make it an easy cleanup kill. Making some moves over to New. The setup looking good here for Team Notorious. Already up top. They got the ARs in the right position, and the kills so far have been good on their end. Now just scrap time going the way of Boston Academy.
And if you can get rid of medals, okay, that will open up the chance to work through back alley. And also because the first hard point is still open, Notorious will not spawn towards the bottom side of the map. They do catch Pentagram, though, so Boston are going to be kind of restricted to just these last couple of members in the back alley for the early break. Cantina opens. Siggs is the first one in the hard point. And you can see the respect he's giving, saying, I've got an AR. I don't really want to be in here, and that's why. Kremp gets 2. Pentagram, though, shut down. Not a great start for him at 1 and 5. But still a chance for Shawnee to jump into the hill for a little bit of Boston. And maybe more so, he's got help on the way through mid-map. Siggs trying to cross that up while Shawnee just hopes that he can find a favorable challenge, of which Metals gives him one. And even though the trade should surely be there, still a chance for Boston to try to reinforce for another break.
Team Notorious, they get back and going to now force the hand of Boston Academy start to shift over to 10. And the kills at least clean on initial, but scrap time going their way. And it's a lot of scrap time with that. It's like a back 25, maybe even a little bit more here. So no one decides to give it a hit. And it gives a chance, at least for Team Notorious, to try to connect and group together here as they make this mid-map push and try to work through Sensor, who's watching the lane.
Yeah, I know that Pentagram's not having a great map at the moment, but I would have liked to have seen him still try to give something towards the exit, because like you mentioned, I mean, that was nearly 30 seconds of scrap time just giving away, and they don't even have a zone around this new hard point because of how much time Team Notorious had to set up an exit and a move. So now you've got Kremp spawning out. The last of Boston is just inside the hard point. Sensor's trying to create some space. Gets a good look at the first. Siggs also going to be pressured out. Vaznev out, not able to win the gunfight. And Siggs will now be able to assist on the break attempt. Shawnee, Kremp, last 2 left inside the hill, and they will combine as Pentagram is able to finally get something going with a key elimination there. Boston hold.
Great moment here as a team, locking it down, and, well, able to get themselves right back in, and will run away with a bit of a lead, too. So after the 25-second start and then the scrap time, we're thinking maybe it wouldn't go too well, but it's a full 60, and now Team Notorious forced to try to move across the map. Pentagram going to be difficult to work through this spot here with the sub, but he gives it a good shot. Wee Man, however, will deny him.
Yep. Hard point still open, though. Boston will have a chance to set up their break still. Team Notorious, all 4 members in and around backside barbershop. Wee Man drops, Siggs picks up his angle through mid-map. Pentagram is trying to work his way in. I think he may have gotten the late comm that he has made the cross, but can Pentagram find the opening break? Lots of shots coming through. Siggs trying to keep the back safe. The Boston have not found a way to breach in yet. Still holding onto the back. Lots of patience here from the side of Team Notorious. But from the front, now the contest comes in. Maple finally able to collect and help out with a couple of assists as Boston pushed away.
That was beautiful right there from Team Notorious. They did such a good job of holding off that back parking lot angle, and then everyone just kind of comes together in groups and stops this Boston Academy push right through mid. Just the team shot's too good. Sensor might be able to make a play, but I mean, this is Team Notorious's hill. The scrap time, sure, you can get it if you're Boston, but that is beautiful teamwork there from Team Notorious for the back 40.
But I will say, for how long that took, that little break for scrap is actually crucial from Pentagram getting 2, because now it allows a 50-50 battle here at New. 90 plays 100. We've got a tight game. Shawnee's going to try to give at least some sort of a contest here at the new hardpoint at Patio, but he needs some help. It needs to come quickly. Good read on the first. Sneaks away with his life. Pentagram off of his exit makes the middle of the map safe, and now it's just down to if Kremp could follow up. But no, Team Notorious go 3 for 1, and it's just Sensor left to try to work, but he can only stay alive for so long.
Sigs also has this mid-cut. Actually has a teammate with him here too, so they're going to be able to completely stop it from the middle of the map. Everything's going to have to kind of come through this tin side. Kremp good for the first entry, but kills still need to come through. The stack is here for Team Notorious. All of their members sitting in corners, watching crossfires. Kills come through, and it's again all Team Notorious as they'll find the wipe.
Yeah, much better here for Team Notorious as far as how they deal with that last hit for Boston, who will spawn on the right side of the minimap still. At least 3 of the members will. So it gives them a chance to set up around Warehouse, open up this parking lot favorably. Now the focus towards Cantina. Eric's in the corner. And, well, as the kills go the way of Boston, Eric has to make a play. Finds the first close by, but dives right into the waiting arms of Shawnee. So hardpoint opens. Boston have the numbers. Notorious trying to break from the front. All this coming through those alleyways right in front of Kremp. And these nades are tagging, by the way. These aren't trophy systems that are down. Long pinch around the back, though. Metals, he kind of sneaks through. He takes down 2, and gets the 3rd. How has Metals been allowed to do this? Shawnee finally puts him to rest, but can he keep any help here? Because he's got nothing nearby, and even though he earns the cruise missile, Team Notorious get the break. Yeah,
you get the cruise, but the time, right? That's what matters the most, and Team Notorious are certainly collecting it. 25 seconds again that you just do not want to give up here. Boston going to give it a hit, and that is a huge moment here for them. They're at least able to fight for some of that time. The rotation still being held on to, though, for Team Notorious. They have been at the new hill almost every single time first.
Yeah.
And that will continue again.
So now it's down to, can you win these gunfights in the back alley? Because all 4 members for Boston are hitting off the same angle. Kremp trying to finesse on the walls, but Siggs wasn't born yesterday. Was watching that the whole time. Long-range shots, no worries there. The cruise missile that gets called in, you kind of wonder, why were you bothering peeking that if the cruise is coming in? Pentagram to the middle of the map, catches Eric Boom with a nade out, and luckily so, because he nearly still dropped the kill. Now in towards parking we go. Notorious spawning towards the top. Boston spawning all the way over towards the left. As though it's just on to Shawnee to try to hold this and keep it neutral for as long as possible. Ooh. How about that from Shawnee? 1 HP. Keeps his life and a trophy system down, and now all of a sudden his teammates are here to try to reinforce and hopefully secure this break.
Crispy shots there from Shawnee, 3 in a row for him. They got a good read on some of the remaining members as well from Team Notorious, and it looks like just about everyone will be shut down. A huge 20 seconds to gather for Boston Academy. Still very much on the back foot, though. That has been the story of this game. They've never been in control, and sooner or later, Alan, something's going to have to switch.
Well, I mean, this is it right here. You get the full clean on the white. You're going to be looking at just underneath a 20-point game, and we reset the map with currently the status tilting the way of Boston. Working the bottom south part of this minimap, no worries. We man the last one in their way, and with the clean kill, Market Center opens up, and we've got ourselves a 17-point game.
Still down, though. Can they bring it back and actually control the lead and grab a leader's advantage? We have not seen this a lot from Boston Academy in this game mode, and that's what I'm looking at. And so far, Team Notorious back on P1. We saw them get about 30 seconds last time. Eric's allowed to fly right through tunnel. Nobody's going to contest them. He gets a second, and it all goes wrong for Boston. Cantina spawns now, coming through for Team Notorious.
I think Eric's feeling a little more comfortable. 17 and 14, 4 kills in a row. And you start to kind of lean back towards what happened at the end of yesterday with his 31 and 13 performance on this map for the win in the winter semifinals. Siggs on 4, trophy down. Shawnee shuts him up, and rightfully so. 21 and 15 from Shawnee. He's been really the saving grace for Boston as they will get a little bit of scrap time, and I'll take their numbers over towards noon.
Trying to move over. Kremp's going to actually hit that same route we saw from Eric, and nobody's in Cantina right now. This is 50-50 battles. This determines a lot of the game, but Kremp pushes forward. Maple just holding on there to the iron sight. And now the setup here for Team Notorious. The kills just need to come through, and if so, they could honestly lock the game up on this point.
Split hit, though, coming out of Boston. Some down tunnel, some of it through the back, others on the second floor. Need the kills to come through. Kremp gets the opener. Center trying to lock things down towards mid. Sig's at range, though. Clears off one side completely, forcing Shawnee into action with the AR, and Shawnee gets 2, but maybe thought he was a little bit more free than he actually was. Tried to get this trophy system down, but fortunately, Pentagram's there for the trade. 162, 214. This back 20 is important, and for Pentagram, who's had a pretty poor game, this double could be everything, but Shawnee is once again there to help bail him out, and now Boston can focus on rotation with Sensor already here.
Yeah, they're already here. Sensor made this move at 30 seconds. He's been sitting here just waiting, and it's going to pay off for Boston. They're now inside of 10. Everybody's going to have to come to a stop here for Team Notorious. Try to connect and try to get together, set up this break over the top. Tough gunfight for Maple, but he rips the head off of one, and now Metals is in. It's going wrong for Boston. The break is here for Team Notorious.
It's a full team wipe as well. 220 plus coming out for Team Notorious, plus they already have Eric trying to zone off this next hit from Boston. Lots of obstacles they need to hurdle, and it has to happen sooner rather than later. Eric is denied. Now the pinch. Weeman trying to push forward. He's also taken down inside of Dark. Metals up top. The only possible help. And as he's overwhelmed, Boston does get the break. 30 seconds looking good for their time, but every kill may allow Team Notorious a chance to finesse. And it looks like the last effort for that would have been Eric, but the kills come out, and now Boston are on the move to Barbershop.
Huge 25 seconds. Nobody going to give that a hit to try to win the game there. So now it's all about Barber, and these kills on transition are going to have to be massive, and so far they have not come through for Boston. The setup here again, almost every single rotation, one for Team Notorious. Boston Academy got one hit left.
Have to have it. It's all coming around the back. Weeman watching mid. Sensor gets a pick around the backside, so now this hit needs to get here. Needs to get here soon. Stuns will stall it. Double stack in. Triple on the way. You got to go. Who's the first one forward? Stuns are not landing. You just got to get in here. Cramp will drop. Where's the rest of the help? He's the only one to hit. They come in piecemeal. A critical mistake, and Team Notorious will get their rematch as Eric Boom, with a smile on his face, says something in Spanish along the lines of, Eres basura, eres basura. That means you're trash. Eres basura.
Thanks for the translation there, Alan.
Anytime.
Definitely would have known what it meant. Man, I was a little worried after that map number 3. Who wouldn't be after seeing what we saw for that individual there at the top for Boston? But can't bring it over. Slow game here from Sensor. Pentagram also just can't find it. And I mean, I said it right as we ended there from P7, right? Like, sure, they bring it in within 15 points, but Team Notorious never gave up the lead the entire game, and they were always ahead of the game. Every single hill, they were there first. They're at least going 50-50, and that's the beauty of Leader's Advantage. If you're going 30 for 30 on almost every single point, then you're going to remain on top. You're going to remain in the lead, and that is quite literally the story of that game, alongside some great moments and some solid holds.
And, you know, the thing about it is, you know, Boston did give themselves the best look possible at some of those really dire moments, right? Like, you break in for 20 seconds of scrap, and you think, oh, okay, that's fine, but, like, can you actually get to new? The thing was, a lot of those kills on the scrap time plays that they made were very convincing, so it did give them a chance to win scrap and fight for new, but like you were kind of alluded towards right there, partner, is the fact that Team Notorious were there with numbers, and they were just winning out on so many more critical gunfights as we went, and it's just tough to see, I think, if you're a Boston fan, because it looked like you were in the map for a lot longer than maybe we both expected them to be, but in the end, yeah, never winning a rotation, never holding a setup, that never really leads towards win conditions, especially on a map like Mercado where we got 7 hard points.
Johnny, man, that's going to feel tough. I feel like he was having a heck of a heater. I mean, even like up close with the AR, he was finding a couple of disgusting 2-pieces, but not enough. And Boston Academy, the run is going to end here for them. They've made a hell of a run. One of the best placings we've seen here for this squad in a very, very long time. And it was great, but not enough to get to that grand final. Unfortunately, Doug still has to wait to get back into grand finals to try to get that dub. But either way, man, we get the rematch for the winners final, Alan, as Team Notorious advance.
And Team Notorious, I think, have found their groove. I think you probably mentally questioned yourself a lot after what happened in that winners finals. Never really able to get set up. Never being in a position to get your ARs to do much of anything. It felt like the subs were forcing things. It never really felt like they were able to really kind of get things going on their path and what they like to play COD at tempo-wise. But here in this series, obviously a much different story. I think the most notable part about that was how they looked in the Search and Destroy in particular. A 6-1 affair in Hotel, which was a great map for Boston previously. And, well, I mean, Ziggs had, 10 kills and 5 hit markers. So if he's able to keep that scope hot, there is a chance in a best of 7 where those search and destroys may start to lean your way if you're Team Notorious in this rematch.
Looking forward to that battle up against Pander potentially there, pending what the maps are, of course, for the search and destroys. But yeah, he's looked really hot. I think he is the reason, I mean, we even see that dominance come through in the map too, without a doubt. And that is kind of one of the modes that this Boston Academy has to win. I mean, we've been saying it, you know, pretty much this entire weekend. 2-3-5 is how they win series. If they don't win the 2, then you have to win, of course, the back-to-back coming on through. And it's not been good for them in the hard points, man. It's been really difficult to pull out some of those wins. So I have to go back to the lab, but I will say Pentagram has certainly brought this team together. He has looked like the glue, and he has had a lot of crazy map 5 performances. I'm sure Team Notorious are just glad they got it done in 4. Didn't have to go to a map 5 again against Boston.
Yeah, no one wants to be in that position. It's been the case, kind of the storyline of that entire squad since they've really been put together, for being candid with one another.
Sure.
So that's the update there as the lower finals. So have a look at our bracket, I'm sure, here soon as we're kind of getting ready to go for our grands. Best of 7 waits us, and a rematch from the upper bracket finals where Rocker, ESG won 3-1, only dropping the search and destroy. The respawns were not close. So a lot of things to consider here for Team Notorious as they're looking to improve and get settled into this series, because to be fair, ESG Rocker have been sitting around on bot lobbies for quite some time here. Maybe a chance to kind of talk over some things that they wanted to in the search and destroy, but largely kind of walking up with them. Casey Pander was like, this is the best COD that any of us have been playing all year long, and if we bring that again, no one touches us today. So I think that's a pretty fair shout based on how things went in the first series.
Oh, I like that comment. I mean, they are playing some of the best COD we've seen, and it's, again, so much on the line, right? This a team we see right now for Rocker Academy might not be the same Rocker Academy we see in the next Elite. With the way that these guys are playing, you have to imagine a call is going to be made. Someone might be coming up to the CDL here, and if they continue to put on the performances they have been, well, it can only matter. It's only a matter of time, you feel like, for those guys. So we'll have to see, man. I'm excited for that rematch, though. It should be good, especially with Team Notorious playing just the way they did.
Lots of money on the line as well. Keep in mind, it's $30,000 for first. I think $18,000 for second. So how about a 12 grand game of COD coming up next for a best of 7? That's what we've got. We'll send things over to break. Players will go through their picks of the bands, and we'll have the best of 7 grands here at the OpTic Texas Open, the backside of the break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finals of the Call of Duty Challengers OpTic Texas Open presented by Perifio. It is time for our final two teams to duke it out for the lion's share of $75,000. I'm Infinity. Joining me on the desk here to my left is Proper, and for the final time, I get my directions right.
I'm just happy that you know which side I'm on, finally. I mean, we've gone through about half a season. It takes all the way to grand finals here at Texas to make it happen. A replay of what we had in winners finals, doing it out in here in best of 7 for a grand finals, Brody. I'm excited to get into it.
Well, let's talk about the number 1 seed coming into the tournament here. Electrify Steel x Rocker, formerly known just as Rocker Academy. Of course, they come in towards this tournament with that Electrify Steel partnership. And these guys, I mean, they are just so damn good. Real, Godorex, Panda, and Fame. And really, I think the story for these guys, again, even though they won Season 1 of Challengers Elite, that was an online tournament, they're still looking for that LAN championship.
Second place at Boston, they lost to Decimate Gaming, old Decimate, I should say, who also, they had a run-in for that Season 1 Grand Final, so that you know that they have a chip on their shoulder. On top of that, placing top 8 in Season 2 of the Elite as well. Just more things looming over their heads. They're trying to get it done here for the first time. They do not want to be Silver Surfers again.
Yeah, they're absolutely looking to make that big bounce back from what happened in Season 2 of Challengers Elite. They've made a good impression thus far, including beating out Team Notorious in the upper bracket final. But Team Notorious, they're looking to bounce back here. Wee Man, Maple, Eric Boom, and Metals. These guys haven't had the best placement they've had the entire season so far. By even making it to this day, by even making it to this point, they are finally peaking here in Modern Warfare 2.
Yeah, I mean, we were all sitting there just talking with the crowd last night. We're like, I think this is the first time Eric Boom's ever made it to a Sunday, let alone the farthest he has placed his entire young career. His first Grand Finals appearance in a LAN environment, and what better way to do it than the teammates that you've been sticking with the entire year, I guess barring Metals. But you feel like for this Team Notorious roster, they've been really dealt a very interesting amount of hands, right? You know, they couldn't play with their full roster at Raleigh, top 12, Parasite subs in, and then they bring in Metals, and then they kind of fall short. Season 1 of the Elite, Season 2 of the Elite looked better, did not get the outcome that they wanted, sure, but man, this Team Notorious roster has been looking better and better as the months have been going on.
Yeah, and I think, you know, a big part of the success is when they are just firing on all cylinders, right? We're looking over towards players such as Eric Boom and Maple that can absolutely go off, but maybe weren't so much present in the upper bracket final where they did fall foul to ESG 3-1. Here's a look at our map set then for this best of 7. We do have some returning maps, 3 as a matter of fact, from the last set. Fortress Hardpoint, LSELO Search and Destroy, and LSELO Control all making an appearance here.
Yeah, the only thing that we won't see is a Fortress Hardpoint. That was map 1 that was played in Winners Finals, but I mean, that's a smart veto if you ask me if you are Team Notorious. You lost that 250 to 157. They looked so good in the respawns when they were going up against Boston Academy in lower finals just not too long ago. So it's nice to see the Hotel and the Mercado make an appearance, at least as an option, but the Hotel Hardpoint will be there for map 4 regardless. The Hydra, on the other hand, is a replay of what was map number 4, and Team Notorious only scored 129 points. It was this map mode combination, Brody. Rocker ESG just looked so damn good. Triple AR setup with Fame, Panda, and Godorex on the same team. Yeah, that's going to be a tough one to battle against.
Yeah, and as I said, the big problem when we look over towards that first map in the best of 5 was really just that Team Notorious just didn't come out swinging at all. They've been so reliant on it being high-progressive players. Metals and Eric Boom have had so many incredible moments this tournament thus far, but when it came to that face-off over there in the upper bracket final, they just came out so flat. So things need to be different here as we get towards the grand finals, folks. Again, there's a lot of cheddar on the line, and I think a lot more, especially if you're Electrify Steel. But Team Notorious now, we'll see how they get going here. Starting off on the better side of the map, the first wave of gunfire is not exactly in their favor.
Team Notorious starting off on the favorite side of the map, as we were talking about here, Brody, loading into this one. Going to be a tough one if you are ESG Rocker to be able to battle through P1 and maybe get themselves those spawns. You see there in the lower third, first lane Grand Finals for both Metals and Eric Boom. The Spaniards for Team Notorious making an appearance here in Grand Finals, but their spawns are under threat already, Brody. Look at ESG maneuver across the map.
And Godorex just trying to get some scrap time here, using that heady that's just so annoying to deal with to take down Eric Boom. The man just sits over towards P3, thinks that he can maybe get him on an exit frag, but won't do so. Electrify Steel, really good spot for them here as Panda now on 5 in a row. Has not died yet so far in this hardpoint. Going to reposition around this back rock area. Try and provide some coverage so that Team Notorious cannot get through. Still Still going to go for it, though. From up high comes Metals to take him down. And now threatening around the backline here are Team Notorious. This has been a really big break for them. Been the opening 15.
Still a lot of time left to battle over here. Ishi Rocker, more than aware of it. I mean, just look how fast they just swarmed. They understood fully that they had numbers on this side of the map. Real finds the first 2 Panther for the last. This is a good 30 seconds. You're still in the early stages of this map number 1, so you're going to take any lead that you could possibly get, especially with the veracity that ESG Rocker have been breaking a lot of teams in their hardpoint setups all weekend long. So Team Notorious, they chalk it, got to set themselves up mid-map. Already dealt with Panda over by the water side. They just have to make sure that nobody comes across that P5 area of the map itself. One player's blocking the spawns, rest of Team Notorious waiting for the entrance.
A nice first kill, though, coming up from Fame in the middle. I'll open up space for Godorex to make his way through that market square, but he does actually fall. So now a lot more riding on this push around from behind from Fame. And he rips down Metals from this backline, now spawns in for Godorex as well. So 2-2 split for this one for Electrify Steel. Completely removed from the hardpoint almost immediately at Team Notorious, and now they have to hit this again. You do not want the same thing that happened in map number 1 to happen once again. You do not want to find yourselves well out of depth, and Real really started to provide some coverage around the front line. A double for Kim, but it is Metals and Eric Boom who have somewhat of a response for Team Notorious. They keep themselves in the conversation for the kill. Nobody touching at the moment.
Yeah, and this is just as good as generated time if you are ESG Rocker, because Team Notorious, again, went all in for this P3 rotation. They were looking for maybe about 40 seconds or so. They're going to have to feel okay with about 30. Unless these 2 players that spawn in, Fame Real, they're actually moving their way in towards the back. Godorex is there to help things out from the front side on rotation as well, Brody. And honestly speaking, you're going to be quite frustrated if you are Team Notorious. Yeah, you stayed in the workings of that P3 hardpoint, but Metals Eric Boom can only do so much. You got the close spawns. It was more felt like a spawn trap than it was anything, and ESG Rocker maintained their lead.
There hasn't been significant time yet for Team Notorious. That's really been the problem, and now that problem, I think, will be accentuated even more here as they've currently lost control over this next hardpoint. This is not an easy one to crack because of those back spawns. They got to make sure they get around the back line here. Now Metal's going to synchronize alongside Eric Boom for a couple of frags. That should influence the spawns, and that is a great break coming through from the European squad, but it's not over yet. ESG spawning up in the middle of the map. Real going to pick up 2 on the cut. And these guys now starting to face the pressure, and ESG really in this position just trying to fight this one from the front. Godorex providing that coverage from top ruins. Nice shots on towards Eric Boom. Moves Notorious from the hard point here for the moment. And yet still Godorex just trying to basically snake the air at that point to try and win some gunfights. Not going to happen here, so a crucial chunk of time for Team Notorious.
Yeah, big P4. Required P4, I would say, for Team Notorious. Again, if you get broken up, if not just being able to soak up the majority of time here on P4, there was going to be some amount of question marks that were coming into over by P5. And even ESG Rocker, like, they don't relent. They keep on hitting the old time, making Team Notorious feel very uncomfortable. Real's going to call in the cruise missile. It's going to open things up here. But you do have the safety net if you are Eric Boom. He's inside the hardpoint. He's all by himself. Weeman gets cut down mid-rotation as well, so Fame's not going to hit this from the ruin side.
And get a little bit of information as to where these players are located inside the hardpoint off the back of that cruise missile. I'm now going to use it to break on through, and that's exactly what will happen. Team shot's good now for ESG, and it's going to be Fame doubling up 3 in a row for him now as they break in for the back 30. Notorious will need to give this one more crack. They know it as well. Can't just sit there pre-aiming and giving a crucial amount of time away. Coverage is good from ESG. Fame looking towards the middle. That's 4 in a row for him. Finally will be cut down now as Team Notorious. I think it's Metals now starting to challenge inside of, but again, just gets overwhelmed there. Big 1v1 won by his Spanish brethren in Real. And at the back of the first rotation, right now, ESG there in a commanding lead in this game.
Yeah, the SMGs are just absolutely teeing off right now. I mean, Fame 15-9, 13-6 for Real on a map like Hydroelectric. No easy feat, especially with the playstyle that is Real. Pander also at 11-8. Godorex can just kick his feet up, anchor out some spawns, and communicate to his team where they need to be looking to next. Going in towards the second set, double the amount of score line, more or less, that ESG Rocker hold over Team Notorious' head. Godorex goes for a little bit of a dive, a little bit of a swim. He's trying to wait for his teammates and maybe find some semblance of coverage to help things out. So Godorex doesn't like what he saw. He's going to poke out on another pond. And it was all for naught.
A good effort from Godorex. Sometimes you're just trying to find the best water route here on Zarko Hydroelectric. Not going to get it there. Notorious holding on to this time. And a really good opportunity then for them here to get back in towards this game. If they get this last 20 seconds and if they get the rotation secured, they will be okay. Maple's still fighting for some time here. Has 3 players from Electrify Steel to face down, and this is just a lot of different directions to look. Maple able to get one, but no more than that. And as we turn our attention towards the rotation with Wee Man picking up a double, there's one annoying play from Electrify Steel that will actually be dealt with by Metals in the backline. So Notorious now, a door open in towards this game.
Yeah, this is actually a really big P1 to P2 rotation coming through from Team Notorious again, being able to deal with all the players for ESG Rocker, holding them at the front doors of Red, and then also Metals has been the route man all year long for Team Notorious, but just like that, snap of a finger, got our Panda, they find 2. Maple looking to recover the situation, does have Wee Man's assistance, the spawns will maintain, but we're still scrapping for the hill.
Yeah, still not the kills decide here for Electrify Steel, and at some point you do have to ask the question, when do you actually want to focus on the rotation towards the next? Fame. Gonna look to try and get any of the players making their rotation away towards the next hill. Nade's going over the top, but the trophy systems inside should be good to protect them from that. A couple of shots out there from Fame. Makes Wee Man weak enough that Real can come in and finish the job, and now it's just Eric Boom all alone, isolated inside for the back 15 seconds. Again, big 15 seconds for Eric to take down, and I thought perhaps more importantly here for Notorious in this situation, again, rotation being won here from them.
What a flip of the cards this second set has been so far for Team Notorious, doing everything that ESG Rocker essentially did on their first set. As you called it, Brody, they are on the rotation again. They're winning the gunfights. They're going to get themselves set up over inside P3, much like how they did in the first set of hardpoints. The difference is there's going to be a lot more assistance over towards the outside, over by this pipe jump, and his name is Wee Man. He finds the first. They hit mostly from the front. Still finding success, keep in mind you.
It's unfortunate Nade there from Eric Boom, but it's okay because Maple and Wee Man are there to pick up the slack. Wee Man pushing all the way through now. Already got 2 in a row. Looking for some more, and the player that's just sitting around the corner, Godorex, is being tagged up so much that he has to kind of just wait, but another player goes down. Now he knows he needs to get involved in the hill, just cannot get it done. And my oh my, these last 3 hard points from Team Notorious have been insane. They've got the vast majority of time of pretty much every single one. The rotations have been excellent, and the 3 players that I was concerned about going into the second set, Andy, Maple, Metals, Eric Boom, all of them have stepped up.
Yeah, Maples has had an incredible turnaround for Team Notorious, and it really does mean that the cornerstone of this team can start finding further in success. When Maple isn't doing well, the rest of the team tends to struggle. Eric Boom Metal is going to start benefiting from Maple being able to anchor out and at least go 1-for-1 in a lot of these situations. So is Wee Man, by the way. 23 and 19 now for him. Eric Boom's there to at least find the third for another rotation secured. They dealt with ESG Rocker in towards the back, so now they can turn their attention to the front.
What an incredible set this has been from Notorious. Now to hold yet another full 60 off the back of this hill. Things not exactly going swimmingly, though. Fun fully intended. Panda and Godorex able to draw 2 bloods there on their offense towards this hill. Eric Boom now just going to back away here for the moment. Has the assistance of Maple around that back line, and Notorious now should be good as Maple picks up 2 to break the 200-point barrier. Again, we have to keep on saying it, Andy. What a change in the wins this has been for Notorious in this game, and it might even get better as well as Wee Man and Eric Boom, they're already starting a challenge towards the new hardpoint, but fortunately for Electrify Steel, Godorex and Real, they're good to take it.
They'll have the initial setup, sure. But you need a full 60 off of P5 to bring yourself now back into the game through ESG Rocker. Gosh, I didn't think I was going to say that, especially how the first set of hard points went. But to your point, Brody, there's something in the water in Team Notorious. They are thirsty. They're going to be spawning out, however, as the first 20 seconds get secured for ESG Rocker. Can Maple find an entry? No, he cannot. He lost his AR duo along the way.
You can take your time with this if you're Team Notorious. Don't get too hasty with it. That was around the flank. Might well be able to catch Fame off guard, but it's not going to happen there as Fame rips him about. Now Maple, I think, feels the urgency around the front line as he goes down as well. Godorex now on 5 in a row. Fame and Real also on 5 between them. This is a big kill from Electrify Steel. Rocker, we talked about it. They wanted to have a full 60 off that hill. That is exactly what will happen, but the job is far from done. With 15 seconds left now, they're not in control of the map.
Well, Godorex has the angle from the top plat of Jenny. Sees Wee Man at least cross, but he's searching for that 6 kill. 22 and 17 now for Godorex. Has also turned this game around. Has had to step up to the slaying factor where Panda has kind of fallen off, if you ask me. But let's see if we can get that 6 kill across the bridge. The communication's there. Escaping through the water. Wee Man's still alive. Godorex has a knife in the water. Oh my god, he's going to be able to at least slice up Wee Man inside the water. 6 kill accrued, but still so much to do.
I didn't see that coming, did he? In the end, though, Notorious will be the ones holding on towards this hardpoint. Eric Boom for the double. Now just 30 seconds away, and Will Godorex did earn that spree. He's going to bring it right down. Are there any trophy systems on the kill to protect them? I don't think they are. That's why they've backed away towards Dome side. Again, the problem is there's only one player actually close towards the hard point. Panda has a lot to do. He can only pick up one frag, and so again, a crucial 20 seconds here. Electri Steel can't really afford to give this up, but again, you look at the map control right now for Team Notorious. They're looking pretty sweet for a PT rotation.
Real for 2. He's starting to push all the way through L on a 3 spree, 27-21. He finds another one off screen. Now, he should be more than aware all of the ESG Rocker, they are still spawning out. So now you're going to step off the old hard point there on P1 and just flood all the way through. Pander's the last alive, has Godorex assistance in the spawn to flip for new.
Yeah, that was a 4 spree from Real off screen, by the way, to completely flip the sides. Eric might have gotten 2, but Electrify Steel Rocker, they had a response in kind. And now through the water goes Notorious. Wee Man, you got to come up for air, buddy. If not, you're going to drown sooner rather than later. Finally does at the very last second. Here we go. Over towards this one. Manages to catch him off guard. A kill for a Wee Man. Team Notorious, they're in now for the final 25 seconds. The spawns have flipped once again. Electrify Steel have to hit this through Dome side. Get somebody in the water if you can. Wee Man taken down by Godorex though. They're knocking at the door. ESG Rocker, can they get through? Eric Boone for the double. Godorex will double up for himself as well, and now will touch.
Godorex has to stay alive. He gets the turn. He gets the information as well. Takes down Wee Man on a 4 spree. Eric Boom's there to at least find one. The rotation is on. Team Notorious have the close spawns. ESG Rocker cannot soak up all of the hard point time, but they are spawning in Narnia, Brody. They have to cut through the map so wicked fast.
Yeah, I don't think there's much room for decision making here. Much time at all to anything but just run at the hard point. And it's being watched. All the different lanes are being watched there. Metal's going to win one over towards the generator side. Through the front comes Fame, but just no time. Team Notorious. They look like they might be out of their depths in the first set, but as soon as we hit that second, I think it was, 3 to 4 kills in a row when Notorious had full control. I think that was really the dagger for Electri Steel on that one.
Learn, adapt, and overcome is what Team Notorious had to do through the second set. I mean, I said it as a joke. I was just like, well, now they just have to do what Electrify Steel did, but better. And, well, they absolutely did. Their breaks, their setups, everything else in between, so sublime. I mean, ESG Rocker gave themselves a real good shake just to bring themselves back into the map fully there towards the end of that set of hard points off of a miraculous P5 and got our X's spree. But, man, did Wee Man turn things around for Team Notorious? Was really leading the charge through the second set. And as we were talking about, Mabel had an immense turnaround. There was at one point where he was like 7-16. He finishes 22-26, 28-29 for Wee Man. Say what you will about Metals, 19-29. That is the route man, and he was getting paid with those spawn flips that were occurring time and time again. Say what you will. Real absolutely got one stolen away from him. I mean, 3,300 damage for the kid is no easy feat on a map like Hydroelectric for a hard point. In an AR's playground, he's just an SMG living in it, man. But this Team Notorious squadron, it's something we've always ended up talking about, is their overall cohesion, their teamwork, composure, more words. They put ESG and Rocker on blast as they take map 1.
Yeah, the thing is with this Team Notorious roster, again, we kind of go back to Season 2 of Challengers Elite during the group stages specifically. I think they went flawless in their respective group over towards Elite. And the reason they were able to do that, the reason we saw those improvements from Season 1 of Challengers Elite is because we were seeing every single player coming out firing in all cylinders. Again, that was absent in the first Hydro hardpoint in that upper bracket final. We had 3 of the 4 players all negative in that game, and I was concerned. I'm not going to lie. I saw, I think it was at the end of the first set, when those same 3 players were negative once again, it felt like we might be looking down the barrel of a repeat for Notorious, but it did not happen. A proper resurgence from them, and they start this best of 7 pretty darn well as they now go 1-0 up. But next up, we have that double repeat that we were talking about. LSELO Search and Destroy is up next.
And it's interesting that LSELO Search and Destroy is even a map mode combination that we'll see from Team Notorious in general, just because they didn't play it, they didn't show it at all throughout the entirety of Season 2 of the Elite. So to see it here, especially in such a high-tense situation, is interesting again and gets accentuated because, like you were talking about, Brody, now we have a repeat of our map 2 and our map 3 here in the grand finals. Last time that we played this map mode combination, Notorious won 6-4, and again, it was the, as you like to coin them, the usual suspects, right? I mean, you get Maple with the sniper rifle. He's just picking off people left, right, and center. Probably the best sniper that we have in European challengers to this very point in time. But nonetheless, he also has an immediate assistance because Eric Boom and Metals were absolutely feasting on that map mode combination, backed up by the AR and sniper pressure.
That's the big thing for me, man. I look over towards this Notorious roster, and we always had this conversation about who is the best sniper in challenges, right? And there's a lot of names that you could throw in the hat. Ironically enough, I would say 2 of them are in this lobby, in Maple and Panda, because Panda's snipers also pretty good in Search and Destroy. But I might actually be of the persuasion that it's Maple now, to be honest. His snipes, especially during that hotel Search and Destroy, I think it was against Boston. Oh, I felt like I needed a shower afterwards, to be honest with you. But it was kind of disgusting even watching it. Being in the game, I can't imagine how it would have felt. Maple is just incredible with the sniper rifle, and the amount of space he creates in his positions is what makes Notorious just so dangerous in Search and Destroy. Again, the good news is for Electrify Steel Rocker, though, they're the kind of team to know that's what they need to eliminate. That's what they need to be dealing with. And I think, again, you've got the advantage in a way of having a player like Real on the team that's like, yeah, I know what they do well enough. I know I've been against these guys in the European scene before. I know where the strength lies in Search and Destroy for these guys. So I think they're going to know about that. I'll be intrigued to see kind of what the adaptations look like here in Search and Destroy to prevent those same kind of results from that first best of 5. Because, again, this was the only map which they managed to take away when they lost 3-1.
Well, don't forget that there's been a lot of time spent here in Texas between the winners finals when these two teams played last into grand finals, that if I was Minnesota Rockers, specifically if I'm Coach Silly, I'm going back and I'm rewatching at least that VOD as quickly as possible and as slowly as possible to try to learn from those mistakes to have a steep turnaround, because you had to have assumed that if you're playing against Boston Academy, Rocker Academy would probably end up taking that one. They would have a much superior map set depending on how that team would end up showing up. But to lose a map versus Team Notorious, a lot of us didn't have on the cards, much less how close they even kept it throughout the entirety until they won the final 2. But even more so than that, Brody, I think that Minnesota Rocker, the ESG combination, man, if you are allowing yourself to play this LSELO Search and Destroy, you do have to go back to your basics. This is what made this map mode combination so good for them, like we were talking about in Boston and through Season 2. Watch out for Real and Fame hitting through the mid-map.
Yeah, how fast can ESG Rocker get here? That's the question for me. And, well, ESG Rocker getting very fast. Real's going to be in that usual position that we expect him to be in. This is kind of curious in a way, because I remember us kind of criticizing ESG Rocker for not doing this all the way back in towards Boston, I think it was in the grand finals. It's a kind of a reason why they didn't win against Decimate in that game number 7. But now they've learned. Real's going to be sitting inside a site.
He's realistically the only person inside of the site. He does have assistance. You can see Fame is clearing so much, and now join player number 7 is GodRx. Weeman gets first blooded, which means that Eric Boom, who was previously stunned up in the stairwell, has to play his life for now. Wait for dead silence, maybe, and then make a move.
Yeah, Eric has to be the playmaker in this situation if anybody's going to be so. Ash has a little bit of space to go behind. Straight down towards the A site if he wishes. Nobody would stop him. But now I think that play might be a little bit late, even if he pulls it off, because Metals has already gone down. Bomb now back right in front of Real. The shot's through the couch, a little bit wide, but it's okay because Eric gets the kill in the end. And now we'll retrieve the bomb. Time not on their side, though. Maple's coverage has to be perfect with this pistol as that player enters. There we go. Now going to pick up the fast F as well. Will not be able to dial up just yet, but the bomb is down.
Oh, this is such a good play. And Eric's playing inside the site. It looks like GodRx has actually snuck his way in. Pander's going to go for the long wrap around back billiards, and Maple is holding his irons. This is the timing. Maybe saw him. That's a big kill to find for himself. GodRx laying down. That's just good information if you're Eric Boom in this 1v1.
Yeah, GodRx now has to back away as well because he's made weak from that gunfight. So that's a couple of seconds now that Eric Boom's going to be able to shave off the clock. Now, where does GodRx go? He's entering through the same place. That door closure is not good. It's the information, but no! GodRx wins the 1 versus 1, and he has time for the defuse.
That's actually just such a smart 5-head play that's coming through from GodRx. You close that door because then it's less cover that even Eric can be hiding behind, right? And it's also less momentum that can also stop you because you can hit that door from that chow, and it would come swinging back in your face and kind of slow your sprint jump if you're GodRx. It's the little things that just makes you stand out sometimes in Search and Destroy. It warms my heart, Brody. But that was about to be an insane 2v odd, considering what Maple and Eric Boom just had to piece together for themselves. Big round 1 nonetheless. I'm sure ESG Rocker probably wanted that one to be a little bit cleaner, but GodRx still finds 3 to close it out.
Yeah, brilliant start from ESG Rocker. Playing Notorious, it was almost a clutch up this time around. Eric Boom, he's going to channel Liz in a Real, although I say that, it's probably just Eric Boom doing Eric Boom things, isn't it? Hyper aggressive through the back our area, and ESG's response, getting that bomb down as fast as possible.
And they will get that bomb down. And in a 3v4, nobody's expecting Eric Boom. He popped that silence to start this round, but already put himself in the stairwell. Finds himself free exit.
Now the situation very tough here for ESG Rocker, even with the bomb on side. Got a lot of different directions to look. And Team Notorious, I mean, they're all over the joint, aren't they? Found it out. Fame now for the 1v4. This would be spectacular. Gets the double, actually. Checks the bomb now. And does he escape? No. Would have been a perfect route if he managed to make it happen, but is going to be denied. And I like the response from ESG Rocker there, getting the bomb down in response to losing that first blood. But past that point, again, Notorious just continued to press the advantage.
Yeah, you lose that first blood if you're ESG Rocker, and you know you're trapped at that point. You know that there's no way that you should just throw your life looking over towards the A courtyard pillars area and just maybe try to swing for a trade. So you try to put the win condition in your court. That is, of course, with the bomb being planted. Just never fully expected for Eric Boom to still find his way over towards the billiard stairwell. And just hang tight and just wait for a free kill to come through. That's exactly what he did. Forcing the numbers advantage for Team Notorious, tying things up 1 apiece.
Aggression from both of these teams at the moment. It's not that surprising considering that's kind of where their trademark lies. Will this round be any different? Immediate stuns going out towards Kegs from Notorious. That's a lovely nade. Cross on towards Eric Boom. A follow-up as well being utilized by ESG Rocket Kid to take him out of the equation. Inside sight Real. Bit of an off angle here. Not exactly where they expect him to be. Metal's now going to bring that down with a stun, and Real is just out of position, runs straight for the gunfight, takes him down. Numbers now for ESG Rocker, and Notorious cannot get that bomb anywhere close to 8.
So got Real just lurking inside of the side door, busts open. Eric Boom sees some shots whiz past his face, and you feel like you got to take a shot somewhere, and that's Wee Man. Shuts down Fame, who's getting a little antsy over towards that top money window. So numbers will subside 3v3.
Curious here, how did Team Notorious handle this one? Because Eric Boom is normally the flanking player. So if he does go through with the bomb and dies, it wouldn't leave them in the best spot, but he is going to do that. The silence now will deplete, gets Panda. Now Real and Gotta Rex. Yeah, still moving for A here. Might be able to catch Real off guard. He's sitting in the corner, spots him out. Eric Bound now going to be down. No immediate trade there. Maple should be able to take him down, but he just pre-aims. I think he just heard the player that's up top. Not the right positioning to pre-fire there. That is unfortunate. Good effort from Team Notorious to try and flank their way back through the round, but it doesn't work.
It's so tough in that split-second call, right? I mean, if you're Eric, you find that free kill of Pander up top who just barely hears the door creak. You saw Pander just turn around knowing that he heard something behind him. But the dead silence keeps Eric's sound muffled, and when he finds that free kill, you were almost sitting there hoping, if you're a fan of Team Notorious, he was going to continue to hit all the way over towards B. We know because of Codcaster that site was completely empty. There's no way that Team Notorious were going to expect them with that a lot of time on the clock for them to be able to fully commit over towards B. So they full flood in A, and Real just stays alive long enough for the last player to get the kill. Got our X, 5-1.
Shots going out now. Eric Boom, fortunately going to lose the first blood. So ESG Rocker off the back of that have a lot of autonomy in this round. Wee Man, I will crash the party here. No dead silence to work with. He's making a ton of noise. He's probably been heard. And actually, no, never mind. Man doesn't hear him in that situation. Wee Man's able to get that kill. Of course, he was a little bit weak going into the engagement. Yet still, Wee Man is still the player to blow this round wide open. It's exactly what he does. Has an inkling as to where the last player is as well, but I don't think he knows he's directly behind, and off the back of that, Godarex probably going to be able to trade it out, and there it is.
Godarex now on 3, 6-1. Needs to get on a recovery mission as well, and doesn't have all the time in the world to do it here, Brody. That bomb is dropped just outside of Kegs. And Godarex is going to be making a lot of noise. He doesn't have the pleasure of waiting for dead silence. He just has to go.
Yeah, Godarex being tagged up here, down to 19 HP. He's
the
relying on
stun?
a paper thin. Yeah, the stun is good. I don't think there's any way you're winning that gunfight, though. Again, it's just such a kind of like a very short amount of space in which you can actually like pop out of that even the stun's not going to stop that player from winning the 1v1.
I mean, Maple was one shot. Maybe like a headshot away from getting that kill. I'm not sure, man. You never count one of these players out. They've been snapping, not to mention how Godarex, that's only his second death through 4 rounds of play, so. Even Stevens going into round number 5. Just the grand old tussle of who can get control of the middle bottom of the A building has been at a fine stalemate. One player for the offense of Team Notorious are slowly encroaching across this open field. It's going to be Eric Boom. Does not have that silence. He's going to eat a nade.
That should slow everything up here for Team Notorious. They've got to deal with Fame up top AC. Eric probably well aware of that fact. Slowly peeking out, gets the shots through. Eric survives the engagement at least. That leaves them pinned into that corner. Gonna have to back away here, and also Vayne now getting the information as to where Metals is, tagging both of these two players. Notorious are trying to get something moving, but they just aren't able to get anything going at all. They've got no map control whatsoever. They know where the guys are, but again, I mean, what do you do when you've lost a man already?
Yeah, you've lost a man already, and you can't necessarily act upon of the information that you previously got because you're eating damage along the way. The Semtex will actually connect for Metals, but what do you get off of this? Dead Silence is popped. You got Maple that's over by this archway. But he doesn't end up seeing, I don't think he saw GodderX. He's up top money, and he's going to find Eric Boom seemingly for free.
Maple's the playmaker in this round. If anybody's going to do it, it's got to be him. He just used Dead Silence as well. There's the first blood. 15 seconds left, though, as he reveals his position. He wanted to double up. Ideally, he does do so now. 2 versus 2. Maple still an opportunity to get another one here. There's a player sitting in that corner. The stun is good. The nade should connect as well. It won't do just yet, but Fame's going to stop the bomb planter. And now with 5 seconds left, Maple desperately hunting for this kill. He might well find it. Around the other side. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Just looks the wrong way. If he kept on going in that direction, might well have had the time.
Oh. Look up COD timing in the dictionary, and you'll get a little Harry Potter picture that moves of what just happened right there on the screen. That is... Woo! Man, that is unfortunate. Really did think there for a second that Maple was going to make the play. I mean, he had all the right reads. You ended up having at least the trade on the GodderX. Maple was able to at least find the next. It's just Fame that makes the heads-up play, man. As he knows that the only play that they have is maybe get over towards A, plant that bomb, even going 1 for 1, force the game clock. Yoshi Rocker might have just stolen one away. Team Notorious, though, they are aggressively flooding into Billiards.
Yeah, this is great from Notorious. Again, great response. Real, overwhelmed there. Nothing you could do. Stuck in the mud. I think that's just a general feeling for Electrify Steel Rocker at this point in time. Fane, though, on a position. Oh, I was going to say Eric Boom didn't expect it, but he bloody well did. Picks him off. And now a 2 versus 3 here for ESG Rocker. The bomb has to be retrieved. This is a really not great position, to say the least.
No, it's really not. Bomb retrieval mission, step 1. Trying to get over towards the bomb site seems impossible. Team Notorious, though, they have isolated themselves to watch just about everything. GodderX is expecting someone to maybe encroach on this red tower. He'd be wrong. Really just banking on Pander to be able to not only find his first kill in this search and destroy Brody, and he'll find one for free, but also continue to make a play around the back. His Dead Silence is running out very quickly, and GodderX is making moves.
Now, this is still possible, to be fair, for ESG Rocker, especially as Panda now has that backline area, but GodderX goes down, and now it is up to Panda here. Looking for 2 more. Should get taken out by Metal. Maybe not. 15 seconds left, though. The onus is really on Panda to do something in this situation. He's making so much noise. He's just trying to draw these players out. Get a free kill. Get something out of this situation. The stun is put down by Metals. It doesn't even need to connect as they take him down. And back and forth we go, handshaking rounds.
You can just feel the tension in all of these rounds, even in the first 30 seconds when First Blood comes through. Remember that Team Notorious, they started this round off with just a full flood through the bottom side of the building. First Blood comes through, it gets traded out, and just we come to an immediate standstill. Well, 40 seconds passes until a move is made. Both these teams just understand what's at stake, not willing to give up information for free. Plays need to be made and some explosivity on the side. 9-2 for Maple. Offense now for Team Notorious as we are tied going into round number 7.
First utility thrown out for both of these teams. Eric Boom, the victim of one. Oh, gets away from that Semtex that lands right in front of him. Elsewhere, Maple, effective with the sniper rifle. It kind of feels like he's been under the scope a little bit. At 10-2, hasn't really felt obvious in this game, even though he absolutely is doing bits for Team Notorious. Will get that first blood. Now looking for more across the way. It is Fame that would be taken down if he picks out.
And he simply will not. It's now Maple looking to make a Dead Silence play. He pops Dead Silence, does a little jump up. Trying to get on top of the truck, maybe? No. All right. Well, things are just weird now. It's actually going to the pistol, so I'm thinking that we might just go for a quick little bait and switch as far as this bomb set is concerned, but Maple gets the information late, snaps on the Fame top bricks, GodderX 1v3.
Should catch Maple. Wee man, excuse me, at least, but Maple pushed all the way up. GodderX knows that there's no point challenging Maple out when there's that much open space he has to work with. He has to reposition for a tighter angle. That's what's going to happen. Even now, Maple's looking in the right direction here. So GodderX really needs to force it to sight. That's the plan. There's silence now gone, though. The little check comes through, and there it is. Jack Maple. Would you believe it?
I absolutely will believe it, considering what Maple's been piecing together in this LSELA search and destroy. Dude has been relentless. Maybe somewhat with the scope. Has been put away ever so slightly. He's been finding a lot of good timings and kills with the AR, picking Vaznevs off the ground. He truly is the jack of all trades. Yes, that was a pun. Yes, I cringed as well. 11-2 now for Maple. 2 rounds in a row for Team Notorious as they take a 1-round lead here in the search and destroy after winning map 1 in a pretty reverse convincing way, if you ask me. But how about this as far as a change? Last defense, Brody, they all flooded over towards A. This one, they're giving a lot of respect. They're making ESG Rocker try to work for some information. Metal's going to be the only one to maybe for a first blood, but GodderX is ready for it with an AR in hand.
Notorious have done that quite a lot. Goodness for them, though. They have got the returning kills. Eric looking for number 3 in the round. And very quickly, the trades have been back and forth in this one. Fame now finds himself in a 1 versus 2. Doesn't have to go on that bomb retrieval mission that we always talk about. He's got it in the back pocket. And also Dead Silence ready to go.
He's going to clear all of this tower. That's full utility to boot. To be fair, he does have a lot of time to exhaust and clear. But are you going to expect that both Eric and Maple have moved over towards your money window? And then Maple, I mean, he's got to be holding a sniper just looking over here, right? You would think he's top house. Did he see Fame cross? I'm not too sure. There's the glint. He's going to get the kill. Team Notorious just on an absolute rampage. Even Fame just sitting there having a laugh. I mean, how would you ever expect that? Just almost feels like a round of control in a way. Maple just pushed all the way over here. The difference, of course, no snipers allowed in the respawn. Fame only so much that he could do there as Maple finds his 12th kill in the search.
It's a joke, mate. Absolute joke. What do you do? Like, what do you do, man? Maple just knows how to play the map so well. Perfect prediction coming out of the last 2 players there from Notorious that rap was happening. Notorious now 1 round away. Taking a 2-0 lead here in this best of 7 grand finals here at the Texas Open. Maple, once again, in that top green positioning, despite the fact that Fame is making his way downtown. He's going to be moving fast pretty soon. Wait, Maple.
Cruise Pistol gets committed. Information nonetheless. Maple still has the sniper. He's going to love to get all this information. That's a lot of smoke. All the way on the opposite side of the fence, you can see that Pander is crossing. All 8 players still alive. Eric Boom with the bomb in hand is halfway up the field.
Yeah, 2 players crossed already. That's the problem for Maple, is these guys, you need to try and pick them off as soon as they keep their head up. Wee Man's actually going to take that kill away anyway. The bomb still have a chance of making their way over towards B, to be fair, but if Eric goes ahead, and again, him being the first player is a big risk, might well make this round fall apart for ESG.
Fame late crossed. Keep late crossed, by the way, so he's not a part of this play. Team Notorious are quickly maneuvering their way into A, and they are brute forcing their way with numbers.
Fame, yeah, as you say, making his way around the back now. GodderX has distracted Eric Boom perfectly. Fame now, as you say, crossing back towards the point. Now Maple in the 1 versus 2 with the sniper rifle. This would be spectacular if he could make it happen, but no. GodderX peeks out at the right time. 1 round at a time here for ESG Rocker.
Quite literally a single round at a time because they lose another one, Brody. Well, that's the map now. They're down 0-2 in the grand finals when they entered in from the winner's side of things. What is going on here? GodderX finds his 13th kill as well. It's the game of main ARs, Brody. GodderX and Maple absolutely delivering for their team, but that entire round completely gets flipped on its head if Fame does not rotate at the exact time that he did. He had to stay there and guard the B site after losing his teammate a Pander top AC. Just too much to look at if you are Pander, but quick little directional change from Fame will help things out in that round. Will at least force this round number 10. It'll be ESG Rocker on offense. Eric Boom is quickly flanking past the house.
ESG Rocker should be aware of the fact they haven't exactly cleared that field side, but they don't care at this point. They're going to go for the bomb straight down. And that's the best play they could possibly make, and Real now starting to make his way through as well. No Dead Silence to use here, so the flank is unlikely, but they have predicted it. Never mind! Prediction or not, GodderX gets slammed. Eric Boom for that gunfight. Now ESG, they are scattered, they're splintered across the map here. You need to see some crazy clutch coming out of Fame. He goes for 1, not able to double up, and now Panda, the last hope for ESG Rocker. The kill is good for 1, but the coverage should be better from Maple. There it is, Notorious in the exact same scoreline, able to close out El Asilo's search and destroy once again.
6-4 once again. Team Notorious able to take map 2 here on El Asilo, search and destroy. They have a 2-0 lead in this series. And I gotta say, man, that was a gutsy defensive setup for Team Notorious. A really cool one at that. They wanted to play full retake over by A, right? So they completely keep the site open. Nobody's top kitchen. They're just maintaining the flanks on 2 different sides. One flank was maintained because Eric uses Dead Silence and pushes all the way through, gets the player top money for ESG. And Team Notorious just decisively swing their numbers around. Maple is definitely the one that we got to talk about, though. 12-4. No, he didn't drop 80 damage. I'm sure he found a few first bloods. Those stats are just incorrect. But man, picking up the Vaznev, clutching up rounds with his teammates, loading in with an AR, finding returning shots, team shots galore, and even the sniper rifle as well from Jack Maple. Even on the opposite side, too. I mean, Godrex had a fantastic game. 13-7 was just stuck in the clutch quite a bit. Just could not win as many rounds as ESG Rocker were once hoping for, as Team Notorious, again, have a very smooth run here in map number 2.
Yeah, I feel like 2 teams really there that do play extremely similar on El Asilo control. You know, we look at ESG Rocker, you know, again, we talk about kind of what they've been able to achieve in the past here on this map, and a lot of it has been down to playing super aggressive with players like Fame, like Real, just getting up in your face, right? And Team Notorious, I mean, how do they respond to that? Well, they just send Eric Boom flanking pretty consistently. I mean, again, we don't know exactly what the stats are like for the first bloods, even though it says 3. I don't think that's accurate. It still felt like he was pretty much consistently opening with some duels here against ESG Rocker and winning the vast majority of them as well. So the high tempo plays from Team Notorious, massive clutch plays coming out from Maple with the sniper rifle, again, proving why he deserves to be in the conversation, at least probably pretty highly in the conversation as well for the best sniper we have here in Call of Duty Challengers. Team Notorious now 2-0 up in this one, Andy. This is not going how ESG thought it would.
It's not going how I thought it would either. I mean, if you watch that winners finals and you saw the hardpoint just discrepancy between these 2 teams, you would think surely ESG Rocker are just going to come out and smoke them in the respawns, get tested in the search and destroy, but I thought we were going to be in and out in about 5 maps. Now I'm not too sure what the heck is going on, because Eric Boom's first Grand Finals appearance, he has got himself a buff. This guy is playing out of his mind. Maple has been here once or twice before. It's just a really good anchor AR. They are giving ESG Rocker a run for their money, Brody. Having a 2-0 lead coming out from the European region, I did not have this on my bingo card.
Team Notorious, perhaps our first European Challengers champions in quite some time. Looking for the championships here, 2-0 up, just 2 more maps, and they'll get it done in this best of 7 Grand Finals live from the OpTic Texas Open. We'll return on the other side of the break from map number 3. Welcome back here to the Call of Duty Challengers OpTic Texas Open presented by Perifio. We're 2 maps deep now into our best of 7 grand finals. And the European squad of Team Notorious here, they seem to have found their foot in a resurgence against ESG Rocker as they're now 2-0 up.
It needs to be said, right? I mean, we do technically have 5 total Europeans in here. 3 Spaniards, funny enough. One on the opposite side of ESG Rocker. His name is Real. But the full European team of Team Notorious, how about it? Able to take the first 2 maps here in a best of 7. They are white hot after they just got done being Boston Academy in a 4-map stint in lower finals. The issue is, Brody, and you know we got to talk about the elephant, map 3 in the room, is the El Estilo control. Control in general for Team Notorious has not been good since last night. Honestly speaking, when they're facing up against other top 6 teams here in Texas, they have come up short every single map 3.
Yeah, this is the big problem, I think, for the Team Notorious at the moment. And again, you know, we go back to kind of the OMIC Mexico matchup that we were talking about, like all the way back in the bracket now. It feels like it's been ages ago, eons ago, since we saw that matchup. And that was a win for OMIC Mexico in that series. Then they got Boston Academy. They got 3-0'd in the last series. It's the only map they lost. And I think perhaps more importantly, they lost this map 3-1 to ESG Rocker in the upper bracket final. It was a massive blow to them. And we talk about kind of the general success that this Team Notorious roster has had in control. It's surprising in a way, right? I know Season 2 wasn't quite as dominant as Season 1, and I know the setting is a little bit different, obviously online versus LAN settings, but still, like, they're a very good control team, and we've always known that to be the case. To kind of see them struggling in control here a little bit is somewhat surprising, but again, they seem to come out here with a very, very different attitude in towards this grand final, so maybe this will be the time for them to find their footing in control.
Better late than never as far as the bracket is concerned, right? Save your best control, I guess, until grand finals when it really does matter, because, I mean, it could be the difference maker in between them getting a 4-0 sweep or ESG Rocker making their way back into this grand finals as a whole. Last time that they played, El Estilo Control was the map number 3. ESG Rocker were able to take it 3-1, and it was a lot of fame. It was a lot of pander. It's just everybody from Rocker Academy in those final 2 rounds were just firing off on all cylinders, able to take an offensive round off of Team Notorious. And the reason why we harp on it so much for Team Notorious is because between both Season 1 and Season 2 of the Elite, as many games as they played, they only dropped a total of 2 controls. They were flawless at the end of Season 1, Brody, in this game mode, have yet to find their strides here at LAN.
Alrighty, well, Team Notorious, let's see if they can get the control victory versus ESG Rocker. Quite clearly, they made those improvements to win Hydro Hardpoint after they lost it in that upper bracket final. Maybe things can go better here. Well, so far, not so good as the 3-for-1 trade goes in favor of ESG Rocker. Maple, big gunfight to win down low in the bar and just cannot get it done. It's nice for Metals to respond at least, but map control looking pretty good for ESG off the rip.
Yep, not bad at all. Also, I've got Godorex trying to encroach on a further position. He was stuck inside a bush, so he wasn't going to see Wee Man cross over there. So that's a tough gun fight that I didn't even really take part in. But ESG Rocker are just getting in Team Notorious's grill, making sure that they are feeling very uncomfortable and making it expensive before they can even see one of these zones.
Trying to push forward here is Maple. Starting actually pretty well at 3-1. 3-ming up top here for the gunfight. Oh, gets a bad time in there as Godorex doubles up. Takes him down, so not that even that first progression will go through for Team Notorious. Every single attempt has been relatively unsuccessful. Now they need to come up with a plan B, C, D, find a new alphabet at this point, to be honest, because Team Notorious here, not in the best of places. They cannot get anything going in their direction. Wee Man, big 1v1 up top at least to keep Team Notorious an opening over towards A. And that opening now has to be there out here in this round. 20 seconds left. Something needs to get moving, and Wee Man has to be that player. But Fame is shredding through the bar.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Wee Man, you found that entry up top, but Fame was mirroring his rotation the entire time, just down low inside of Billiards. Someone's on the zone. It's going to be player number 3. That's Eric Boom. He does take down Royale. So clock is stalled out of 14 seconds. The segment will be coming through. We're staying on board with Fame because he's on a 5 spree. And if you can get this early cruise missile, you're going to be absolutely dancing, knowing damn well that it's just one person on the zone. And, well, Fame takes care of him.
ESG clearing space pretty well at the moment. One last surge here from Team Notorious. It has to be an individual effort from Maple, and they just cannot get it done. That's a clean defense from ESG Rocker. One hit is really all that we see being successful there for Team Notorious. Just the one tick of progressing.
Yep, one hit for one tick. That's just unfortunate. Again, it's just the fluidity that is ESG Rocker on this El Estilo map, and I know I'm probably contradicting myself after what we just saw happen over on LSD Search and Destroy, but they are normally very good at that one too. It's just, man, the way that Fame just understands the timings off the information for what his teammates are telling him, even off of death cams, his timings to be able to mirror not just one, but 2 rotations off the respawns of Team Notorious is just absolutely ballistic. He's going to have a nice kill streak in name of a cruise missile to come to this offensive round.
The Notorious really need a response in kind. It needs to be just as solid here on their defense. CSG Rocker, though, starting pretty strong again. Famous 11-3 off the start between these first 2 rounds. Needs to be taken out for Team Notorious, and Fame's just going to use the cover. Now whips out off timing against Maple. Maple does not expect that. Now ESG Rocker, they're on the point. Notorious going to give this one good defensive try. But Eric Metal's partner in crime there on the entry in towards the point will fall, and now I think Metal's going to give this a go, actually. Good effort versus Godorex, but again, it was futile because ESG, they've got the point.
60 seconds out on towards the board. A life lead is being dented as Maple will take down Fame. At least that's one forward player. Maple's also, or I'm sorry, Weeman, excuse me, is trying to take further space, getting towards that house. But while that's happening, his teammates are dropping in towards his own backline. Eric Boom also gets taken down by Real inside of lockers. Maple spawns up over by Pride Rock. Godorex is going to try to clear it.
Godorex will actually get that kill as well. Things not looking so hot here for Team Notorious because Godorex can now kind of clear some more space towards the backline. But kills actually coming in through here for Team Notorious around the middle of the map. Metal's going to be responsible for that one. He's really the only threat alongside Weeman over towards House. Now Fame going to move towards the middle of the point. Metals goes down again. Weeman still over towards House, but ESG Rocker don't really have to be too concerned about it. They're now starting to make that progress happen on the point. It is just Fame stacking at the moment. Coverage being provided by Rail inside the window, and Real's going to pick up that gunfight as well. First tick, now going to be through.
They finally dealt with Real top barbecue as well. There was no trophy system to keep Fame alive from, or I guess safe from any of those tacks or throwables in general that Team Notorious were throwing at them. And that's a great call that also came through from Eric Boom. Yeah, he's 3-11, but the 4th time that he was about to get spawn trapped and spawn killed, he loads in with an AR, knowing that he spawned on top of Maple over by the side of Pride Rock. So he had to take that long-range gunfight. He got Pander out initially. And it was just slowly yet surely for Team Notorious to get themselves back over towards this zone. But they don't have all the map control in the world. And here comes that kill streak that Fame earned back in round 1.
It's going to land on towards Maple. Space now cleared, and Real wins a gunfight against Weeman in the middle as well. So Eric now at 3-12. Needs to step things up. This is the time to make some individual efforts happen. First is through. The player now going to be on the point here in the form of Godorex. You don't get any A through the fence, but Eric Boom doesn't need it there for that gunfight. Takes Godorex down and is threatening now for this 2-piece, but now starting to face some pressure himself. It's Fame, it's Panda, it's all kills around here for ESG Rocker. There's just one more player in the backline to deal with. It's Metals, but the stack should be good for ESG. 2 players on the point. The second tick will be good. Ooh. Fame will peek out actually and gives Maple that frag. So now it is just Panda and Real around this point. Notorious players trying to find their way through, but it is a flurry of kills. Real for the double, 3 in a row for Kim, and ESG Rocker, an offense for them. Now 2-0 here in this control.
I mean, bold call there from Fame, who takes that chow towards top rock with a Vaznev of all things. But here's the closing of that round. If you're Real, okay, Weeman was weak. I thought he just got the entire kill with the pistol. That just would have been nutty. But everybody focus over on Pander, who's on dice. That is a problematic player that you have to cut through. You can wall bang through that fence line. You saw that from Pander's POV as he moves up to 7-6. Real and Fame, the SMG duo of ESGX Rocker, are showing up in a massive way. 30 kills between the two of them. Just absolutely having their way. On the opposite side, nobody really stepping up massively. I mean, Metals and Maple, they have a combined 16 kills, but a combined 23 deaths. So this offense has to stick. Do not want an 0-3 on another control for your resume here at Texas.
And Eric Boom and Metals, they try the flank. Real, he's read it perfectly, though, almost snaps on towards the second, but Eric Boom will hold on. Now Notorious, they've cleared all the space over towards B. They'll be able to start get this capture through. I'd imagine there should be a double stack at least from Notorious to get this one going fast. Instead, they're just focusing on being in off angles at the moment to catch ESG players off guard. Eric Boom pushed forward, though, unable to get anything beyond just a couple of shots in towards those players, and only 1 tick because of how slow they were capturing this point. And I think as his teammates die around him, Maple realizes he's probably just better served just moving away from that point, try to catch some of these players off guard and go over towards A.
Nobody's touching the zone yet, though. So if you're ESG Rocker, you're still searching for information. They run into Maple down low. Maple has to get snappy down here. Wee Man Metals, though, able to go 2 for 1. Wee Man's up towards the tower, so now that calls for Maple to touch the zone.
Yeah, they should be able to get A here if all goes well. Got to make sure you watch your flanks, though. And as an acting one, Real down for the count now as Metals now starting to get these kills. Metals starting to heat up. That's 3 down for Team Notorious here. They should get the stack through, but they also have the opportunity to move through towards B. Metals is that guy. Unfortunately, though, a lovely stick from Real comes through. He will be down for the count. The Team Notorious, off the back of that play, only down to just 2 players on this point here for the moment. ESG Rocker, if they want to, they could still stop this. Panda is going to go for it, but it's just a little bit too late. Instead, we'll have to settle for the exit frags. And to be fair, that's not terrible. They win pretty much every single gunfight. Metals, the closest player alive.
That's the right call out of the 2 if you are ESG Rocker. Yeah, you could have probably stalled it out. You might have lost a lot more lives, but most importantly, you would have lost map positioning. So you just set yourself up in the middle of the map. You just play for a couple of exits. But Metals has been heating up here in this round number 3. His SMG gameplay in and around from that green side of the building is just so good to help Team Notorious get closer towards that A zone and to add 60 seconds added on towards the board. He's also able to get Maple up towards top barbecue, which is a very powerful position if Team Notorious can move their way across field and touch this zone.
And Godorex, not in the best position here, needs to provide some coverage for his teammates. He's back away. Good reposition as well as he gets some shots in towards Wee Man, pushes him out of position now as well. This is really good across the board for ESG Rocker. Fame going to take down Maple. Team Notorious, they're looking for something certain around that back bricks area, but as a couple of players fall out, they're going to have to make their way across the respawn, and ESG Rocker have got all their angles covered. Real's pushed up towards the house. Godorex inside the point as well. Wins another crucial gunfight. Every single effort the Notorious are making to try and filter players through, they're not getting through. They're being called out.
Running into a brick wall continuously. 16 points up against 10, but you're not necessarily worried about the lives. You're more or less just worried about trying to convert this offensive round because it might just be your last. 12 seconds remaining. 1 player's in from the back. It's going to be Eric Boom off screen. He's going to take down Pander. Now Godorex pinch on the zone. He has to press forward.
Yeah, he's got a double, like, beautiful plays from Godorex. Fame for the last. That will be all she wrote here. No Team Notorious. Finally, ESG Rocker finds a way to deal with them. An offensive victory or an offensive loss there for Team Notorious will see them lose the control 3-0. And that just looks so dominant for ESG Rocker. It really is that simple, isn't it? It feels like exactly the same storylines that we were talking about from the upper bracket final, right? Where they're just kind of shutting down all of the big names on the Notorious. They just couldn't do anything. I mean, look at the end stat there. We'll have a more in-depth look. But Wee Man, Eric Boone, players you really need to go off for Notorious just were not there.
Yeah, no, they just were nowhere to be found, really. I mean, say what you will about an Elistilo control, it's very tough for your SMGs to even get in that position in the first place. You saw Metals, top kitchen, bottom lockers just being aloof to ESG Rocker to even see that A zone being converted. It all starts with your ARs just being able to have themselves a decent map. And to be fair, I mean, Maple, you went 12-4. It's just everybody else up front when it came down to Eric Boom and... Wait, this can't be right? Metals definitely got more than 6 kills.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Very, very interesting stuff nonetheless.
Very low. It's very
Okay.
low, Andy, mate.
I was
Yeah, I
about
was
to
going to say,
say.
there's like...
I'm pretty sure I saw Metals with double digits. I just want to make sure that I'm not completely faded here. I've been sitting in front of these lights. I've been walking around the pit roadie. Anything's possible at this point.
Yeah, that was a funny one. Imagine that. Imagine if Maple had the sniper rifle out. That would explain a lot in that control. But yeah, we don't allow those in respawns. But yeah, just Indomitable, really, isn't it, from the ESG Rocker boys. And that's the ESG Rocker that's kind of been absent for the first couple of maps this series. Just a lot of trust in one another. We also saw individual efforts, but from the team play, just insatiable. Here is that scoreboard that you were looking for, by the way. Double positive for Real, almost double positive for Fame. Godorex and Panda, I mean, all of them are positive. I think that's just the bottom line here. Everybody's slaying out.
Well, Maple dropped the same amount of kills, just 4 times the amount of deaths that you're in the control comparatively to search and destroy. But yeah, I mean, Eric Boom, Wee Man not having a good go of things is kind of the same semblance of what we saw against Boston Academy when they were playing that Fortress control in the lower finals, map number 3, is that Eric Boom and Wee Man just could not get the ball rolling as Godorex just absolutely feast. 14-9, double positive for Real. Felt like that guy was everywhere. And Fame also making just really good decisions across the map on where he needed to be at the right time. 22-13 as he will finish. And I would say that this was required for ESG Rocker. If you're coming out of the winner's side of the bracket, you want to essentially use these first 2 maps, try to get hot. If you can win one of those 2, that'd be great, because you know the Team Notorious coming off of those 2 matches back-to-back, they're going to be probably a lot warmer than yourself. So confidence, I would say, for ESG Rocker that you can slay out against Team Notorious. That'll be that much more prevalent as we go back over to Hardpoint here on Hotel.
Yeah, it's stability that they were looking for, isn't it? Now they found it in this series, a way in towards it with that control victory. Now Hotel Hardpoint, we're starting to get in towards the knee maps between these two teams. Let's see how this one goes. Off the rip, it's going to be ESG Rocker. Look at a touch first. Good coverage coming out from Godorex. Shots into both Weeman and Metals, and Godorex will finish both of those gunfights. A little bit of space now being created by Notorious to find their way on through, but Godorex at the moment doing a stellar job just peppering them all up. Finally goes down. That's 13 seconds sport, really, by the coverage brought to you by Godorex.
Oh, truly. I mean, Godorex is coming in with the gunny, continuing on with their map 3 antics. But through all of that, again, Team Notorious, they still scathe away with that side of the map. Did not generate a single second off of P1 because they wanted to maintain the P2 side of the map. Player number 7 is Pander. He's actually snuck all the way through Spa. He's going to be in a big 1v1 towards the back. Does not have immediate assistance as Godorex gets gunned through the single archway.
Eric being well aware of the fact, though, he's probably heard him, of course. Dead Silence hasn't been activated just yet. Now it will be, and well, no, there you go. Didn't even need the Dead Silence. Panda will be heard there in that situation. Now Team Notorious in control. ESG Rocker. They will be called out here as Metals is on the help desk. That nade should land pretty perfectly, though, for Fame to take him down. And now they're going to start to surge on through. Fame for the double. Fame looking for the triple. The shots are good, but again, he was a little bit weak. I have to imagine from that first gunfight, of course, and the player in that position was also better positioned. But Panda comes through. ESG Rocker surging on towards this hard point for the back 25 seconds. Valuable time to take away from Team Notorious here. And if you're the Europeans, just rotate.
Yeah, no, you have to at that point, right? I mean, it's 15 seconds you would love to have, but we're still in the early stages here of this map number 4 of Hotel. Real starting to heat things up even further. Now on a 3 spree, combined 6 along with Pander. So really, how do you go about trying to traverse across this atrium? Well, it's going to help things out as Godorex finds Metals up top. Player number 4 is Maple. He is all the way in the back underneath Valet, and he's going to get a free kill. Almost gets turned on by Pander. Would have been a massive kill to find for himself, but this is a good position to be in. If you are Maple, you're going to cause a certain amount of doubt for ESG Rocker on how to even get close to Kitchen.
Yeah, we know this can't be the money kill. Team Notorious want to exploit that where possible. A lot of it has to be coming from players in and around the hard point. Eric Boom has to try and get some of these guys, zone them away. Fame has found the exact route required here to get towards the hard point, but no, Fame, you can't just throw a Semtex out and run straight in the blast. What on earth is that? Now they're relying on the last remaining players. Panda from the connection side. Godorex through Freezer. What can they get done? Panda has already been peppered up. Godorex attempts to find his way through, and it is all just futile efforts here, there, and everywhere until Fame comes in for the double through the side door. Makes it look so easy, but again, the numbers way too much to handle there as Notorious do get all of that time.
Yeah, it's not a Bob Ross happy error right there. I mean, if Fame can somehow stay alive, and that Semtex wasn't thrown by himself in the first place, you're probably looking at a very different P3 break. But just about a full 60 was gained there for Team Notorious off of the kitchen hardpoint over towards the bar we go. And it will be ESG Rocker. I mean, they do have the closer spawns. The reinforcements will be here sooner, but they're not winning the gunfights. It's Eric Boom on his 7th life. 12 and 6 is on a 4 spree.
Huge from Team Notorious. Eric Boom, as you say, 12 and 6 is having a hell of a game so far. And the cruise missile, that would be big as well for later on down the line. At the moment, though, ESG Rocker still knocking at the door of this hard point. Eric Boom already being peppered up. The trophy systems aren't really there to protect him from any of this utility, this barrage of nades and stuns being thrown in his direction. But Eric Boom still looking pretty good here. Will survive back and towards 100 HP. And he and Weeman, the team shot so good to just eliminate every single ESG Rocker player attempting to even look at what is absolutely their property. And Eric now for the last kill here, a 1v1 on the scrap against Fame. That is a cruise missile in his back pocket, folks.
Yes, such an awkward moment there, especially if you're trying to get Eric Boom out from D1. He had immediate assistance from Weeman. 14 and 7 now for Eric Boom. Has that kill streak earned, and Maple is picking up where Eric left off at the old hard point. Can't find much more damage than he was already laying down. Now it comes down to the respawns. Eric was the last alive. Maple's trophy system at least takes down Fame, but still have numbers available to contest this hard point if you're ESG nearby.
Yeah, they didn't know about Panda. This is the big thing for ESG. Panda has to be the playmaker in the situation. He's already picked up one there. That'll create some space for Godorex to get in, but Godorex is only able to get one for the moment. Now, Payhame is the player to come from behind. So tenacious are ESG. just continuing to hit it, but Maple comes through for the triple, completely eviscerates every single ESG player close by, and that is Scrap going the way of Notorious. The last few hard points has been great for the European squad. They'll be ahead by about 60 points or so, going in towards the next hard point, but this is a big kill for ESG.
This is. It has to be. Because if it's not, and you get broken up and contested, then this first set of hard points might just be a giant dagger going in towards the second. I don't even have the rotation going over towards this Valet Hill. Eric Boom's going to confirm that with the cruise missile as well. Drops it on in, but the trophy system's going to negate it. So now ESG Rocker all around the back are just full on flooding, and Eric Boom, Maple don't have a single answer for it. It's just Metals and Wee Man to be able to find some straight trades, but the hard point's still contested right now.
Yeah, they can still go for this. Mel's going to get some shots towards that player around the back line. Panda will survive and actually comes back for the gunfight. That's bold, considering Eric Boom was still hanging around the joint, and I think Panda was well aware of that fact, but still, the end result is the same here for ESG Rocker, and this is a huge moment. They take a lot of time away from Notorious, and they draw out that streak as well, right? That's a big usage coming out from Notorious.
Yeah, big decision being made there from Team Notorious to be able to commit that cruise missile towards that hard point in particular. I mean, if you got away with it, it would have been the difference of maybe like, what, 170 to about 70 would have been a 100-point lead potentially, but ESG Rocker, I mean, they just do not understand the word mercy. They just all flood over towards the backside of that hill itself. And Panda's showing up in a massive way now, coming in towards the second set of hard points. 40 seconds separate these two teams.
Yeah, all the kill feed's going to light up yellow, though. This is beautiful from Team Notorious over towards this P1 hard point. They've got full control over the map. Those south spawns now coming through for ESG. North-south spawns, as a matter of fact, as well. Escotarex going to spawn out over towards the kitchen side. There's still a good chance here for ESG to break. Got to get rid of some of these players, though. And there goes down Eric Boom. There goes down Maple as well, excuse me. Sponsors looking pretty good here for Notorious. Escotarex just trying to lay down to escape Metals in this situation. Metals just jumps on the side, but you're like, peekaboo, you're dead. Notorious now, yet wave of gunfights here for a big amount of time. 15 seconds left now. The scrap's still being fought over. Panda going to lose that one towards Eric Boom. And Eric picks up a second as well. But now pressure around the backline here from ESG Rocker is it's going to be Real and Escotarex. Going to try and win some of these gunfights, but Real goes down. Now down to Escotarex in that backline.
Hey, ESG and Rocker, I mean, they immediately spawn up, and they're trying to push all the way through Wine, and they're able to get past Chandelier, so you have Escotarex in the back. He thinks that he's anchoring spawn, so Real spawns over by Spa, but Team Notorious still have numbers coming through from the front. Escotarex goes down towards the back trucks, and again, Team Notorious are showing up in the trade department. They are finding every single kill required, but Real goes unnoticed in the back stairs. He's able to find one. That couples along nicely. The last player alive in the hill is Eric Boom, and Real will find him.
Real just laying down low. He was not in the best position there, to be honest. Activates the dead silence just as Maple peeks him. Yet still, despite all the efforts from ESG Rocker, they still can't get a wealth of time off the back of this hard point. Still getting outplayed. Maple now on 5 in a row. Will get taken down by Panda there amongst the flurry. That's probably the most important kill of the lot. As Electrify Steel now going to take him off that spree. But even that is not enough here. And Notorious very much in the same spot they were previously with Eric Boom. Once again, peacing out. I just don't think we're surprised at this point. He is basically double positive. It is Notorious in control of Noob.
I think I was seeing that correctly. He earned himself another cruise missile, right? Surely that was there. But regardless, 29-15 is a massive stat line. 211 to 130. The setup inside a kitchen is here again. And last time in the first set of hardpoints, ESG Rocker could not get inside of this hardpoint. Need to have a stark difference here in the second set.
Here we go. Needs to be fast from ESG Rocker. Real around the back line. That's a lovely nade from Eric Boone. Notes tonight. Rex going to throw one in towards the kitchen, and it does blow up right in the face of Metals. But again, coverage looking pretty good for Notorious. Are the numbers? That's going to be the question. It's Escotarex Fame now combining for 3. They overwhelm Eric, Queeman, and Maple inside. 25 seconds now. Still worth fighting over because Notorious could technically finish it there, but I think they are just better served, moving over towards the bar rotation, and they know it as well. Metals will give this one last look, and actually, to be fair, they need to come back. Draws one player back towards this hard point, and that makes the look over towards the next break significantly weaker.
Any kill that Metals finds over there is fine, because you can see where ESG Rocker, they're essentially spawning over by Valet, and it pulls back another defender to make sure that that time does not go over towards Team Notorious. They are in for yet another rotation. 238 and counting on up.
Got to go. Mid-map coverage being provided by Metals as well. That's a problem for ESG Rocker. Wee Man with the AR just way too strong. Couple more players to take down now. Now all down to just one. And they're being beamed by Notorious. A perfect hard point from them, especially when we look towards the rotations from P2 to P3. Notorious once again taking a hard point away from ESG Rocker.
It's absurd to truly break down how much time this Team Notorious roster was able to generate at the latter half of the first set of hard points. I mean, it was not just a one-man show, but you really do feel like that man that just stood up, took off his headset, Eric freaking Boom, was just coming to play there in Hotel, was just slaying out everything that was coming his way. He will finish at a resounding 31 and 18, 3,300 damage. 21 of those kills are non-traded. And, Brody, he had a minute and 43 worth of OBJ time. 16 of his 31 kills were inside of the hard point. That is absurd what Eric is able to piece together. Notoriously, pun intended, has been a roaming slayer. Metals plays that role for this team, and Eric is now playing inside the objective to such a high level. My heavens.
Yeah, it's one of the things that Eric, I think, had to learn, right, coming into this season. I think previously when we talk about kind of rosters like AIM Esports, Eric Boone was that kind of explosive SMG player that was effectively the roaming SMG. Now I think he's had to learn to kind of sit inside the hill, and even that is not boring in any way because he ends up with almost 50 engagements, just 1 kill shy of 50 engagements, earns basically a double KD there inside that game. Eric is a little monster, man. I emphasize the little bit, but he's little monster, and that's the main thing for Team Notorious. Eric is just such a massive win for them to have on this team, and it has been, again, a massive thing for him to see kind of his performances in Season 1 and Season 2. We kind of noticed that. It's a big reason why they saw a little bit more success, too, especially during the group stages. But Notorious now in this series, Andy, 3-1 up. Just one more map, and the Europeans will take it.
It's crazy to think that we even find ourselves here in this moment of time, because we have had North America champion after North America champion. This has been going on ever since the Opens truly came back, even through the Vanguard year. You know, I mean, we had some Europeans show out and be able to win some of these Challengers Opens. Shout out for Nicole Hixie as well for the Toronto Ultra North America roster, but even more so than that, for a European roster to not only make such waves through an open bracket for one, but to have small ripples at the beginning of the year, and then to come here in Texas and make a giant tidal wave here in Grand Finals versus the #1 seed, I am utterly surprised. I am so happy to be along for the ride.
I still think this is the best Challengers Open we've ever had.
It really has been. We've had some upsets. We've had region upsets as well, just teams beating each other left, right, and center, dropping maps as well. I don't know. It's weird. It's like, crazy. There's something in the air here at Texas.
Yeah, we came in, I think it was out like the later stages of the bracket play, and the top 3, I think it was. When I first thought something was afoot, it was like the top 3 from Season 2 of North American Challengers Elite. They were donezo, right? And we already knew kind of the top teams from European Challengers Elite because they both weren't really here, despite obviously Detroit Deviants being half of the Lenari Del Mysterio roster. We already knew that wouldn't be the case, that they wouldn't be high up because they weren't present. But still, like, that's when you knew something was awry here at Texas. And now, moving forward, I mean, this Team Notorious roster have completely shaken everything up with just how well they've performed here in this grand final. There's just so many different storylines, I think, to talk about here. But there's one that we do have to talk about with ESG Rocker at this point. They're currently 3-1 down to this Team Notorious roster. You have to feel bad for them to a certain extent. It's not over yet. They could still come out and win this 4-3 all the way in towards the game #7. But you have to feel bad for them to a certain, because if they lose this, that LAN championship has still eluded them.
It's just those back-to-back second places that you do not want to see coming through from ESG Rock. You're a fan of all these players, the organizations, whatever it may have you. It's just things you don't want to see. I mean, you don't want to wish ill upon anybody, Brody, but I mean, back-to-back silver places when it comes down to 2 opens that we've had this year, it's be interesting to say the least. And in 3rd place at Raleigh to start things off. Yeah, I think these guys should be due for a win, but they are not proving it here.
Oh, it's big, isn't it? Winning the grand final here at a LAN. If our former winners, LAG Academy and Decimate Gaming, have had anything to prove, winning is really good for your careers here in Call of Duty Esports. Team Notorious just 1 map away from getting a LAN championship under their belt here in Call of Duty Challengers. We're going to be back with map number 5 right after this break. Alrighty, folks, welcome back here to the Call of Duty Challenges OpTic Texas Open presented by Perifio. It's time for what could be the final map in this best of 7. Ignore what's at the top of your screens right now. Team Notorious, they're actually 3-1 up, and we're into Embassy Search and Destroy. Not a bad map for ESGX Rocker.
Not a bad map for Team Notorious either. When you're looking at their overall elite seasons, Real's going to think that maybe he can get this bomb planted. He hears that door open, he thinks twice of it. Doesn't exactly have all the coverage in the world. It's mostly Panda that's over by Pots, but over by Sign. Metals will chout. Can't get first blood. Finally takes down Fame. Real needs some help. Please, help.
Oh, that's tough. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, the one direction you look if you're Godorex in that situation, and it is right into the sniper rifle of Maple. They also know where Panda is. That glint got seen. So it's a matter of time before Panda goes down. Maybe he can win a 1v1 around the backline with Maple if he chooses to push, but... Team Notorious, they're not amateurs in this situation. Class them as semi-pros. Panda in the 1 versus 4. They're not going to give him any quarter whatsoever. He might be able to get some nice snipes off, but nope, doesn't react in time. Eric Boom gets him. And that's a flawless round coming out from the EUs.
Yeah, it's just really tough, right? I mean, if you're Rocker Academy, you want to try to make this B plan happen very, very quickly in the round. Real gets past the Sign. His only help again was Pander, who was sniping back Pots, overlooking AC. That door opens up. Eric probably threw his shoulder, probably saw the glint from Pander's scope and wanted nothing to do with it. That information gets communicated to Metals, who pushes underneath the windows of Embassy. Whether or not there was a player for ESG Rocker over by Xbox to maybe try to cover that cross, if not get in a battle with the player over on the A lane, is beyond me, but it does not mean that Real got any assistance whatsoever. Now, Team Notorious looking to do the same thing, looking for a quick B execute.
Should be able to get the bomb down. As Real decides to fly out from Orange. Metals will reveal the position. Eric Boom taken down. Metals able to take down Real at least before he goes. So, 2 versus 3 now. Notorious having a retreat towards that back administration building. ESG have already got some players over there. Fame and Godorex. And is just trying to distract. He's literally just trying to distract. That's the only play he's making right now, and it works. Wee Man looking in that direction. How about that for a play? Now 20 seconds on the clock. Maple needs to pull off something special. Does this the pistol? The snipe for the second, but no! Oh, he had him in his sights. But not a kill to be found there.
Center crosshair and everything. I was ready to jump up out of my shoes, man. Woo, well done from Pander. Just to continue to sit there and snake the tennis net. So wait for that kill to come through top admin. And then Fame presses all the way forward. Fame's, by the way, I don't know if it was a team Semtex or what that came all the way through, but there was a Semtex that got Eric all the way on the bomb that I'm pretty sure came from the center of the map closer towards Xbox. So good lineups being showcased here for ESG Rocker to go defense for defense. Very tough site to retake, but majority of the way that you go about doing that is making sure you get top admin back in your favor with numbers. So defense for defense, trophy system will keep everybody safe from nades when they get tossed over here.
Real just trying to get a feel for where any Notorious players are located. Now feels confident enough to get this bomb down. It's positioned in the regular spot. They can cover it from either that back right side or the top administration building, but Real going to be tagged up by the initial nade. Good news for them. They take down Wee Man. Middle. Notorious trying to put together this flank. Slowly but surely does Metals make his way through.
No dead silence, so really has to be careful. Might have made a sound cue. You can see player up top. He's thinking about it for Fame. He's going to start running away. What's the timing look like? Metals can't even find a kill. Now it's up to Eric Boom. 1v3. Good luck. Have fun. Finds the first up top admin, but inevitably gets flanked. Wonderfully executed there for ESG Rocker. I mean, there weren't any nades at all. That trophy system was just kind of vibing over by Pots. I think it maybe ate 1 stun for dinner, and that was it. And at that point, you have the coverage over by Pots to look towards top AC. Mid lane was covered as well as Godorex, I believe, was watching that A lane. Oh, nobody could flank on the backside of the administration building. And yeah, Metals, I mean, he slips all the way through, but he makes that audio cue, bottom admin. So, wonderful stuff coming through from ESG Rocker. They may have lost the first, but they answered back with the following 2.
Straight up way off the rip on this one. Notorious looking for blood, and they will find it. With Real and Panda out of the round. Godorex tries to make his way through the administration building. And goodness, that was super fast. Notorious happy to take it.
Sorry, I blinked. Did we play around Search and Destroy? That was, pretty pretty lightning fast the way those kills all came through. I mean, it's just immediate building control. Usual positions being looked at. Maple hits the snipe up top AC. Not a whole lot to break down if you ask me, Brody. Just a good rollout for Team Notorious. Looking in the right directions. Keep things evened up going into round number 5. Energy yet to find a kill. Now he gets a little asterisk next to that because he's been running the sniper and he's going up against Maple, who was 4-2. He dropped 12 kills in the LSU Search and Destroy, but Nate's over the top, going to deal with some cards. Seems like Team Notorious are playing around with the idea to either push mid lane or all the way around back Embassy.
Very aggressive from Team Notorious. Again, they're trying to go for that kind of almost standard setup and making their way through administration building, but they've got to be careful. They don't want to fall into the trap of giving away an unforced error. Mel's now going to utilize his dead silence here and might have just got the timing, but no. His fellow Spanish Beveren will take him down. Now for Team Notorious here. They still don't need to play hyper-aggressive, but again, recognizing exactly where Eric Boom is located. Godorex just trying to draw Eric into the trap, and they do exactly that. Now ESG Rocker have a lot to play with.
Godorex and just springing traps with doors. Gets the information. Team shots come all the way through. The trust is there. Last 2 players alive for Team Notorious are the AR lineup between Maple and Weeman. Godorex with the submachine gun, no dead silence required. He's going to start pushing up these stairs. Might get some favorable timing onto one, but these 2 players are split. And they both fall simultaneously.
Yep. That's unfortunate, I think, for Team Notorious, just generally speaking, right? Because, again, like, if they would have played a little bit more passively in that round, and I know you do have to get some modicum of control over the administration building, they might have well have won it, but ESG just played it so well, just baiting those guys in.
I mean, once you get the immediate information, I mean, there was a player that was trying to take a challenge inside of the toilets, right? And when Eric Boom just comes flying into, or when it was Metals, excuse me, trying to push on in towards the showers, his SMG duo of Eric Boom left him to try to go push inside of P2 and just get absolutely baited by ESG Rocker to get the 2 easiest kills. I'm sure that they'll find all Search and Destroy along. How about this from Team Notorious? They are flooding out towards P2. That stun gets a lot of hits, but I don't think that Godorex was expecting more than one person. Fame does, though. He finds 2. We go 2 for 2.
Yeah, they haven't dealt with all the threats, though. They're about to run headfirst into Real, who happily takes down Weeman in this situation. Of course, they've counted the heads. They know who's dead and who's not. It's Maple for the 1v2. They're well aware of that fact. Might be able to get one, though. Across the way. Spots out Panda. Panda's just going to back away, not going to give anything away for free in this situation. And Maple grabs the bomb. No way. There is no way. Real chows it.
Do it.
Oh, no.
Do it to him!
The timing! The timing! He's done it to him! The pistol kill is good now, 1v1.
40 seconds remaining. He has the bomb in his back pocket. Has a Vaznev that he picked up off of Real's corpse. And he's expecting Pander to push all the way through. That kill did not come through, so that way Maple did not get the regen onto the dead silence. If he peeks this slowly enough, he might check the van, but Pander throws some shots. 23 seconds. Maple's going to take the chow. Sun comes in.
Panda, all he needs to do is play time. Don't give him anything. Maple's going to have to back away, but again, it only takes 1 snipe. 12 seconds from Maple. No dead silence to work with here. I don't know if he even has time to plant at this point.
He does.
Across the bomb. Yes, he does. Bomb will go down.
And now Pander for the retake. Does Maple have dead silence again? Pander's got a trophy and an AR in hand, and Maple is just going to play in this tight-knit corner, or is he going to try to fish out a timing? He's re-wrapping around P1. That's
He's activated
bold.
Daddy. He's activated Daddy. He's not going to hear this. He's not going to hear this. Panda from behind. You got to watch your back, buddy. Maple just get the information. Switch.
Ah!
He whiffs. He whiffs. Panda's got time. He's not going to hop on the defuse just yet.
Oh.
15 seconds. Let's take one to finally. Maple wins the longest 1v1 you've ever seen.
He got 2 dead silences in the round. That's how long that one just took. That's absurd. I mean, if you're Pander, there's only so much you can do. Again, he doesn't have dead silence, right? So, yes, just encroach on the bomb, just sit down on top of it and expect the challenge to come through maybe over by the Xbox side. Again, it's a bold call because there's always that thought he could just hop it. If Pander gets back over towards that bomb, he could have just hopped it and maybe ninja'd it away from Maple. But as you call it, Brody, that second that silence comes through, he pops it. He comes around P1 behind Kitchen, and he clutches up the round for his team to keep things even in around 7 we go.
Woo! I hear Randy on the casting desk. ESG Rocket trying to make Team Notorious sweat here in this round with the aggression on towards B. Real once again playing the opener. Doesn't want to plant the bomb just yet, and well again, Eric Boom flies out, takes him down. Now the bomb is stuck on site.
That's a tough place to leave a bomb. Patty caked on the ground. Also quite dangerous. Got our X, nade, stuns, not going to connect anything whatsoever. Wee Man's going to find yet another kill for Team Notorious here in this round. And they have the entire map to play with as well. Got our X is forced to make a play. That silence activated as well, but the door opens up into a double chow. Fame 1v4 would need the entire ace to clutch the round for his team.
It's a lot to ask for Fame here, isn't it, in this situation? At least he's got control of the bomb, right? Technically speaking, he could get that and run away, but leave himself out in the open, exposed. I think he's just trying to draw some players in before planting this bomb. Should get it down. But I'd imagine those yellow arrows would just swarm on towards the bomb as soon as it goes down. And there it is. Fame actually gets away. Surely he's not going to survive for much longer. Oh my god. He gets that kill versus Wee Man. Turns for the second as well. The shots are looking pretty good. Has to check the bomb planter though. And oh my god. Almost makes that realistic out of thin air.
I mean, that would have just been the most insane timing because Maple was up top. He climbed the ladder top AC and he was about to chow him over by the stairs. It felt like Fame was perpetually below 50 HP. He almost gets the better of Metals. I mean, the wallbang shots to the door kept Metals weak. Metals just sees Fame just flying at him. The fact that he even found the second inside of the orange electrical hallway is beyond me, catching a player mid-tack sprint, as he was still one shot from the previous engagement over by Sign, but c'est la vie. We end up having ourselves round number 8. And ESG Rocker would desperately love to have it. Do not want to be down 5-3 and put Team Notorious up on a series point.
First blood. Team Notorious, a smile across their faces. Every kill puts them one step closer to the championship. That's a big one. ESG now relying on stopping them crossing the path that is middle of the map. Aggression now coming out from Real, but he kind of goes down. Now it is actually going to be Fame, excuse me, in the middle of the map. I will catch Eric Boom on the cross. The shots are not good enough for the kill just yet. Turns around, recognizes that maybe someone's going to fire that bar for him. That's not the case just yet.
2v4s are so tough on Embassy because you have so many different lanes to watch. But Godorex, he is still over here by the B-bomb. He takes down Eric Boom. That's the bomb drop. Metals will recover it. Maples with that silence. He will pop it. He has the sniper to play with, and he should be more than aware off of the previous shots that somebody should still be mid-map, and Fame is just holding his irons.
Yeah, you're not going to see it. That's the problem. You know he's there, but you're not actually going to get anything from him. As Wee Man jumps out from the top window to take him down. That seems like it might well be the play. Metal's trying to take some shots in towards Godorex. None of them actually going to land, and there it is. From up top, Maple for one. Other one goes down. Notorious on championship point.
It just happens so quick. That stun comes through. And whether or not it was going to connect on a Fame, regardless, it was communicated to Metals, who recovers the bomb after Eric gets gunned by Godorex up top. He just immediately turns for it, fully expecting the chow. The damage on a Godorex was good enough that you knew he was going to reposition, so you have to turn to look at the middle of the map. Metals makes that play so often on defense, he knows that that's where he has to look. Championship point for Team Notorious. An offensive look for Electrify Steel X Rocker. They're trying to get themselves over towards B. Nades, stuns, there are players here as well.
Aggression towards B. Real's going to do what he normally does. Gets this bomb down, hope they've got the defense to hold it from administration building. But what does the post plant look like for Real, who has gone down in these situations, wants to get aggressive through electrical, and actually loses that 1v1 off screen. But elsewhere, Panda has taken down one. Cruise missile has been slammed down, and it forces ESG in towards the site. Godorex has been stunned up. Lets the player run straight past him. Does he know? Yes, he does, but it doesn't matter. Now the 1v3 for the championship for Wee Man. Knows where these players are located. Does he have the time to make the miracle happen? No. ESG, hold on. One round at a time.
It's kind of rude just to step on Godorex's hands as you run past pots, but yeah, holding the numbers. The aggression works out. It's something that we haven't seen Electrify Steel find value in really since, like, what, their second attack, round 3, so it comes back. Trophy system wasn't required to keep themselves safe from nades because Team Notorious are a lot more adamant about making sure that their gunnies get in the positions first before they throw their nades. That said, bomb being planted, 2 players stay alive up top. Admin becomes a little bit less doable for Team Notorious as they lose players along the way. How about aggression? 2 times in a row. This time, Team Notorious, again, championship point.
I get this bomb down. Trade's going down. It's in favor of ESG Rocket. And in from behind, Wee-Man can't do anything. It's Metals for the 1v3. He makes it a 1 versus 1. But no, again. Round 11 for everything.
My heart can't take it.
Oh,
Andrew takes his first blood onto Maple. He wins the sniper battle. Eric Boom felt the necessity to push it. He was the only player in a position to try to get Pander before he got away. But he ran into a double chow on the backside of AC. Finds one, gets gunned. 2 rounds in a row for Electrify Steel X Rocker. Championship point for Team Notorious. Tournament life for Electrify Steel X Rocker. And they're going to have offense. Do they go back towards this aggressive hit over towards B? Pander looks to be sniping. Electrify Steel are actually playing this very passive. They're giving a lot of respect on the map for Team Notorious.
This is the problem. You have to cross the no man's land that is the middle of the map. ESG know that. You also have to be very wary of the fact that Team Notorious might try to penetrate the administration building. They've done it before. It was only a few rounds ago that ESG Rocket managed to draw a couple of players in. Take them down. Both of those players, relatively similar positions. Metals could well be the playmaker here. Slow, steady. Ready to strike. Any given moment. Just chilling. Allows a player past him. This bomb will go down. Metals should react as soon as it does.
There's no immediate assistance looking at this mid lane. Does Real get out with his life? No, he's going to get from behind. Metals for first blood, but you have Fame in the clutch position up top. You have to deal with Fame up top.
Far. Wee-Man taking shots. Fame down to 43 HP. The push has to be now. Elsewhere. Got X down. Pushed all the way into the administration building, but around the back, Panna has the read on towards 1. 26 seconds now. Panna for the double. And Wee-Man, he's just going to jump with the defuse. Fame should check this one. They are not done yet. Electrify Steel survive a brush with death here. 3 rounds on the bounce, and they send us to a map number 6.
Woo, man, it's getting hot over here, Brody. Pander stands up, let him have it a little bit. He starts off 0-3. The sniper comes back out to play, I want to say, like, round 8 or something like that, and starts finding further value with it. But it is what his SMGs capitalize on top of it. Specifically, Fame was just a pure benefactor for Electrify Steel X Rocker's success when it comes down to those latter rounds. Maple was having his way, as well as Metals, through the majority of this game. But man, this is what makes Electrify Steel X Rocker just so deadly. We saw it in Boston versus Decimate. We saw it even slightly for Elite Season 2 as far as group play is concerned. Their ability to stay cool, calm, collect, to go back to business as usual, and to adapt to the tendencies that Team Notorious are throwing at them is just so respectable. We're going to another map.
I'm stunned, mate. Absolutely stunned. They were so close. They were so close. 5-3 up, and they could not finish. ESG Rocker, as you say, tenacity. Stay alive in this one. Oh, goodness me. Here's a look at the best of 7 as it currently stands, folks. Again, killed it. They were 3-1 up in the series off the back of 2 hardpoint victories, and I think, crucially, a search and destroy victory. Now, Electrify Steel able to hold their nerve and win another search and destroy kit, send it to another control. And this is the problem, I think. I don't know if I want to call it one, but we've already recognized that Notorious's, I guess, Achilles heel in this tournament so far has been control. And we saw that earlier on with just how swiftly Electrify Steel dispatched with them in map number 3.
It's just, again, it's so strange that I'm even sitting here having this conversation with you of all people, Brody, that I'm sitting here looking at Team Notorious on that Station 1. And I'm like, they're having a bad weekend of control. A team that has been, again, pun intended, notoriously the best control team that we have coming out of Europe, have only dropped 2 control maps across both Elite Season 1 and Season 2. That said, you feel like that hotel might be a better chance for them to be able to do it. The only reason why I say that is because the hard veto for ESG Rocker Academy all year long, ever since Raleigh concluded, has been Triple Hotel. It is their least practice map. It is their least favored map as well, Brody. You gotta have it here, you would feel like, in the control for Team Notorious and on Hotel nonetheless.
Oh, man. I just... This is insane. This is utterly insane.
It's a great series. We've been blessed with some great series since yesterday and even today, too. bangers.
I'm telling you, man. I don't care what people say. This is the single best Challengers Open we have ever had. Shout out to OpTic Texas running the event, and obviously all the wonderful people behind it, all the wonderful people behind us in production, for choosing the matches that we've had on broadcast, because every single one has been filled to the brim with storylines. It's been such a wonderful season so far. This is effectively like just over the midpoint of the season, right, Andy? So to see this now, oh, dearie me, Notorious still on the hunt for that last map, but as we've said, this has been their problem, and I don't know why, considering, again, they were such a good control team in Europe, in Elite so far. I know, again, it's a different setting, but still, that has to be the thought process for Electrify Steel here. Look, we destroyed them in map number 3, just get through this one, and we're going to Game 7.
On the day, Brody, on this Championship Sunday, Team Notorious have taken a single round of control. It was against Electrify Steel X Rocker on El Asilo. Will Hotel be different? Well, the opening rip suggests maybe. Metals Wee-Man able to find Q. Maple trying to double up himself, but it will inevitably be Electrify Steel Rocker that stabilized the middle of the map. But Eric Boom quickly off the respawn showed presence at B.
Notorious trying to get something going at B. Help's not really around the back line though, is Hannah once again going to double up here. Started on 3 and 1, make that 4 and 2 there as he gets Nade on towards Eric Boone, not just before going down towards Maple. Haven't quite cleared the point just yet though, and Maple's actually going to pick up another one as well. So that completely clears all of the presence of ESG Rocker over towards B. They can now stack this if they so choose. That's not a good Semtex from Maple. He's had some good ones. That is not it. And now find themselves effectively in a 2 versus 2 here on the point. Maybe a 2 versus 3 if Godorex comes and joins the party through the middle of the map. But now Maple, what more can he done? Still alive here on 4 and 1. Getting the second tick of aggression through. It's not going to be there. Just shy of that second tick. Team Notorious now going to have to settle for Ray.
Single tick is all they'll get. 20 plays up against 16. This has to be your last stand to get 60 seconds on and on towards the board. Kills are still coming through the middle of the map. Eric Boom is still over here at A, but the numbers for Team Notorious are actually favoring that to get bedroom control. Wee-Man will get at least a parallel spawn over by the cat room. Fame guns Wee-Man where he stands. At first segment is going to come through before Fame gets here, though.
Yeah, they have stopped it, though, at least. Fame now on 5 in a row. And Nade might well take him down at 10 HP. He escapes. He knows how important getting this streak is. Back up towards full health he goes. Now starting to gain some map control as well. Fame could well just be pivotal stopping this entire play. I don't think he even needs to. Panda and Godorex are doing the job for them. But fortunately enough for Team Notorious, it's been a bit of a scrappy offensive round so far for them. Wee-Man picks up a double in the kill feed here. Coverage over towards A for ESG Rocker, but they might well have just fully lost feed depending on how this push goes. They're double stacking it. Eric Boom looking to close things out, but from the middle comes Fame and Panda. Just one more player alive. It's Maple. He can't get it done. The third tick again was about, what, 0.1% away. They could not finish off, and now Team Notorious down to their final set of lives. One last hurrah over towards A. They should be able to touch the point at least. And Eric Boom picks up a double. They will.
Hold on a second. 4v9. The stack is here. 2 players strong. Maple, Eric. The 2 players on the zone, no trophy system, I don't think, to at least keep them safe from nades. Electrify Steel X Rocket, they're going to chalk this. They're going to allow the 60 seconds to come through. This is a smarter call because Team Notorious have no respawns remaining. They just need one tick at B. One good hit, Brody. That's what they need.
Yeah, but it's fragile, isn't it? Down to the last 4 lives, it has to be perfect from here on out. And ESG Rocket, from a multitude of different directions, just peppering it up. Real from behind to take down Wee-Man for the rest of this round. Notorious down to the final 3. Fame for another one as well. He's got that cruise missile on the back pocket from that earlier spree. He's had a hell of a round here to kick off this control. Maple and Metals. The M&Ms. What do they have for us here?
Probably no a whole lot of nothing. I mean, you have to somehow get, you got to get Fame out from this position. All right, Metals removes him, but this is his running mate of Maple along the way, so. I mean, a whole lot of something for what was starting to look like a whole lot of nothing. I'll tell you that much. They get at least 4 ticks here. I thought it was going to be 4. They somehow walk away with the entire capture over by the A zone for a total of 5 ticks. And for how that opening rip did start, color me surprised because Electrify Steel were just having their way. But it really does go to show you just how it takes one solid attempt, one good break to be able to capture 60 seconds on a map mode combination that is hotel control. Talk about Fame getting his early streak 9 and 6. How about Pander 12 and 6 double positive after round 1?
Also, the good thing is, when it comes to hotel control, you don't generally speaking care that much about your tick progression because, again, we always talk about it not really being that offensively or defensively sided. So it's not really something you consider all that much. Notorious getting that A push towards the end won't really bother ESG Rocket. They'll be happy with the round victory, but now over towards this one. He's going swimmingly for ESG Rocket. Team kill comes through from Wee Manning. Well, that's a great redemption arc for him. Doubles up on towards Panda Real. Godorex now going to have to bring that trophy system down to prevent that nade from tagging him up. It will anyway. And Metals will clear the point before any damage can be done.
Oh, look at him just flying all the way through. They've only lost 3 lives. Team Notorious here on their defense so far. And you got 2 players that are inside of Secret. 1 player is left. It's Eric Boom. Gets dealt with. Godorex will double down. 7-8 now for Godorex. Has fame here to be able to get this final segment over at A. Team Notorious gave himself a real good shake, maybe to try to get that A zone back in their favor. Cannot fight back here as they unfortunately lose the life lead that they did have for themselves. ESG Rockers, 60 seconds added onto the board.
Map control, I was going to say, not quite as encased in stone as Notorious would have liked, but now it is as they get the kills required. Eric being able to get himself in towards bedroom on the map, but Godorex comes through and shreds a couple of players around the backline. Hang on for a second. Eric Boom's position becomes so much more important. He needs to hold inside bedroom because now Godorex in this position. You're going to be able to zone off every single player coming off spawn from Notorious. They've got to remove Godorex, who now finds himself on 4 in a row, snaking his life away, but going to whiff some shots there. Somebody's got to close the window in the venue because Godorex there, not exactly the shots required against Weeman.
Yeah, you know, I guess I never really thought about it. I mean, that's a pretty big door that's open over by the lobby side. Just a big gust of wind comes through. 3-for-1 trade goes the kill feed. Team Notorious have numbers they will stabilize. They'll put Metals inside of bedroom along with Eric Boom down low. So just trying to find where some of these players are located at, but are they counting numbers? Are they expecting fame to be in from behind? It seems that Maple is aware of it. He's starting to clear some of his flank, but that kind of weakens up the frontline pressure that Team Notorious once had.
They're doing a really good job at the moment of just taking any ESG players that manage to filter through the backline. ESG is focused on making sure they push through the middle of the map and through bedroom side. They remove Metals, but now Eric Bean will go and take his place. Team Notorious doing everything right at the moment in terms of holding correct areas of the map. Panda getting shots towards Eric Bean, and now ESG can start to move forward here. Fame is now on the point. The clock will stop at 39 seconds. Team Notorious got to get through the middle of the map and through far side. Fortunately for them, every single kill is good. And overwhelm will be ESG. Back towards the respawn point they go.
34 seconds. That's a damn near depleted Foley. Isn't even really about halfway towards getting captured. Players still trying to run routes. Eric Boom, the SMG duo of Metals, will take them down over on the restaurant and through the double arches. So now you know it's mostly coming through Jacuzzi and mostly from the bedroom side.
Notorious have to use that information correctly, pertinently. Double out now in bottom bedroom. Our Team Notorious. Electrify still have to effectively dive on towards the point and look backwards. Deal with those threats. Look forwards as well. And while they do that, to be fair, Panda gets some shots in towards Wee Man, but not enough to take him down. And that's good enough for Team Notorious. It was scary for a moment there, but that full wipe, I think, it's not the last push, but the push before that one really did secure it.
Yeah, it truly did. Defensive round comes through off of an answer. And again, the question still subsides. What side of this map do you honestly prefer? It may not matter so long as Team Notorious can continue to win rounds. They do have a tick advantage, is what we can at least say, as the Electrify Steel LX Rocker were only able to get themselves that full capture over at A. Aim still has that streak, by the way. I don't think he used it in the previous round. Probably a good call to keep it in his back pocket for a rainy day here at Greenberg Hotel. 3 players for Team Notorious off this opening rip, looking to assault B, and while they find the kills required, it's only Godorex to find at least a trade along with Pander for presence at B early on.
Yeah, good enough here as Eric Boom will win out in those trades. Now, in Metals trying to capture this point. I think it might be futile though because they haven't got all the coverage required from behind. A lovely nade from Real at the start of this one will remove Eric from the point. Ideally, you've got to get rid of Godorex in this position. From behind, here he goes. Misses the first few shots, actually, and Team Notorious off the back of that will survive. Godorex should be taken down now. And oh no, that is not good. Panda down as well. Real now has to take down his fellow EU players all by his lonesome if he wants any chance of stopping this B capture. Gives it a little look. You can see him on the map. He's throwing shoulders, but they will not stop this B cap.
60 seconds added to the board. 25 plays up against 21. A whole set of respawns do the offensive team have over ESG Rocker's head. Player number 7 is Pander. He's actually in a position that he could be helping things out over towards A, but the only player that was over there defending the A zone, he goes down. The ESG Rocker, they got players that are coming through the chandelier. It's just one player over here. It's Metals.
And Metals has already gone huge for the 1 kill. To ask much more of him would be a little bit ridiculous, to be honest. So he doesn't do any more. Team Notorious now have a wealth of time to get this A hit through. Going to continue to send players in around the flank. Maple, one of them, of course, no dead silence, so he likely is going to be heard. Now he's been tagged up as well, so trying to distract any of these players, make the front line weaker for ESG Rocker. Going to win the first one against Panda. Now we're on the front line. Team Notorious being offered up a chance down to Maple's heroics. Got to take down Real, though, in the cup. Real has some players to line up, not able to get the first kill through. So now Team Notorious here looking for a good hit. Maple has been dealt with around the back line. So ESG now they need to focus on that front. Kills looking pretty good again. For the first 50 seconds or so, Team Notorious unable to break.
There's just one player that's left. It's going to be Maple. I think that he was playing in a corner inside of the pantry. He catches Fame by surprise. So kitchen control is still not here for ESG Rocker. They're mostly trying to defend this from the backside of the restaurant. Maple gets dealt with, maybe pushing a little bit too far forward before his teammates end up coming around for some assistance. Sheree 1v1s are still being found for Electrify Steel Rocker, and that's going to be good winnings for them so that way they can keep chipping away at the clock.
ESG are fine with this. Rex now on 4 in a row. They run right into him. Might well be able to get a cruise missile for later on down the line, but Metal's in for 1. Wee Man gonna go down. There's 5 for Rex. Maybe get number 6, but no, Eric Boom has the timing to take him down. Eric Boom not gonna get the second, and that might well have been the in for Team Notorious. It's not over just yet, but it might be soon as more kills come through for ESG. Wee Man in for the double, though. Still holds the door open for Team Notorious. Can he get any more than that? It's Maple. The AR duo for Notorious keeping themselves in towards this round. Last player on the point, Fame will go down. And now the Europeans will stack. Team Notorious picking up kills in the feed. It only takes 1 good hit. This might well be it. ESG gotta fly. You have to fly fast. I don't know if they even really want to do it at this point. Fame's going to bring the cruise missile down. There's no trophy system. I was wondering why they were waiting, and that is exactly why. Now a 3 versus 6. Team Notorious, can they get close? No, they can't. Perfect utilization of the streak.
Oh, man, but it gets you kind of sweating, dripping down your back if you are ESG Rocker that it took that cruise missile to be able to do. You can even see Fame having himself a little bit of chuckle just about it that the cruise missile even touches down. Surely they had to have had at least 1 trophy system, but the way that I'm pretty sure I saw the splash come in, Brody, is that you can splash it against the brick wall over by that sidebar that leads to pantry, and all of that splash damage does not get negated by a trophy system. Man, good utility usage as you were talking about there, Brody. Fame finds 3 with 1 cruise missile. That is good investment if you ask me. 22 and 17 now for Fame as Electrify Steel shave away another defensive round. It got close. It got down to the wire again as Team Notorious are really making a good argument for how it only takes 1 good hit.
Yeah, indeed they are. ESG now just 1 offensive victory away from taking this one. And this is a very strong B hit right off the rip hit. Got a Rex and Pan and now going to stack the point. To go a little bit faster than Team Notorious would like. Coverage now being brought by Fame as well towards that statue side, and every single kill required is going their way. This looks shaky for Notorious. It gets worse as well. Just 1 kill to the 7 made by ESG at the moment. Finally more come through, and Maple actually doubles up. Maybe getting the triple, but no will be denied. Godorex should be able to close this B capture out now. And there you go. B secured now for ESG.
I mean, this is all happening. Fame has been over at A the entire time. He already has a segment. Halfway through, the second segment is about to be on its way. Fame is dancing in Team Notorious. They thought they could get the B zone back in their favor. Fame snaps 8 in a row, and that should be it. The kills come through. Team Notorious are spawning out on Bufu. It is over, and Electrify Steel will take the control on Hotel.
Oh my god. Game 7. What a way to end the OpTic Texas Open, and what a way to end the control, frankly. I expected that to go to a round of 5, to be honest. I didn't expect Electrify Steel to come out for, what was it, a 7-1 trade on the point from 2 waves of kills. And then, obviously, for Fame to go absolutely huge over towards A while all that is ongoing. Just incredible. The stats pumped up by that final round from Electrify Steel, a deserved victory as they send us all the way.
To a Game 7? Are you kidding me? How many maps have these guys gotten? This has been a long weekend of COD. That's absolutely absurd. Panda shows up in a massive way. I mean, it needs to be said. Yeah, Fame is obviously the star of the show at 26 and 17. Had that illustrious 8 spree. 4 of them was all at the back end, I believe 3, if not with the cruise missile there in round number 3. But Fame makes the play. I mean, they're in the final round. Godorax, Panda, Real, they're just relentlessly striking over towards Lights, over by the B zone itself. They're finding kills. Godorax is the last alive. He gets that least trade onto Maple. And you saw there for just a split second, like on the mini-map, Team Notorious were hesitant as far as what they wanted to do on that specific moment. Do we try to go get the one player at A, or do we try to get the one player at B? The B zone was already tacked over. It's that little bit of hesitation that comes back to bite them in the rear in round number 4. Doesn't exactly help when you have all of Rocker Academy ESG just absolutely slaying out.
I am absolutely stunned, mate. We kind of called it, I think, just how important that Embassy Search and Destroy was ultimately for them, of course, because, well, not only did they survive and not lose the championship there, but we know that the controls, they're, I would say, just a cut above Notorious in the controls. We saw that earlier on with just how fast the LSC low control was, but that 3-1 victory sends us all the way to a Fortress Search and Destroy for a game number 7, mate. I'm just happy, mate, elated with just the way this whole thing has gone down, because, again, I could not ask for a better conclusion. This already wonderful Texas Open.
That's good, man, because your happiness means the world to me. So if you're happy, I'm happy, Brody. I'm having a fantastic day. Wouldn't have it unfold any other way as well. It's been lit over here as far as Arlington, Texas is concerned. I believe OpTic just got done beating FaZe up on the main stage. Now we got Team Notorious, the Europeans, being pushed to the brink by the Silver Surfers themselves of this Electrify Steel X Rocker, your Season 1 champions. Got top 8 in Season 2. Not where they wanted to be. Same could be said about Team Notorious. This is a zany grand finals, and it all goes down on a Fortress Search and Destroy. Wacky scenes.
Can't wait. Absolutely can't wait. Fortress Search and Destroy is up next on the docket. The final map, no matter what happens, a Search and Destroy to decide it all. We're going to go to a very brief break. On the other side, it's Team Notorious. It's Electrify Steel Rocker. One of them is about to be our OpTic Texas champions. Welcome back, everybody, here to the Call of Duty Challengers Texas Open, brought to you by Perifio. We're down to our very final map in this best of 7 grand finals that has been utterly enthralling. It's going to be a fortress search and destroy. Let's just give you guys a quick reminder as to how the series has gone down so far.
First 2 maps for Team Notorious, pretty convincing if you ask me, especially on the 3 rounds that they won in a row. On that LOC load, map number 2 for Search and Destroy. The controls have been, well, all ESG. And the past 2 maps have been all ESG. That round 11 was electric, to say the least, on Embassy Search and Destroy, winning 2 rounds in a row to be able to even close it out. Not to mention that offensive round on Hotel Control. I will have nightmares over. I'm sure Notorious will as well. It all comes down to this, Brody. Fortress Search and Destroy. Can't believe that's what we're going to have here. This is a multi-$1,000 game of Fortress Search and Destroy, but we are here. Game number 7. Let's get into it.
Let's get it on, as Alan and Austin would love to say. 1 game of Search and Destroy for all the beans, and CSG starting things off on the defense. Playing this one relatively reserved for the moment. Team Notorious here looking to get their way over towards the A site.
Suns aren't really going to find anything too early on. I mean, you have Team Notorious that are playing in and around of Art. We managed just waiting to see if anybody shouts to the middle of the streets, but nobody's found anything whatsoever. Even Maple with the sniper, that nade's not going to connect on anything. Nobody knows where anybody is.
Aim's going to draw the first blood. Eric Boom, he's going to fall just as the bomb will be left slapped down on the site. So Maple sniper has to be the playmaker here in this situation. We know he's capable of it, but no! Doesn't get anything. Player will go through maps. Elsewhere, Weeman has drawn not just 1, but 2 players all the way through that street side. Whoa. And Metals is going to capitalize as well. How quickly the tables have turned here in this round. It's Real left up for a 1 versus 3. And Notorious, they're hightailing it.
Gotta love that call. I think Real got scouted by Metals top single. He's bottom stables. And Real's dead silence is going to dissipate. He has to get in a gunfight versus Weeman first. And Weeman finds 3 in the round. I mean, that is just absurd timing and shot calling coming through from Team Notorious. I mean, you find, and I mean this quite literally, nothing in like the first 40 seconds for information for both teams. So Eric thought that he could just dive over towards the bomb, get that plant going, but nobody was looking through open arch. He gets blooded, and then Weeman finds an open route through that mid lane past the first P1 truck. And he finds 2 seemingly for free and just forces ESG's hand to try to push into the site. It does not work. Team Notorious winning that first round, continuing on with their aggressive ways. ESG Rocker just trying to get mid-map control.
Start from Team Notorious. Do they have anything to say in this round? Yes, they do. Eric, aggression through munitions. This is what you wanted to see out of Notorious. You've got the power of SMG players like Eric Boom, Metals on your team. Utilize them for plays like this. And now the bomb down right in the line of sight of Eric. Real, his former teammate, has to go in and collect. They're on the other side of the doors, though. This is tough.
Or sniper shot just go off. I assume that's probably Maple. Door will open. Real. Semtex around the corner. There's so many top maps that's actually watching this. Real's going to get attacked, so he knows Eric's in here, but he is 1 shot. He's not going to be challenging this anytime soon. Here's him jumping across. That's a big kill to find for himself, and Real collects the bomb.
Eric, you could see how kind of uncomfortable he looked there in that play. A lot of time shaved off this round, though, from ESG. Not a lot to work with in terms of getting the bomb down. I think the Notorious know that. You can see the repositioning on the minimap. Metals now for Godorex as well as he moves out towards the middle of the map now. ESG don't really have a lot to work with here, to be honest. Stuck. Maybe pushing for a play over towards B, though. It's been called out by Weeman. You have to imagine now. Yeah, you can see the yellow arrows. Actually going to move here, but the kill for Panda is good. Maple sniper rifle, though, even better. And now Panda stuck in a 1 versus 2. There's certainly not enough time to plant the round. There's certainly not enough time to get either of these 2 kills. This round goes the way of Notorious.
Maple just stays in the position, sticks himself into the ground like a tree, man. He just does not budge at all. Just playing over by that open area in this archway, just expecting Childs to come all the way through. Nobody chowed him on the backside of the stage for quite some time. He threw like 1 shot over towards Pander, and I mean, once the kill started to come all the way through, especially when the bomb was getting jostled for position top boat for so long, Pander thought that he could get positioning over towards top bench and maybe gunning these players. Did not have an easy go of things. The Team Notorious will win 2 rounds in a row, the opening 2 rounds. Maple Sniper, big reason of just locking down some of these longer lines of sight. Pretty standardized defense, if you ask me, for ESG. It'll garner them a first blood.
Got to get the wheels turning soon if you're SG. And this is the round to do it. Start. Perhaps Godorex can capitalize for a double. 1v1. Not over just yet, over by Stable side. I think Real might come and join the fight sooner rather than later. And Eric Boom going to take one out of the window, but Trade's now going down as Godorex going to take down another as well. So Notorious, they don't quite have the numbers to get the bomb down where desired. Eric Boom thought that he can maybe swing that in favor by going for a cheeky peek out middle. And Maple, why? Why?
Add it to the Twitter thread. There's a whole montage of those teammates coming through and Maple take down Eric. Forces out a 1v3. Maple's got the boomstick. Got the bomb, but he's just going to get run out. He has all three players from two different doorways. Oh, little fist bump there. It's okay. He won the first 2 rounds, but ESG Rocker seemingly gifted this 3v2.
It is hilarious, isn't it? It's so funny the amount that it happens.
Just flood on in there.
Where was it even going? I presume maybe through the closed doors is where he was trying to aim it, but just like, I don't know, because the nade leaves your hand a little bit too late in this game. Maybe that was the problem there for Maple. Either way, round for ESG. They've got themselves on the board kit. Big game of Search and Destroy. And it looks like it's going to be a bit of a weird play coming out from ESG Rocker. Channeling their in at Boston Academy here for this play, trying to batter across towards B. It is being watched like a hawk from at least 2 players from Notorious. Fame trying to get those shots in, but nowhere near as successful as Boston Academy on that play.
Losing Godorex is huge. Now the defense can just post up. Let's expect the Chow to maybe come through the double windows, through single. You have a lot of players playing around this closed door. Maple's got the sniper. Fame probably saw the glint. Should be aware of this. Nades are going to be negated ever so slightly, but Fame still eats one in the back.
Things looking pretty good off the back of those kills. Panda for an incredible 1 versus 4. This would well be one of the plays of the tournament if he could pull it off. But you're asking for a lot. He's already been tagged up. He's got no map positioning whatsoever, and it only takes 1 peek for Notorious to finish that off. The advantage remains 2 rounds.
A good bounce back after the unfortunate team nade and fiasco that unfolded on their offense. And again, finding that first blood onto Godorex over by the bench by proxy gives you the information that nobody's channeling through bottom single. You haven't seen a sole top single in quite some time. So they're all probably playing around the side door in the back stairs, trying to still execute over towards A after finding little to no value through the middle of the map. So good job by Team Notorious to be able to dissect that information off of the line of sights that they were holding and just fly in towards the side and find the kills. Lickety split. 2-round lead, as you were saying here, Brody. Team Notorious back on offense.
Notorious looking for a win towards the side. They found it, to be fair. Metals is going to eat an A to the face as the trophy system right in front of him will blow it up. But that should be a second kill. Happens a little bit off screen as Fame tries to enter into the bolt to the bomb site. And elsewhere, Weeman, would you believe it, 5-1 in this Search and Destroy so far, has got yet another frag. Looking to pull a rabbit out of the hat now if you're Godorex and Panda, the duo that have been together for almost 2 years now at this point, and you're just not likely to get it done. Panda for the 1v3 is going to get 1 as they exit the bomb site, but Eric Boom from behind will shut them down. Notorious just need 2 more.
Inching their way towards a championship victory. Eric Boom is laughing as that bomb execute came through so fast for Team Notorious that they just isolated so many players, and even Eric in that final moment getting the better of Godorex, fully wrapping around the open and closed archway, getting his teammates trade is just so smart. So smart. 4-3, 6-3, 5-1. Maple could just convey so much information with the boomstick. It's been going on all Fortress long. ESG. A lot of focus towards bottom art here, Brody. They might just fly out from bottom single, but it's going to be a crossfire and a half that they'd be running into.
I know from previous efforts where Notorious are mostly going to be located. Trying to find a way to play around that, be malleable. Eric Boom, first engagement, finds it in his favor, gets traded out though. Very hard to escape in that situation. But again, it unnerves ESG in this scenario. They still are not going to feel comfortable enough to get the bomb down. Godorex tries to fly towards the middle of the map. Unfortunately, he's not the bomb carrier at least.
Player number 6, Panda, is getting proactive. Starting to look towards that mid lane. Fame up top, pops dead silence. He's looking to make moves. This would be a bold chow at that. Doors are already open. Comes Fame though. He's silent, and Panda falls in the same breath as soon as Fame tries to make a play around the open archway. Map, series, championship point for Team Notorious.
One more search and destroy round lies between Notorious and a grand prize of $30,000. And of course, the title, OpTic Texas Open Champions. One more. It's been incredible so far, the journey that Notorious embarked on to get to this point. See how they get on.
Offense for Team Notorious. Potentially close it out here.
It's aggressive.
It's a round one setup. ESG are in their face-o.
Got Rex for first. Maple gonna get taken down as well. There's a third. ESG refusing to die. Wee Man gets one. There's resistance from Wee Man. He's putting a lot of bullets into a lot of different ESG players and actually manages to get another one. Surely not Wee Man. Now a 1v1. A 1 versus 4 for all the marbles. Spots out the last player. Goes wide. The shots are good. Looking for it. No. Denied. That would have been the most incredible championship winning play we have ever seen in Challengers.
You got a 1v3 versus that Omit roster, that's Standy and Co. to be able to stay alive when they were in his bracket on a Fortress Search and Destroy map 5. Oh man, if he gets that entire ace, I absolutely lose it. One round at a time though. ESG Rocker keeping their heads above water here in the grand finals, map 7. Still so many more rounds need to be won. And offense has been a head scratcher for them as Team Notorious have been playing standardized as ever. ESG Rocker did offer a certain amount of aggression in that previous round. Are they going to follow suit on the offense?
ESG have had a lot of rounds to learn how Notorious played this defense. I don't think they've had a single different defensive setup, to be honest. Because why wouldn't you? It's worked 99% of the time. ESG still haven't found a way to play around it. So far, so good for Notorious. They've burned a lot of time off this clock. Real, trying to be the playmaker in this one. Gets some information, gets out.
Just confirming, it's again a very standardized setup. The only difference is that Team Notorious don't have somebody directly on B. Sure, a lot of people are thinking with GodRx's position, he might be able to see these guys. No, he's blocked up by the truck. Space being provided. Wee Man, he hits it. He finds 2.
35 seconds. 35 seconds. Wee Man trying to get the ace, but no. GodRx will deny him the third in the round. Now 2 versus 3 here for ESG. To survive, to keep their hopes of a championship alive. They do not want to get second again. And it's not looking good. GodRx goes down. He's going to get another one here. 1v2 now. 14 seconds. There isn't really much time to realistically make this one happen. It's been 1,141 days since a European squad last won a LAN championship. And here they are again. Maple, the player who did it back then at the CDL 2020 launch weekend, does it again here. Europe is back.
Europe is back on top. Maple claims his crown once again. Your OpTic Texas Open 3 champions. Congratulations to Team Notorious. They have worked hard all year long for this one moment of time. The highest placing that they've gotten all year, even individually for Eric, Metals. Good heavens, did they have themselves quite the showing. A combined 20-8 between Metals and Wee Man in this map 5 on Fortress Search and Destroy. 6-2 goes the final scoreline. It has been a long, treacherous road for them. Getting DFR'd in playoffs for Season 1 of the Elite. Not getting the finish that they wanted in Season 2. Top 16, top 12s, team changes, rosters, you name it. And they find themselves here in Texas. It's a nice day to be a European Call of Duty fan as Team Notorious take home the cup.
Call of Duty is coming home for the Europeans as they get it done. And what an incredible story it has been for Team Notorious this year so far. Smiles all around and absolutely deserved as they win $30,000. But as I said, Andy, I mean, like, look at the story for Team Notorious this year. How incredible it has been. Because it's been, I mean, like, what? At the LAN events, top 12 at the start of the season, that wasn't their fault because of what happened again with their 4th player. Boston, they're finally out in full force. Again, a top 12 placement for them. I think it might have been top 16, actually, over there. And then, you know, looking over towards the elites, top 8, top 6, it's been uncharacteristic for this team in all their placements. But finally, Notorious, not only did they exceed everything we've seen from them so far this season, but the Challengers Cups, which are, I think, a little bit of a different caliber. They get the bloody championship, mate. The Europeans have done it. Here's how they did it. It all looks shaky again, down on those controls, and the search and destroy, which frankly Electrify Steel stole away from Notorious. But they are going to reign supreme in the end.
That is absolutely absurd. EU back on top. Rocker are frustrated. You saw it there on their camera. A few things, honestly, through the venue camera itself. I mean, how can you not be frustrated if you are Rocker Academy? That is now back-to-back second places at Boston. Got third place at Raleigh, second place here in Texas. And that goes along with a lot of second place that came through last year as well for the core three of this roster. Obviously bringing Real, not playing with Pentagram anymore. It's just the continuation. You feel like that Pandering Godorex cannot escape since the BBG days of Cold War's past, but you have to somehow feel okay with it. But on the other side for Team Notorious, we got to give them their flowers. You saw there at the end, even the owners coming around the table, fist bumping all of ESG Rocker. They knew how hard this battle was for them. They always fly these boys out, even picking them up last second for Raleigh, making sure that they had funding as well. Shout out to Team Notorious for giving themselves a place that they can call home and showing up with, I want to say, like 8 to 9 players, or 8 to 9 people, excuse me. I know they have a giant watch party across a multitude of different channels as well. They absolutely have a fantastic fan base behind them, and they are doing great things to put EU on the map. 4-3, the final scoreline. It had to go to the distance because, of course, it did. Team Notorious, your Texas champions.
Here's how they did it. Of course, it was an absolute battle. From the lower bracket they come. They lost 3-1 in that upper bracket final. They came out cold. We noted that straight away again. Some of the usual suspects that we expect to perform well in the series just didn't. It really was that simple. Of course, their earlier matchups versus LAG Academy and Omen Mexico. Of course, there's a long bracket before what we see on the screen as well. Rocket not going to get it done despite fighting pretty hard. 2 Game 5s to Team Berserk and Millennium 7 fire towards that victory to Team Notorious. And then, of course, the lower bracket as well. We should probably take a look at that because it has been a bit of a crazy one, I think. The most notable thing, I think, just in the lower bracket, generally speaking, is the fact that Boston Academy did make that incredible run. Again, you're only seeing like a part of it here to get towards Notorious, but Notorious to end it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just insane to see how well Boston actually were able to shape up this weekend, right? I honestly didn't even have them beating Aphelion last night. They deliver. Map 5 versus LAG Academy, I thought was going to be pretty good for LAG Academy. They deliver. And then beating Millennium 7. And again, in another Game 5, it takes the European champions of Team Notorious to take them out of commission, only losing the control along the way, which is still weird to me to say. That Team Notorious were struggling with control all weekend long, but if that's the only map that you drop along the way to solidify yourself, get into grand finals again versus ESG Rocker and to win the rematch in a best of 7, then that's just fine with me, Brody. Unbelievable weekend.
Incredible. I'm so happy melting into here. As I've said it a lot and I'll continue to say it again. This OpTic Texas Open has been the best Call of Duty Challengers event we've had in a very long time. We've had a lot of good events over the course of the last few months and years. Here's a look at our final 8 placements then, with all the money attached to those names. Just want to spend a couple of minutes here really on this one because I want to talk about kind of how the top 8 looks. A European squad and Team Notorious are going to sit atop the pile with that $30,000. But from the bottoms of the top here, there's some interesting kind of names, right? Twisted Theory, Aphelion Esports with almost new rosters coming into this event, rounding out that top 8. NRK Anarchy, Cruz and Dak in top 6 again. LAG Academy couldn't quite break the top 6 curse here.
No, they couldn't, and it's even more impressive because where's Decimate? That's your Season 2 champion from North America. They lost to what is half of Lanave, Del Mysterio, Parasite, and Beagle. They're not on this graphic. Team Notorious at top. These were the teams to watch. You can see how all of the top 16 unfolded. Funny enough that we offered that top 16 were going to be the teams to watch. And, well, these are your top 16 teams at the end of the weekend regardless. It is upset city here in grand finals as Team Notorious take the championship cup home. Eric, Maple, Metals, Wee Man, gotta be feeling pretty darn good. I'm sure the celebration tonight is going to be a big one.
Yeah, and one of the things we noted again with this top 16 teams is we kind of talk about those big upsets. We look towards the top 3 over towards Season 2 of North American Challengers Elite, and all of those 3 rosters were eliminated significantly earlier than we expected them to. Top 16 for Convoy Gaming and for Hype T Sports, top 12 for Decimate Gaming as well. Even Smog Alpha, the number 4 from Season 2 of Challengers Elite. They were out in top 16 as well. I think it is a massive shake-up of the power rankings, if there were any anyway. How we consider kind of what everything looks like, right? And for Alexsteel, I don't want to rub it in because it is kind of harsh, but we have to say it. It's so tough for them because they get another second place. They have been the most consistent team this season, and they still could not get that LAN championship. Yes, they won Season 1 of Challengers Elite. That one's still going to sting.
Consistency is key, I guess, when it comes down to LAN performances. You don't want to fall off too much, but 3, second, and then second again. As far as the opens are concerned, they're going to have to wait a little bit of time because I believe Toronto is going to be the next one for them. Obviously, Elite Season 3 happening much sooner than that, but still a lot of time for this team to be able to get things back into championship form. I'm sure that this is not the last we will see of them.
Absolutely. Well, Team Notorious are our champions here for the Call of Duty Challengers OpTic Texas Open presented by Perifio. Congratulations to the European squad as they will take it home. The Europeans win an event for the first time since the launch weekend, the very first event of the entirety of Call of Duty Challengers. It has been an incredible event here with upsets galore. Certainly things have shaken up as we get well into our second set of LAN events, of elites in towards the second half of the year. Everything's looking pretty good. Next event, moving up here, we've got Season 3 of Challengers Elite. The qualifiers starting on March 22nd, and then of course Season 3 begins on 29th of March if you guys want more Call of Duty Challengers action. For any more of that, we'll see you guys there. Thank you to everybody for tuning in this weekend.